We're live now, Binny?
Not yet. It's live.
Right, okay. A very good morning to everyone. Hi, I'm Himani Sarvaya, Assistant Manager, Business Development, Marketing and Events at Animation Express, your host for the day, and I welcome you all to our very first edition of Comic Books and More Summit 2021, brought to you by animationexpress.com. We at Animation Express have been initiating virtual roundtable webinar conversations across the media and entertainment and AVGC industry over the last few months to ensure that it provides continued meaningful insights to markets, brands and agencies, and businesses from across the ecosystem. Even before we could sense the real world, we were lured into the imaginative world of stories created for us in our childhood, which soon took the form of pictures, and we got introduced to the world of comics. Comic books have come to have come as our savior to many, right from being an escape from reality to being a travel buddy to being a stress buster. The boom and bust cycle that India's comic industry has gone through is a story in itself. This is the first time we at Animation Express are bringing our focus on the Indian comic books industry, which has been there for decades, but the industry and its talented artists and creators have yet to attain the rightful places under the sun. Comic Books and More, our CBAM Summit, is an initiative to build a platform for the comic books and related industries, both in India and internationally, which will work as a catalyst to leverage the Indian comic book industry. The idea is to build the comic book industry network, which will help in uplifting the sector in every opportunity. Industry trailblazers, thought leaders, academians, and comic book professionals will be sharing their ideas, imagination, and services during these two days, encapsulating the challenges, solutions, and trends that prevalent in the industry. Before we proceed, we would encourage you to share your perspective on today's proceedings through your social media networks. Don't forget to tag us on our official handles in your post. You can find us on Animation Express and on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Without much further ado, let's begin. But but first, I would like to thank our session partner Wacom, our support partner Hyon, and our award gifting partner XP Pen for their immense support. I would like to now introduce founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of animationexpress.com and indiantelevision.com group, Mr. Anil Vanwari, to share his vision and thoughts about this virtual summit. Before I invite Mr. Vanwari, let us have a look at the ANX video. Can we have the video, please? Binny, can we have the audio as well? I think the audio is not there. Perfect. Moving on, over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Good morning to all the lovers of comics and those involved in the comics books trade and their creation. Comic books have entranced me ever since I can remember, probably when I was just about a year old. I used to crawl onto my father's and mother's lap, and they would read stories from Chanda Mama to put me to sleep. Chanda Mama is not really a comic book, but it was close to that for me. And then later, as comic strips started appearing in the newspapers, I would snatch the last pages or the middle pages, wherever they were, and read the strips wide-eyed, waiting to know what happens next. Came Amar Chitrakatha, and my cousin sisters, whose father was wealthier than us, started buying oodles of Amar Chitrakatha volumes. And I would run to their homes in Pali Hill in Mumbai at every opportunity to read them. Later on, we subscribed to a library, and we started getting Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Phantom, Mandrake, Lothar, Commando, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, of course, illustrated classics. And there was never a time that I would not guzzle them, binge reading them, absolutely spend hours on end reading them. Romance comics, Western, mad comics, you name it. I read them like there was no tomorrow. My favorite time was when I went into Bandra Book Center in Bandra, opposite National College. I don't know if it still exists. And I would spend my time pretending to buy textbooks, but I would be reading comics. After a while, they started shrink wrapping them, so you could not read them, but in those days, it was possible. At times, I would not eat using my lunch pocket money. I would rather buy a comic. They transported me. I would go to the Raddiwala and scan through all the comics they had, the secondhand comics. And what comics did is they transported me into different geographies, different periods of man's history. They engaged me. They entertained me. Well, they also made me laugh. They made me really spill my guts in merriment, especially mad comics. Alfred E. Newman and Don Martin's take on the movies, they made me really burst into laughter. Asterix, Tintin, Andy Cap, R.K. Lakshman's The Common Man. I used to also collect R.K. Lakshman's used set it anthologies and marveled where he got the creativity to sustain them for so long. Comics, in my opinion, are the most engagement component of the AVG CXR ecosystem as compared to the other parts. And they are the most educative and entertaining as well. My brother, Anup, who's a better artist than I, we would sketch Archie, Betty, Phantom, Mandrake, Alfred E. Newman, the planes and fighters from Commando Comics, and hope to create our own comic stories around them. I even created my own character, Gigzing, an extraterrestrial. It remains on paper to date. It was my lifelong dream to do something for the comics industry in India. Well, I'm very happy to say the team at Animation Express, led by Neha, Prerna, Mishal, Sharmindra, and all the entire fantastic team members, they obliged me well. They helped creating comics book and more. Otherwise, CBAM Summit. At times, my team has forgotten, they call it the CBAM Summit. I prefer the CBAM Summit. Let's call it the CBAM Summit. I'm really happy the industry has responded well. All the people who came onto the advisory board. I won't name each of them. Through the day, I'll name them. A big thank you to my team of designers for creating the very lovely, lively logo and colors for the CBAM Summit. My name is Anil Vanwari, the founder, chairman, and editor-in-chief of Animation Express, which is a part of the IndianTelevision.com group. We have a fantastic 2 days planned ahead for artists, publishers, educationists, kids, merchandisers. We have speakers from India and overseas who will educate you, inform you, and keep you really engaged over the next 2 days in the first industry gathering of the entire comics ecosystem. I would urge you all to be very lively in your conversations here, ask questions from the panelists, ask questions to each other, chat with each other. Our goal is to create a very vibrant comic book ecosystem. Why should the Americans and the Britishers have a vibrant comic ecosystem? Why can't we have one in India as well? Why can't artists make a living off it? I believe they can. And this is the first of the steps that we are taking to help bring this industry together. We hope to continue this every year and help the whole industry lift the standards in every way, whether it's quality, whether it's royalties, whether it's payments, build together a community which will speak for itself and be heard from across the artists to publishers to merchandisers, the name, what have you. Let me not bore you anymore. let me go on to our first session, which is a very interesting one. Thank you for all of you for being here. Please stay on, call your friends, let them be a part of this and have fun. We've got fantastic session. We've got a bunch of kids talking about comics later today, if I'm correct. Let's just get going with it. Thank you and have a great day. Over to you, Imani.
Thank you, Mr. Anwari, for sharing your thoughts and putting together this initiative of bringing together all the stakeholders of the industry, from the comic creators to the merchandisers to publishers and many more on one platform. To all our viewers, the speakers will be taking your questions, so you can share the same in the Q&A box and the comment sections below. Let's commence the summit with our keynote session on cracking the world of comics, where we will get to hear from the award-winning author himself about what made him enter this magical world, leaving aside his successful career as a chemical engineer. What's the key to crack the code of success creatively and financially? How can comic artists collaborate with the famous publishing houses like DC and Marvel? And most importantly, how can the Indian industry make its foothold stronger on the global map? Welcoming Mr. Ram Venkatesan, who is the creator behind Aghori, Black Mamba, Graffiti's Wall, and many more. And conversing with him, we would have Mr. Anil Vanwari. Over to you.
It's very interesting to have our next guest over here. His name is Ram V. Some may ask, who the heck is Ram V? But for those who are in the comic book trade, his is a familiar name and one which fills all our hearts with a lot of pride. He's the first Indian author to write an official Batman story for DC Comics, Batman Secret Files. And there's more. He was a creator of Aghori from Holy Cow Entertainment. He even wrote the post-apocalyptic science fiction series from Image Comics and is behind the noir comic Black Mamba. And you know, he's a chemical engineer by qualification whose passion for writing drove him to chuck up a successful career in setting up plants to enter the unknown world of creating stories. He's a part of the White Noise Collective in London, and he's also behind such iconic volumes such as These Savage Shows and The Brigands. Hi, I'm Anil Vanwari, the founder and editor-in-chief of the 21-year-old IndianTelevision.com group, of which the 16-year-old AnimationExpress.com is a part. And I'm happy to welcome you to AnimationExpress.com's Comic Books and More fireside chat with the long-haired Ramvi, who's all of 38 and going strong, penning screenplays for the world's major OTT platforms. Welcome, Ram.
Hey, thanks for having me here, Anil. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. So how are you today?
Yeah, all right. Kind of in the middle of my work day here, given our time differences, but all going well. Thanks.
Fantastic. So many of us know about your absolute divorce from an engineering career, which saw you travel to many countries to a career in writing. How has it been so far?
Yeah, it's been quite good. I've always kind of been the kind of person to dive in with both feet. So when I decided to switch, there was no doubt in my mind that, whether I would be going back. So I knew the only way was forward.
Yeah.
The first couple of years were a little challenging, involved a lot of legwork, running around, making sure my work was getting out in front of the right people. But that sort of legwork combined with my focus on just getting better at doing what I do has led to successes, and probably 50% of that is also luck. So I've been good since it's been good.
So how do you measure success in what you do?
It's a very interesting question. I had a very early conversation with one of my friends about this. He said, Ram, you're going to start writing. Like, what do you want to do as a writer? And, at the time, I was perhaps a little naive. I said, look, I want to write this book, and I want to write this character, and I want to... but the more I've done that, I've kind of learned to define success on a more intimate, more personal terms, in that as long as I get to write the next book and I get to live comfortably while I'm doing the thing I love, that's success. I mean, most people spend their entire lifetimes chasing that. And so if you can get there and you do achieve that, you're already successful. And then beyond that, it's a question of just focusing on your work and trying to make it the best that it can be.
But you must have been making a lot more money from your chemical career, chemical engineering career.
At the time, yes. I'd worked as a chemical engineer for about 6 or 7 years. So it was quite a shift, kind of letting go of that and getting onto a incomeless couple of years. But I'd saved up money, and I had enough kind of faith in my craft to know that, look, if I pursue this with some measure of interest, I will. Because I'd already written a few short stories and things as hobbies before then, and they had gotten published. So I knew um, I didn't have any delusions about what I was getting into. Um, and then once that started happening, I had a Ghori come out, which was quite a bit of a success. We kickstarted Black Mumba, that raised close to 14,000 pounds for its publication. So I knew that, okay, I know how to make money doing this. And once I was there, it was a matter of scaling up from there and just focusing on the work.
Yeah, but you didn't just chuck up your job. You also got trained to write, right? You didn't just.
Yes.
It wasn't a natural flair, which you had a flair, but you had to fine tune and hone that art. And that.
Yeah, and I think there's a very interesting anecdote involving the same friend. In fact, the same conversation where we talked about success. He said to me, "Look, you spent 8 years," because I'd done bachelor's in India and then gone abroad to study master's in chemical engineering. So he said, "You spent 8 years studying something that you didn't particularly want to do. So why don't you spend some time studying this thing that you do want to do?" And I think there's a lot of truth to that. I don't think anyone can teach you to write. Quite frankly, I think there is a measure of innate talent involved and an affinity to be curious about things and an affinity for storytelling. But more than anything else, that course that I moved to the UK to study creative writing at the City University of London, and more than anything else, that course kind of inculcated the discipline required to be a successful professional writer, i.e., you write every day. Some days your writing is not going to go well. It's okay. You can edit it. So these kind of brass tacks, pragmatic things, you don't pick up when you're trying to do it as a flair, when you're trying to do it as inspiration. So I think that was quite useful.
Fantastic. So you spent a lot of time, money and time studying at UPenn. Then you spent lesser time studying to write, learning to write better, and fine-tuning your craft.
Yeah.
So it's been worth your while.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel more than anything else, I'm happy doing what I'm doing, and I'm earning a living while I do it. And I think that's the most I could ever ask for from a career. Beyond that, everything else is bonus. Beyond that, everything else is success. So.
Great. So, what is it that makes you write? And that too so esoteric and mysterious as comics. For many of us, especially when I was younger, I knew I was creating characters of my own. I created something called Gigzing. He was an extraterrestrial, a little before ET came out, and then ET came out and I dropped the idea.
Right.
So what is it that makes you write again? And for comics?
I just like the idea, like the effect that reading had on me when I was a kid. I would read and I would find books really evocative. I would have visceral, emotional reactions to reading something, and it would spark imaginations in my head. And so I wanted to do that. I wanted to learn and know how to do that, how to transmit a complex emotion, a complex circumstance through words on paper. I think the first time I ever wrote was when I was about 12 or 13. I'd read Lord of the Rings at that point, and I wanted to write the next big fantasy trilogy. But I sat down and I wrote something which was very obviously a copy of Tolkien. But I think that was important. That's kind of the moment that my desire to write got sort of sparked within me, if you will. And then I'd been writing ever since then. I've been telling stories, poetry, short stories, plays ever since then. My mind's always been this kind of little bit of a imaginative, daydreaming kind of mind. And so there is a measure of natural talent and inclination towards storytelling as well. As for comics, frankly, I grew up reading a lot of comics in India. I used to read the Phantom strips that came in the newspaper. I used to read Flash, Gordon, Mandrake, and all of those books. Um, some of the European stuff as well, Tintin and Asterix.
Tatin, as the French call it, Tatin.
Right. And once I had read those things, I kind of stopped reading comics for quite some time. I started reading novels, and I moved abroad to the States. And one of my friends on my 20th birthday gave me the first volume of Sandman, and it was kind of reading that book that really brought me back into comics. And I don't think I looked back from there. I kind of fell through this hole of late 80s, early 90s DC Vertigo comics. And I knew at that point that if I ever wrote something, I would have an inclination to write. I'd also had quite a bit of an interest in drawing ever since I was a kid. I still do quite a bit of art in my free time. So I'd always had that inclination to do stuff in the intersection of the visual and textual side of things.
And that's where comics came in. It allowed you both.
Right.
Okay. So where did Aghori come from? I mean, in the sense, where did it come from? When you, Black Mamba, then these savage shows.
I mean, they're all ideas, right? Everyone has ideas. Like you said, when you were younger, you had created this extraterrestrial. And I think all people have inclinations towards ideas. I think the thing that sets you apart as a writer is when you go, okay, I'm going to develop this idea, put it down on paper, and then somebody will pay me for it. And so I think it's a mystery. It's a mystery to everyone where the ideas come from. But I know where Aghori came from, because I think at the time I had read Hellblazer, which was the sort of Vertigo star comic of fame, where all the great writers that I admired and respected had done their work. And so when I had this opportunity to tell the story, I remember meeting with Vivek Goyal from Holy Cow, where we were discussing ideas, and I said, "Look, I want to do a Hellblazer-esque take, but I want to set it in Indian mythology and Indian magic and Indian locations." And so I found the whole Aghori mythology to be sort of a good setting for the kind of dark magic stories that I wanted to tell. But also part of the reason Aghori was quite successful was it was also a commentary on society in India. Like Aghori, if you look at the stories, they're set in the present. They're quite political at times. They talk about class divisions in society. They talk about practices that are, like female infanticide, that are not great. So I always had that sense of wanting to write about real society, even if I was telling fantastical stories. And so I think Black Mamba evolved out of that, where that is a much more grounded. It doesn't involve any kind of magic. It's a police detective set in Mumbai, and it's crime noir stories, except there's no real crime. It's just the existential weirdness of the city itself. Also, by the time I did Black Mamba, I think I had grown up as both a reader and a writer, because I had been part of the City University course at that time. My reading habits had changed. The kind of authors I read had changed, and I think that had a big influence in the kind of stories I was telling as well.
Great, and these savage shows?
These savage shows came up in a very interesting way. I was doing a little bit of research into vampire mythology, and just incidentally, I found that the first mention of vampires in European literature actually happens about 200 years after the mention of a Rakshas in Indian texts. And I found it interesting that technically, on a very basic level, the way you describe a Rakshas is they live in the forest, they come out at night, they attack unsuspecting strangers and drink their blood, which is how you would describe a vampire. So I thought that was this kind of odd coincidence and crossover between the two mythologies. And then that idea kind of grew into, okay, then can I use that as a way of talking about how there is this kind of odd mirroring between the Raj in India, which is the colonizer, and the way India looked at itself, which is the ethnic person's way of looking at themselves. So I think when the Raj came into India, they looked at India, and not just India, other parts of the world as well, as places that they needed to civilize, which I think is a very vampiric way of looking at things. This is a thing that I will turn into a version of me. Whereas I don't think Rakshas's approach is similar. I think the history of a Rakshas in Indian mythology comes from a very different place. So I found that to be an interesting parallel. And I use that as a way to tell these savage shows.
Great. So this is how other writers and wannabe comic writers can actually make an evolution of their idea into stories. Is that some kind of a pointer?
I mean, I think you have to read a lot. I don't think you can engineer a story as much. I think you have to read a lot. You have to read widely, and you have to start recognizing what successful authors are doing with their work. I think reading someone like Paul Auster was very influential for me. When you read City of Glass, you realize he's telling you detective stories on one level, but really he's also talking about an author's search for identity. And so I started seeing that there were multiple layers to stories. And if you start thinking in layers, if you start going, I don't just want to tell a story about two people punching each other. What else is it about? What else can it be about? Then you start getting into telling more complex, nuanced stories. And then you start thinking about these things in terms of narrative layers. You can build your ideas that way.
Yeah. So, but the thought. But what is more important? The thought, the idea, character. What is more important? And how is it different when you're writing for yourself and when you're commissioned?
Frankly, I think the idea is useless. And I don't mean to sound sensational in saying that. This is how I heard it said. I was in a class. There was a scriptwriter, very well-known scriptwriter in Hollywood, who came in and said, "How many people here have an idea for a story?" Everyone raised their hands. Then she said, "How many people here have a story?" Nobody raised their hands. I said, that's the difficult bit. Everyone has ideas. The difficult bit is how to execute the idea into a story.
Sure.
And so execution by far is more important than an idea. And how you execute it will decide whether you're someone who focuses on character, someone who focuses on plot. There are lots of elements beyond that. What is the structure of my story? Am I going to tell it in a linear way? Am I going to tell it non-linearly? And so all of those considerations come into it once you've figured out how you want to execute this idea that you have. And I think to do that, again, the secret to doing that is to read a lot, and understand how other people do it. And then eventually you will evolve a way that you want to do it yourself.
Yeah, but do you have the classical act structure when you write comics, or is it different?
You do. Comics, because comics is, generally a monthly comic is about 22, 24 pages. But even if you don't do monthly stuff, even if you do long form stuff, the amount of real estate you have to tell a story in a comic is much smaller compared to a novel or a film. And so you have to be very structured. You have to have an understanding of how much room do I have. And so what needs to happen in the first 10%, what needs to happen by the midpoint, what needs to happen at the climax. And so I think understanding of structure is a very, very important part of telling stories in comics. In fact, if I were to say the most common pitfalls of new writers starting out in comics is either a lack of understanding of structure or a lack of understanding of how pacing works in comics.
So what is the structure you follow in terms of, when you're writing? Is it 4-act, 5-act, 6-act, 3 acts? What is the structure? I
mean, it doesn't matter. You can look at it in any number of ways you want. You can split a story into however many number of acts you would like to split into. I think the 3-act structure is the most basic structure that you do need to understand. But beyond that, everything else is whatever works for you. There's no one right way of doing it. Sometimes I'll also lean into what is known as a story circle, which is something that Dan Harmon uses. Dan Harmon is a guy who created Community, the TV show, or Rick and Morty, which is this animated TV show. And so Dan Harmon uses something called the story circle, which is specifically useful for writing in TV or writing in episodic structures. So again, my advice is to read about as many structures as you can, and then pick and choose whatever works for you, whatever works for your story. Sometimes I've written stories that follow 5-act structures. I've written stories that follow 3-act structures. I've written stories that don't follow an act structure because it's just a vignette. So um, there is no structural formula per se. The more you try to do that, the more you're going to pigeonhole yourself into writing the same story over and over again. Um, I think part of the reason why it's an art and not a science is because there has to be some measure of, I don't know how this works, and so I'm figuring it out um, every time you write. So I think that's an important part to keep in mind.
I get it. So is it different when you're commissioned versus when you're writing for yourself?
To an extent, I think when you're commissioned to write something, there is an expectation that you understand what makes that property or that character or that IP work in the first place. Um, if you're commissioned to write a Star Wars story, you have to understand why people enjoy Star Wars stories. If you're commissioned to write a Batman story, you have to understand why people like Batman as a character. And so I think developing that understanding is good. But you can't, in my opinion, you shouldn't become a fan of what you're writing, because then you are always going to be writing within the things that you have already enjoyed. So there is that sort of fine balance of, I want to reinvent, I want to have my own take on writing for this versus understanding why people enjoy it in the first place. So apart from that, you're just telling good stories, and good stories work regardless of where you're telling them.
Great. So now, thanks for that. And what are some of the best practices one can follow, a writer, a wannabe writer can follow to sustain himself, herself as a writer of comic books, apart from simply writing? I know most people say, write if you want to be a writer, but that's not that's being very philosophical.
Sure. I don't think that advice is pragmatic. I do think you need to write. I do think you need to write every day. And that's regardless of whether you want to write comics or novels or scripts, whatever it is that you want to do. So I'm assuming that everyone here is already doing that bit. We are already writing all the time. And so I'll structure my answer. Assuming you're doing that bit, what are pragmatic things you can do to be successful as a comic book writer? And that is to understand how the visual side of the thing works. I think one of the biggest advantages I've found in my career as a writer is understanding how the art side of the equation works. And when I started working on Aghori in India, part of the reason I did that, I wasn't looking for a job per se. I was looking for a learning experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so my experience at Holy Cow was very valuable to me in that I got to see how a comic is made from when I put words on a paper to how it looks when it's finished and produced and on the stands. And I think understanding that process is very useful, very important for every comic book writer. Understand how pacing works. In that your story is being simultaneously viewed and read at the same time, which is a thing that's very unique to comics. When you go out to a film, you're viewing it, you're hearing it, but this thing of reading at one pace and viewing at another pace happens only in comics. And so I think the mechanism of how that works is very important to understand. That's on the craft side of things. On the functional sort of career side of things, start small. Start with short stories. Find publications. There are lots of publications that like to do anthologies. So find publications where you can contribute 8, 9, 10-page anthologies. By the time you've done a few of those, you'll be able to collect them into a workable portfolio, which becomes very useful when you're trying to talk to editors about bigger gigs. Once you have gotten to that point where you're starting to do longer format work, the thing that is important is to stick to schedules, because comics, unlike a lot of other writing involves 4 other people working with you at the same time. There's an artist, a colorist, a letterer, an editor, all of whose jobs depend on you getting your stuff done on time. So I think being punctual, being professional is a massive step up from being an amateur writer getting into comics. Um, Beyond that, in terms of career progression, my advice to people would be, once you're at that point where you have a choice between doing work for an IP versus creator-owned work, my advice would be, don't ever let creator-owned work fall to the side. It's easy to do that when you're being offered, titles to write like Batman or Justice League or Swamp Thing. It's easy to say, I'm going to do all these things, but it's also important to constantly be developing your own voice as a writer. People should want to read books because of this kind of stories you have to say, not because you're telling a Batman story or you're telling a Swamp Thing story. Um, so I think those are some of the pointers I would give to aspiring writers.
Wow, that was interesting. Pretty interesting. So in terms of the Indian comic book industry, what's wrong with it, and what's good with it, and how can we make the good better and the bad good? What's really needed?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of fondness for the Indian comic book industry because, again, it's where I started my work. I think it has all the ingredients of being a very cool, very interesting place to make comics. We have phenomenal artists who would be successful on any platform in the world. We have people like Mukesh Singh, Anirudh Singh, Lalit Sharma, Dheeraj Sharma, all of these guys in whose footsteps to follow. And they've all done great work. We have good writers. We have the potential to tell stories that are very unique to us, because I don't think the world has discovered the breadth and depth of Indian stories yet. And we have a massive readership. Most people don't realize that India is the world's second largest English speaking country. So if you're writing in English, you're literally writing in the second largest market you will ever work in. So all of the ingredients to be a very successful, very creatively thriving place already exists. And I think that's a very good thing, because most places, that's the hard stuff to build. I think what doesn't work is, I think there is a lack of professional structures in the comics industry in India. Um, there are, of course, publishers who have been around for a while, Amar Chitra Katha or Campfire, all of these guys, or Holy Cow has been around for a while now. But I think even so, the industry lacks a little bit of professionalism in that, how do copyrights work? How do intellectual property rights work? How do we make sure artists and writers are capable of earning a sustainable livelihood working in Indian comics? Because you can make all the comics you want in the world, and you can find all the readers who will come and read it. If your creators cannot earn a livelihood off of doing that work, that industry is never going to be successful, because nobody is going to want to stay in that industry. So we have to find a way to develop professional structures where creators of these books are taken care of, and they have sustainable livelihoods there. Um, Part of that is cultural. We must all put in our efforts in making sure that art and creativity has value, not only as entertainment, but value as inherent parts of society. And I think that's very important. I think people within the industry should stop talking about comics as this kind of mass-produced consumer item that you can just put on a conveyor belt and put out. We should start talking about them as works of art, where there is respect and value involved for everyone making those things. Um, Beyond that, I think there's a lot of very interesting industry conversation happening right now. There are conventions. I think the Indian Comic Cons are some of the biggest conventions in the world. But we have to start asking questions of, okay, what can we do for the industry through these conventions? Apart from being places of entertainment, apart from being places of social gathering and enjoyment, how is it contributing to the industry? Because most conventions I see abroad become places for networking. They have industry panels as well. They have conventions that are meant just for retailers. Um, and then that brings me to the third part of it, which I think the biggest piece of this equation that's missing in India is a sort of professional, organized distribution and retail system for comics. Um, I know we tend to produce comics in this kind of monthly format because it works in the US, but it works in the US because they have, I think, close to 8,000, 9,000 stores that sell just those monthly comics. Whereas in India, you don't have that. So sustaining an industry when you don't have an outlet that is capable of selling in that format is very difficult. I think part of the great success of publishers like Raj Comics is because they are available on newsstands. They're available in that sort of single floppy format, whereas it's very difficult for new publishers to set up that retail system. And so I think publishers and industry in general needs to get together and go like, okay, what is our retail model for comics? So these are some of the things that I have observed, having kind of worked in both industries, if you will.
Thank you for that. Now, last words in terms of, how different is India from the international comic trade? Give me a second. From the international comic trade, how the Indian comic trade is different, then, what are the steps that an artist can take to collaborate and to work with Marvel and DC? And finally, can India and Indians break into the global market?
I mean, I'll answer the last bit first because we've had so many people who have done it. Mukesh Singh did covers for Marvel. I think Lalit worked on Marvel and DC projects as well. Sumit has worked on DC projects. He's working on one with me right now. All the artists that I've worked with, Dev Pramane, Kishore Mohan, Roshan Kurchanil, Anand Radhakrishnan, they've all done work now in international markets. So there is this mythology of there are being barriers between Indian creators and international markets.
Hi,
It's not
who's
true.
there? Who all are there?
So the real
Hello?
question that we start asking is, what
Hello?
is the barrier there? And I think, frankly, it's the quality of work. I think we have culturally within the industry in India, we have this sense of
Hello?
it's okay if you are not as good as your American counterparts. And I think we should let go of that. No, it's not okay. You have to be, doesn't matter if you're from a smaller industry, doesn't matter if you're from a different place. Your work, your storytelling, your art, your coloring, all has to be not in terms of content, but in terms of quality. It all has to stand right next to the best Marvel book ever put out, or the best DC book, or the best bande dessinée book ever put out. And so I think moment creators and publishers all start becoming less compromising about uh, the allowances that they make for quality, I think that gap between an Indian comic and therefore an Indian comic creator versus an American comic and an American comic creator, that gap will keep getting smaller only if we consciously push for that to get smaller.
Great. So any other points you'd like to make? But, it's been fantastic chatting with you.
No, I think
you seem to be a mindful of information, and your experiences can really help this comic book industry. That's why we at Animation Express put together CBAM as the first platform for the industry to come together. Hopefully, we'll be able to set up an association for the industry going forward, which will then help. Hopefully, you'll be a part of it, and hopefully others like Dheeraj and other artists, Mukesh, can be a part of it. We can start making changes for the community as a whole. So,
yeah, I mean, the only thing I want to say is I really appreciate the fact that there are events like this, because I didn't have them when I was starting out. I was finding out all of my information, spending hours on Google. I had no platform where I could come together and meet people in the industry and learn about how it works within India and outside of India. And I think all of that exists now. So it's great that CBAM is, and you're bringing together all the people in this industry onto a forum like this. I think the next step And probably what I'd love to see is, as you said, an association where people are actually formalizing their interactions. Artists are sharing what a living rate should be. Writers are sharing what they think a proper rate for a comic book script should be. And I think those kind of things will help drive professionalism into the industry. And I think the first steps are already there. The fact that we are talking, the fact that people are going to be watching this, that already bodes quite well. We have to find a way to translate that enthusiasm into actual change on the ground.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Ram. But we're not disconnecting as yet. It's over. Thank you, and over to the next session.
Thank you, Mr. Ram, for sharing those insights, helping us set the tone of the summit. We now move on to our first panel discussion on the art of storytelling, tips and tricks to sustain in the comic world. This session will cast a fresh look at the models and case studies that can help the comic creators sustain in the long run. Welcoming our esteemed set of panelists, we have Mr. Abhijit Kini, founder, Abhijit Kini Studios; Mr. Sumit Kumar, founder, Bakar Max; Mr. Karanveer Arora, CEO, publisher, and editor-in-chief, Vimanika Comics; Ms. Sanjana Kapoor, associate editor, Amar Chitrakatha; Mr. Saumin Suresh Patel, chief design officer and artist, Indusverse; Mr. Charbak Dipta, illustrator and graphic novelist. This session will be moderated by Mr. Aniruddha Chakraborty, founder, Chariot Comics. Over to you, Mr. Aniruddha.
Hi, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I mean, I'm so happy to be here. Honestly, this is like a very great forum, and I'm so happy to just be talking to people who I sort of consider co-creators, friends, and people from the industry. So it's almost like the joke Kini and I have a family meeting for Sehovi. But yeah, it's good to see all of you. I mean, it's been a hard year. I don't think we've done the standard Comic-Con meetup and discussing what the industry is like. So this is an amazing forum to sort of catch up with everyone on. So welcome all of you. Now, before we get started, and I have a bunch of questions which I have tried to tailor to all of you. I want to go around the table, and and this is from the context of what we were just hearing Ram talk in the previous session in terms of building this industry to be sustainable, which is basically the topic today. So I want to hear from each one of you individually, a minute each, on what your work has been so far, how the process of your storytelling has been, how the process of the survival has been, and what's the future going forward. So Kini, let's start with you, and then I'll go around the table. I'll go according to the promo. So I'll go according to the.
Hi all. Hi Ruddo. Hi all. Again, meeting virtually now. बहुत हो गया ये screen but क्या करे. Just to start off, I think what I have been doing is I started my cartooning way back while I was a freelancer while in college. So what I did was I kind of figured out that if I was going freelance, I need to start branching out. So along with commission work, I also do my own comics, which I publish independently. And I have dabbled into merchandising my comics and my characters, and to reach out to as many people as possible, so that if they've not read the comics, at least the merchandise gets them to know the characters and read them. So I think branching out and kind of diversifying is the key for me. Going by what I've done all these years.
Right. Thank you, Kini. And that's an amazing insight. And I'm going to come back to that second half of that question. Next, I'm going to jump to Sumit from Bakar Max. Sumit, are you on? I can't see
Yes.
You. Okay. So yeah,
look for the ugly person.
Oh yeah, found you.
Yeah.
That's not what your Insta story said yesterday. I was looking out for the handsome guy that was posted on Insta.
You know, that actual photo had me taking a jockey ka kacha and holding it. These people smartly cropped that out. They just had my face then eventually.
Okay.
You were literally a video jockey there.
No, right. But Sumit, welcome. Yeah. And I know you, like everyone else on this panel, you've been at the forefront of the new wave, if we were to put it that way. since I think almost way back to 2009, 10, and you've been
11.
11. I mean, I thought it was production ke liye ek saal aur piche. So let's put it that way. But yeah, since 2011, and it's been a while. So, and you've done a very diverse lot. So I want to hear more about the work you've done, how you've actually gone from graphic novels all the way to Bakar Max now. So over to you.
So basically, see, first thing that happened for me was when my first graphic novel was published, Itch You Can't Scratch. And that's when I knew that, print is more or less dead. Because to be honest, it's very difficult to publish books. And we were around for Ram's session also. And like Ram was saying, there is no distribution network, right? So to make a decent buck of comic books and graphic novels is a very difficult thing to do. So when I did this first one, the book, uske distribution mein, like I had to go and beg distributors and and they would take these enormous chunks out of distribution. That's when I sort of realized that, webcomics are far more accessible, because there's no point to a very good idea if you can't make it reach people, right? So then eventually, when after my first graphic novel, the very next work, long form that I did was Kashmir Ki Kahani, which I did with News Laundry. And that was a webcomic first. Okay. So it was a long form story. It took me 1.5 years to make, right? It was political history of the Kashmir conflict. But point is, it was a webcomic first. And actually, it's so long that since then we have been planning to bring it out as a book, par wo kabhi hua nahi. But the very next thing that worked out in that experiment was Amar Badi, Tomar Badi, Naxal Badi, which was again a webcomic first. And then we basically kept developing it. And, after it performed as a webcomic, we put it out in print and it worked. So basically the strategy there was that pehle you bring out the webcomic, people are familiar with it, and distribution for a webcomic is fairly easy. It's literally called tagging people, right? It's tagging and sharing. So you don't have to go and beg with distributors ke mere book ko store mein rakh lo, ye kar lo, wo kar lo. You have to do none of those. And uske baad se generally I've been following that principle that I do everything webcomic digital first, and for that vertical scroll, and then I go to, if it works out, if it already proves itself as a webcomic, then I spend money into printing it as a book, selling it as a book, and that's then eventually what Bakar Max was built into. Other than that, honestly, for money, I do comics unconditionally, right? So I think most of my money comes from freelance assignments, but I make a rule to limit that. So that's limited to only 50% of my time, and now everybody who's at Bakar Max, our time is cut off at 50%. So as soon as we hit that marker, we block it off, and rest of our time we are making our own comics, animated shorts, all of those silly things that we want to make.
Okay,
so that takes great. The load off the original content.
Okay, and I'm going to jump back to that point sometime later. Now, let me quickly go over to Karanveer. Karanveer, again, was at the forefront of the new wave of comic books, with Vimanika Comics. So, Karan, are you there? I really want to hear about you, how you got started off and how you sort of were part of kicking off this new wave. So, over to you, Karan.
Hi, Anirudh. Thank you for that question. When we started off practically, there was, I would say, nothing much. The only inspiration we had was Amar Chitra Katha, and I was really inspired by ACK. And Virgin Comics is the time when Virgin Comics had just started out with Richard Branson plugging his funds in with Sharad Devarajan and Mr. Chopra. So, but what I saw was there was a lot of vacuum in terms of new age kind of storytelling, in terms of in regards to artworks which are globally appealing. Like you have the European style of storytelling, or the graphics in the comics that they have, and then the American style and the Japanese. And you have manga and anime and these guys have had massive markets internationally, but in India, even though we had a lot of population, which we do have today also, the comic fans which were there in thousands, lakhs, maybe even more, 20, 30 years ago or 40 years ago, that kind of juggernaut was not visible when I started in 2008. So we wanted to do something which was different, and we thought that let's do it, but there was no market also, and distributors were not supportive. And like Sumit was saying, you had to beg, and I don't know about borrow and steal, but begging was there for sure. And I had to beg. I remember one of the distributors, one of the biggest distributors in Bombay, was sitting with the CEO, and he was saying, "What is different between you and Mr. Chopra's Virgin Comics that I started? It's the same what you're doing, and yours is even worse looking." So I said, "Yeah, my artworks is not good at all. I know that it's a start, but it's a start. You give us a chance, we will do very good business. We've got good partners, good team. We will promote, market." But all that was just, over the top script that was there. And the CEO, I still remember, he was very aged. He looked at me and he said, "Karan, the only reason why I'm allowing this is because you've got passion, the way you're saying, you're very enthusiastic. So let's just try and see how it goes." When we did, and we got a very good response, but minusing the sales, we didn't have very good sales initially. And we thought we knew the market. We did market research, and I thought I was very smart. I'll put my face in the news and press and have all these celebrities come and launch it with me, and business will run like massive, But I made a huge mistake, and I made losses, massive losses. I was in massive debts after that. And I bled like nothing, like in fact, more than what at the speed, the rate of Flipkart is bleeding. Any of these big companies are bleeding constantly. So I realized, oh God, I am out, and this is not my thing. But when I saw that people needed something, especially people like Jatin Verma came along in 2011 and said that, we want to do this Comic Con. And before that, Mr. Dheeraj Verma also came on the scene, and he said, "You should go to San Diego Comic Con and Philadelphia. It's very good." So we went there, we saw it, we exhibited also. And then when I saw the potential there, I said, "Oh God, India is बहुत मिस कर रहा है, कुछ पता नहीं है, और सबको लगता है कि सबको पता है, पर किसी को कुछ नहीं पता, अभी भी नहीं पता ज्यादातर." So जब 2011 में Jatin Verma came and he said, "I have got this blueprint," he put it on the table. I said, "This man at least knows what he's talking about, and we should support. If we don't support, I asked, you must be having a lot of publishers supporting you." He says, "No one has come till now. Not even one person is taking a stall also." I said, "अरे बाप रे बाप, ये तो सब लोग बातें करते हैं, करने का टाइम में सब पतली गली." So I said, "चलो अभी ये जो भी मेरे पास है वो ले लो और स्टार्ट करो, जितना भी थोड़ा बहुत मैं हेल्प कर सकता हूँ." And I did my bit, and it was, you can see what happened after that. It became history, and now Jatin Verma doesn't need to look back at all. So he's done a great job. And Animation Express also, I remember, have been supporting us since the time we started. They've been there. They are, like I would say, the twin brothers of the Comic Cons online. They are the online juggernaut and kings in what they're doing. And of course, people like Abhijit Gini and Sumit and all these guys after 5-10 years will be legends in what they're doing. And no, I'm not buttering anyone on
No, but absolutely
the fact is this. The fact is this, that these guys also have contributed so much in this, and of course Chariot Comics, Aniruddha, and ACK will always be my love. It's one of the best things that happened, and I really look up to Mr. Pai and his way of storytelling. But I said that if the graphics could be a little bit better, so then we were compared as Anmit Chitrakatha on steroids. That's what we were called, basically. So abs and chest and all that.
Yes, and all that,
So we added that, and luckily Shiva did well, and Karan people liked. So I'm grateful for that.
I know. And then I think you guys were important in sort of kicking off that the mass wave which sort of took off with Comic Con. And I think you were mentioning, right? You guys were one of the first few sponsors for the 2011 Comic Con, if I'm not mistaken, right? With the official, official sponsors for that. Thank you so much, Karan, for that insight and for that, historical note. And now on that note, let me jump to Sanjana, who comes from ACK, our old favorite for, I think, this generation and the next. And so, Sanjana, you come in with a lot of baggage to this conversation.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah. So my journey has been a bit different because like everyone else, I haven't really, this was my first job out of college. I went and I got this interview with Amar Chitrakatha. My parents couldn't believe I was interviewing with Amar Chitrakatha. I had grown up reading Tinkle, and I joined them as junior writer way back in 2008. And this has been my only job after that because it's been so much fun. And I've done a whole lot of things. And I finally wrote a comic in 2011. That was my first comic script. And I have learned a lot on the job. I think with comics writing, what happens is that you end up learning a lot on the job because there's nobody teaching you comic book writing. There's nobody, it's just something that you either have a flair of, or you end up doing and fixing. Like my first script went through 9 iterations before Reena, who's our editor, said great job. But I think with me, my journey with ACK has been like, over the years, as I've been more involved in the editorial, it's been more to Uncle Pai had already done so much. But again, India in general is full of so many stories to tell. And we've also not touched upon a lot. And as the times have changed, we have to realize that Amar Chitrakatha started way back in 67. So those writers and illustrators were writing in a very different time. And we are writing now, continuing to have comics come out every month. We have something come out and we have new content that we are doing. And we are making a very conscious choice and conscious decision to change the way we tell stories a little bit. 2 years back, there was a comic that released called Shakti, which was stories of goddesses, and we did, and the cover had this goddess who was colored, who was dark skinned, and she was gorgeous, and it just stuff like that. And we have comics like Women Pathbreakers, which is the first women stories of the first doctor, Anandi Bai Joshi, Janaki Amal, those kind of stories, which is still stories from history of Amar Chitrakatha, stories from India, but stories that haven't been told yet and deserve to be told. So I feel like in that sense that in the last couple of years that being part of that editorial process and to find those stories and to add to what Uncle Pai started and continue doing that is what my journey, that's essentially what it has been. So like everybody is saying, it you get a lot of from freelance work, which you do tend to add to whatever you're doing every day. But I think I've been lucky in the sense that I've had this steady job, which I've in the comics industry. And that's essentially been ACK for me.
Thank you, Sanjana. Thank you for that. Now I will, according to that promo, now jump to Somin. Somin, are you there? Somin, unmute.
I think Somin is trying to reconnect, but his audio is not working.
So then let me quickly jump to Charvak and then come back to Somin after that. So Charvak, over to you. You've done a lot of both, international and national level work. So and some fantastic work. So I want to hear from you. How is it like to be an independent artist here and sustaining this entire thing, right? I mean, over to you.
Yeah. So I started as a political cartoonist in Times of India branch in Kolkata. And I want to do everything like editorial cartoon and graphic novel, comics, and story illustration. So I do all of things. I made some posters like Indian aliens and all the other things. They have an impression of Bangla culture. I'm coming from Kolkata, so I want to channel my regional culture into my artwork. So that's why I made the poster, and Indian aliens got a bit popular. So I decided to mix Indian aliens as a comics. So I made some two two books of the series, and I did some story illustrations a bit. Yeah. So basic motto of my works is to channel my regional culture into comics and illustration and everything. Yeah, that's why I do Comic Con in abroad. I've been London Comic Con and Chicago Comic Con. So to promote my Bengali culture into to the world. Yeah, that's it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, I'm still looking for Somin. Is he back? No, maybe not. So, okay, now, till the time Somin comes back, and I'll pull him into the other questions. Now, the reason I wanted to do this is to actually get the questions out of you guys. So let's take the first one, which I had in mind is, let's talk about distribution. Why are they the great evil in our industry? So, anyone who, I mean, Kini and then Karan, do you guys want to take that? Kini first, and then I'll go to Karan.
So with me, what has happened is, I had my fanboy moment when I started drawing for Tinkle, the comic that I loved reading and grew up reading. And I had a chance to meet the great Uncle Pai when I was in class 8 to show him my sketches. And he told me to come back after, I'm done with college and all that. And that happened. And the good part for me is my work reached out to people through Tinkle. And I'm very, very happy that I could do that. But when it comes to independent work, that was one of the first issues I had where I approached distributors as well. I completely agree with a few conversations here as to how those conversations went. Ki, Arey, black and white comic, adult, those touch. That
Exactly.
all these conversations just kind of played on. But the good part was, again, we had events like Comic Cons happening, and that was, I think, godsend to independent creators like us, where we knew that there's an audience which is going to walk in. So I actually had the best of both worlds, where I could reach out to my younger audience and the audience I really connected to a lot, through Tinkle and Amar Chitrakatha. And by the way, Amar Chitrakatha, I had my first ACK story now. Few months. I was so happy about it.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
ACK.
like for your actual written story.
ACK. No. ACK public. Ran one of my illustrated stories. Otherwise, I've been with Tinkle since 2004 that I've been drawing for Tinkle. So anyway, I mean, I could reach out to that through them. So my whole idea is let people see work, and through that I could learn, how stories can be made, written, how do you connect better with readers, because with so many interactions that have happened over the years, you kind of pick up, the small nuances. That is when I decided to go into independent publishing for my indie series, because these are more so adult, and that's why a lot of even bookshops are not comfortable keeping it, because they were like, it's comics, so we're going to keep it in the children's section, but how is it going to move? I'm like, this is probably not for kids. I mean, then they're like, okay, but then it's independent, you don't have a publisher. So these were the issues I always had. So which is where you have live events wherein you could reach out, like Karan said, we could reach out and we could talk. In fact, I and Karan were part of Vivekananda College panel. Yeah, these were the conversations we had there as well with the students, wherein they asked, where do you get the indie stuff? We said, come to events or drop us a line directly, visit our websites. And that is where I think the internet aspect of it all, e-commerce bolo ya fir web comics, although I'm not too much into web comics as a creator, but I love consuming them. But I think events and the internet has really helped people like me.
Right. Okay. So, and this is something I've also faced, that in terms of getting distribution, getting that reach beyond the events is always difficult in this market, right? And Karan, I'm going to jump to you on this, and then I really want to bring Sumit in after you. Karan, you were talking about how distributors do not take comic books seriously. So what do you think is the solution there? I mean, like, we have this problem, but how do you think that can be solved?
See, there's over the years, initially first year, second year, I thought I had found the blueprint of solutions, and I have understood this game, and I can teach people also how this works, because I failed a lot of money was lost also. But factually, I think it is a combination, anomalies of many things combined. Like, Chacha Chaudhary example, was distributed through the comic format and published. But then when it started coming on the television,
Right.
it became even more robust and successful. And there was more importance given to it.
Right.
So I believe in India, especially the mindset is of every public year that जो भी टीवी में आ रहा है तो जरूरी होएगा, important
Okay.
कुछ
Okay.
तो है दम इसमें भाई, वो टीवी पे
Okay.
आ. This thought process over the years, even in the 21st century, this thought process will keep prevailing for a long time, especially in places. And so I realized that it's not only just something innovative or something creative. If you have that and you have very good artwork, very good storytelling, but people are not picking it off the rack, it doesn't
Right.
matter. So eventually what I did was I studied the novelists, how they are promoting, how all these guys are becoming successful. What are they doing different that a comic book on the rack is still there? But उसकी जो किताब है वो बिक रही है,
वो बिक रही है,
पर हमारे कॉमिक्स क्यों नहीं बिक रहे? क्या फर्क क्या है? वो लैंडमार्क क्या कर रहा है? वो क्रॉसवर्ड्स क्या कर रहा है? So I used to go there and I used to tell the crosswords. I used to fire the management there, and they used to wonder what is this guy got? He's crazy. I used to go cahoots. I used to say like वो किताबें कॉमिक्स के पीछे क्यों डालते? वो आगे क्यों नहीं डालते? नहीं सर, कोई पढ़ता ही नहीं. मैंने बोला आप आगे डालोगे तो पढ़ेगा.
पढ़ेगा, right?
जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, पर आप दिखा ही नहीं रहे हो तो क्या बिकेगा? तो he used to be quiet and he used to go back in his back room. I used to wonder ये क्या है, ये क्यों रिस्पॉन्ड क्यों नहीं कर रहा? Then later on I realized मैनेजमेंट से ऊपर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से कि भैया पैसा फेंको, पैसा फेंकोगे तो सब देखोगे. आप सामने पैसा डिस्प्ले लाओ, 60,000 रुपीज का सामने डिस्प्ले डाल दो, आपकी कॉमिक्स हम 1 महीने के लिए डाल देते हैं.
Right, right.
This is all about the money only. Then I started finding small distributors who believed in my comic, who liked Vimanika. Maybe they must be very small, but small people, online and offline. They are promoters, they are publishers, are passionate about comics, and they like Vimanika, as you said, maybe one of our titles. So then I started giving it to them. And thankfully, our grace to God, that our name is there a little bit in the market, so that the distributors today pay us upfront and they say, okay, now we'll keep your stuff. Now I don't give on credit. But first we used to give credit for six months.
Right.
And we lost so much of money. And after 6 months, the distributor say that आपकी 50% तो books बिकी नहीं है. मैंने बोला सर पैसे नहीं है, लाले लगे हुए हैं. और उसके बाद में बोलते 6 महीने बाद 50%, तो आपका कितना? नहीं, आपकी तो आप वापस ले लो. तो किताबें वापस दे देते. And you know it, there used to be damaged books. 60% from there used to be damaged. What will you do? Will you go to the distributor's office from Bombay to Delhi to, oh bhaiya, this is 60% damage, give me that money back? So so much of unsupportive, because I think they're the old crop of people who used to, so to say, ACK, Raj Comics, that, and they saw these comics and say, kya ye feel nahi aa raha hai, you know. So they took some time. So I think it is the overall time of the team, the Comic-Con, many publishers coming on board, the unity, the teamwork, and pushing it through over the years, that has now started to change. This is
that's a great insight. And now I'm going to jump to Sumit. And Sumit, you brought something up which is called, for distribution you use digital, right? And that helped. Now, since you have a unique perspective over here, I'm correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of webcomics in the entire lot, distribution is one thing. Where do you get the money on webcomics? A, and is the money only going to come, like you said, once it's popular, distributed, and then on to print? So could you let me know, I mean, where's the money when you distribute widely on digital?
So one is, when you're distributing on digital, the first thing is the money is never direct. The money is always indirect. Right.
Okay.
Because if you're expecting that today you'll put up a subscriber page, and immediately you're going to make money, that's not going to happen. So the money always flows in indirectly. Right. Now the thing is, over time, because I insist on making comics a lot. So we insist on making a comic almost every week. And we insist on doing something, something long form every 1 month. So our storytelling has improved so much. Our artwork, drawing, all of these have improved so much that we get a lot of commercial work. And when we do that commercial work, compared to someone who's only doing commercial work, ours is way sharper. So we keep getting people back. And then obviously there are, when we take our comic books to Comic-Con, vagera, we have a captive audience.
Yeah,
online dekha hua hai. So it's far easier to sell. You don't have to convince them a lot. And besides that, then you slowly getting, dedicated contributors in terms of, people who like the comic so much, they want to pay for its development.
Okay.
Right. There are people for 2 or 3 of our titles who pay us money so that we make the next chapter.
मेरे से मिलवा दो यार.
And that's the point of web comic ना, कि उसने देखा, उसे पसंद आया, they reached out. उसके बाद I think साथ में I think also another benefit of publishing lot of people together is they bring traffic to each other.
Yes. Right.
So there are a lot of people who bring, एक का comic publish हुआ, they also, so it keeps becoming, supportive to each other.
Right.
And I think that's mostly it. Like webcomic, the money you make on webcomics is indirectly. About as for, the points of distributor, the point of, books. The thing is, if we are calling distributors old school, the point is lingering to the idea of print is also, certainly is old school now. You have to separate print media from the idea of a book. What is the idea of a book is a long form story.
Okay.
Whichever place that gets done.
Okay.
But to connect that to print and the whole business of print is delusional. Na? Then you're also living in a delusion. There's a thing which is, it's not selling, right? Those bookstores are not going to say, for your passion, let me kill my business and sell what people might or might not buy.
Right. So Durjay Datta always wins over Sumit Kumar. So yeah.
So that's okay. The point is for you to make your stuff, and if people like it, it'll sell. That's not a problem. Your thing should be, how do I make it reach out to them and believe in the idea of a book, not in the delusion of a book.
Understood. So now I want to jump, while we are on this topic, to Sanjana. And Sanjana, you are one person who actually has, ACK has been around, has that distribution network. So I want to get your perspective of how are you looking to evolve? I know you said there's a lot of new stories you're bringing in, and not necessarily mythology, but more history, more contemporary stuff. So do you get feedback from the distributors? How does it work? How's it going? Want to get your ACK.
Yeah. So actually, I'm adding a little bit to what Karan said, that what happens is that bookstores tend to, because they have to make their money as well, so they tend to put what sells in front. So it is actually something that for us, it becomes a question that we get asked often is, are you still making new stuff? There's a whole, and we have been making new stuff since for about 10 years now plus. And when it happens to be the same thing. So there are some bestsellers like the Ramayana, which we did, which gets picked up in general, gets picked up very easily. But it is always these newer titles which don't get put up front, even though we have a wider distribution network, is that we are forever trying to say that, have you read all our new stuff? Have you seen all our new stuff? Have you, so that battle still continues, and we are trying to fix that one by talking more. Another thing I think that the last year has helped is that a lot of the digital space has opened up. I think people have been a lot more receptive to consuming content online, even with regard to our app. So we have a Amar Chitakatha Reader app, and we've seen a phenomenal growth over the year for people actually subscribing and month on month and buying comics on an online platform because of the way the year has been. So I think it has just opened up a little bit more of a possibility for us to see that as a very viable network to put more content out there. Because what we've done in the last year print stopped for a lot of publishers for a while, and it happened for us as well. But we didn't stop making content. There was still stuff going up on the app, and through the app we have managed to have, like for example, we released a Mahadev series, which originally our plan was to do one print comic. We shifted during the lockdown and said, let's do it in a series. We did it in a series, and it's been read over 1.7 lakh times across Kindle and our app. So there is potential there in terms of how things are changing a little bit. So I feel like there is
the pandemic has shifted the models and the gears a little bit. So now I am going to pull in Somin, because he's back now. Somin, like I can see it's all bright and sunny where you are. So quick question to you, and while we're still sort of on this topic, I know you do a lot more work beyond just comic books, right? And I'm assuming that is important for you to sustain, make what Ram was talking about, a living, not, I wouldn't say minimum wage, but a living, right? So how important is that? And Sumit also spoke about how he keeps his freelance work 50%. So I want to get your perspective in, because I know you're doing stuff for movies, you're doing stuff for brands, and then you're actually doing comic book work as well. So over to you.
So I'm really sorry. First of all, I could not join earlier. So if I have to answer your question, no, Ani, then I started out as an illustrator, available like a mercenary kind of a thing for available jobs. So that was my foray into work, and comics has always been my passion. And what I've realized over years is that internationally, are comic book artists able to sustain themselves or are happy financially making only comics? And the answer is absolutely no, because in the medium essentially originated and started out in West, and none of these artists are actually like at least 30% of the top of the line, like Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, all these guys will be sustaining themselves by just making comics. But 70% of the artists are not, they are like complaining it to be not even closer to minimum wage, right? So to expect in India that we can kind of only survive on making comics is a very wishful thinking, because somehow the numbers will not work. जहाँ पे ये medium बना है वहीं पे लोग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो आप यहाँ पे कैसे करोगे? Second thing is that our pop culture and our consumption of stories is at a different level altogether. You know, like mythology is something which gets consumed hugely in all sorts of medias. You know, like there are multiple TV shows about the same gods and still they are watched. You know, so basically what I think is that if I have to offer any perspective, then if I have to tell about myself, then I do comics for my passion and not for money, you know. And I look at it purely in terms of like quarter. I divide my year in like quarters, and if I have to spend 3 quarters making money, then 1 quarter I can devote to just making comics and be happy with it, because it's a passion thing and not like.
Yeah, so you need to hit that balance to keep your passion.
I have to balance it. I have to. My outgoing, because see, I am hitting 40 and I have to collect also my retirement fund. No, and these are serious things, because sometimes artists are not bothered about money. You know, we keep working for passion, and what you realize is that by the end of our lives, we end up being poor. I don't want to end up being poor. So.
Yeah, and you don't even have the chance.
And I'm Gujju, so money is always there in front of me.
So yeah, I mean, and you're past that marry someone rich wala age. So I mean, that's why I'm still single. So you know.
No, it's not my thing. I have been marrying someone rich is a great kind of a thing, but I'm saying ultimately you have to get your finances in place also, you know. And I can kind of keep making comics also for passion. But I don't know if that will work, you know, because see, ultimately any top of the line like Karan has been publishing, Sumit has been publishing since so many years, Abhi has been publishing. I'm saying collectively, what is the number of books we have sold? It might be in some few thousands, maybe, you know, not even like crossing 5 figures, you know. So I'm saying कि वो थोड़ा wishful thinking हो जाता है कि comics बना के जीना है तो वो सब
So I mean, I know it's very depressing advice for the
it is
audience.
not depressing. It is very realistic. In fact, it helps you align yourself properly. You know,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
look
what
at
I
it
was
as
coming to.
depressing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't look at it as depressing, because once you channelize your brain ke ye aisa hai, then you can figure out your behavior, you know, because then I can spend 60% of my day doing my commercial work, and 40% of my day I can reserve for my comics, and then I can really channel myself for a very longer kind of a haul, you know. But if I keep expecting कि मैं comic करके ही बहुत पैसा कमा लूंगा and nobody is kind of getting what I'm trying to do and stuff like that, so you will end up being bitter, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, let's be honest about it. Even Raj Comics or Diamond Comics, for that matter, don't have the volumes they had in 90s. So it's not as if, you know, those guys are doing the same thing and they're surviving as well.
And let's look at realistically that audience has shifted, you know. Audience is looking somewhere else. You are trying to do like physical books and stuff like that. Audience is consuming Netflix. The day one movie releases on Netflix, people hog onto it, you know. And so basically agar trends change ho raha hai, and if you are not evolving, like I like what Sumit said about digital distribution, that books are obviously becoming obsolete, like in whether you like it or no, in next 10 years kids are not going to be looking at physical books, you know. Of course 20% kids will be looking at it, but also one thing that what Sumit said was really key is that when you are distributing your books digitally, there is no middleman. So what is happening is essentially 100% of the profit comes back to you. You know, if I sell it through a physical bookshop, they are asking for 45% or 50% in some cases.
50%,
you know,
so it goes up to 50.
So that maths also has to work. And on top of that, अगर evolution के chain में अगर evolve नहीं होंगे हम, तो फिर यानी you know how evolution works.
Yeah. So now quickly, now I'm gonna come
one more thing I wanted to ask.
Go.
One more thing I wanted to ask about that Shiva series. She told that it was read X number of times. Was it each view was a paid view or what?
Yeah, so this is across yes also across 5 parts and also across Kindle and, you know, all online channels, all online.
She's not got the question. She's not got the question, huh, Sanjana?
No, but that's how it is.
That's why I didn't bring him in early, you know. That's why.
No, and as a see what happens now, as a company, when company will receive that kind of a data that it is being read online voraciously, then what happens is that course correction becomes easier for a company, because then seniority can decide, okay, यहाँ पे अगर हम लोग अपना efforts channelize करेंगे तो शायद physical distribution. But sometimes, you know, when individuals and indie artists, when we look at books, no, अब एक emotional attachment होता है कि मुझे books ही बनाना है, whereas, you know, ACK will have a much more kind of a swifter shift towards digital than individuals like us, you know.
Like us. So now, which brings me to what Charbak, and I've been meaning to ask him this. He is focused and he's on a mission to put regional Bengali work out there, right? And now I have a two-pronged question. How big is that market? And you know, I can open it up to everyone else for other languages as well. So Charbak, how big is that market? And what is the response you've seen? And what's the volume you anticipate when you, let's say, go to even a Chicago Comic Con for that matter?
Yeah. Actually, I grew up reading Batul the Great, Hada Boda, and Nonte Fonte, all these regional comics, all these Bangla comics.
I'm also Bengali.
Okay. So I tried to incorporate all these things into my comics, and what I saw in the West, they are more crazy about their own stuff, like DC and Marvel stuff. And I also visited Malaysia Comic Con. They are more keen on of manga stuff. So the most vibrant market I found in Delhi, Mumbai, and all these cities, all these Comic Cons. Yeah.
Okay, so and that market size, is it? And you may have the answer or you may not, but it's just a question I wanted to throw out there. Let's say for something like a Bengali comic, is the market still as big as it used to be when we were young? Let's say that time, or has it shrink down, or is it on?
Yeah,
a growth
obviously it has shrunk down, and
Okay.
and it has been even translated to English. I saw the English translation, but it does not have the market
Yeah.
like it
right?
used to have in the 70s or 80s. Yeah.
Okay, but are you seeing a lot more digital pivoting there as well?
Yeah,
digital
obviously.
push there?
We should move on with the time, I think. So
Okay.
we should jump into digital. It's good, also good for the planet. No.
Yeah.
The more
That's
we
one more
print,
point, yeah.
the more we print, the more we cut trees.
Right.
So yeah, and
okay.
one more thing.
Uh-huh.
The problem with Indian comics, that's why it's lagging behind. I think the reason is we are trying to be DC and Marvel. So we should have our own stuff, like not Superman, not superhero. India doesn't need a superhero. I think it should have own stuff. So yeah, and we are trying to be more filmy. I think this country is all about film and cricket and politics, right? So
right.
So we are trying to more to be filmy. Comics tend to have the second fiddle to films, so it should be an old charm, own charm of its own. Like we have animation of Tintin, it doesn't have the same charm as the printed comics, right? Or we have Tom and Jerry animation, it doesn't have the same charm as Tom and Jerry comics, right? So
right.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So now, and we are almost like I think we have 10 minutes in, and then I really want to take 2 audience questions. So rapid fire now. Kini, tell me about merch and how that helps you sustain. So rapid fire.
Diversification, like I said, and like we all have agreed, it's not just one thing we can focus on as artists and creators. We have to diversify and make sure our talent or whatever we bring to the table can be branched out into multiple things where we reach out to multiple audiences, therefore making it commercially viable as well. I'm not a huge brand or anything that I can say, "Arey, maine itna paisa bana hai." Aisa nahi hai. But because of diversification in tough times like what we are in right now, something like workshops comes into picture. Something like education comes into picture.
Right.
Something like collectibles, like corporates. We do a lot of corporate based artworks and merchandise, custom animations comes into the picture. So I think diversification is a key here for me, at least.
Okay. Great. So, and Karan, over to you on this, because you also tried diversifying from beyond comics as well. I mean, you went into art and all of those things, like, actual art exhibitions. So how did that work? Did that help you sustain?
We did a lot of stuff. It was very exploratory and a lot of experiments, trial and error. And it was mostly things that came our way, like we got into statue making, we got into action figures,
right?
Then arts. Then, Vimanika Studios took a lot of client work. So that's the money spinner for us. And that's what's helped us, comics business was like just the core, but it was not profit making. Like Somin says, nothing to do with money actually.
Right, right.
And,
more passion.
it was a brand imaging. It was a PR exercise. Maybe if you talk of it as a commercial use, then it's like a PR exercise. And literature does get a lot of PR. And the major work was the art business, the paintings that we sort of converted it, because most of our artworks was concept arts that we had done and archived a lot with our artists. So I said अभी वो use करने का, क्योंकि बहुत पैसा दिया आर्टिस्ट को भी, अगर आर्टिस्ट ने कमाया नहीं, आर्टिस्ट को पैसा भी मैंने बहुत दिया. So in my factor, when I gave a lot of money, I said, चलो तो जो digital artwork किया हुआ है मेरे पास कंप्यूटर में पड़ा हुआ है सिस्टम में,
so use that
artwork को use करो concept art में and digital art में, digital painting के तौर में. तो ये सब digital painting and digital coloring, people didn't know much about it. So I said, चलो ठीक है, let's just make people aware and just if we can make money which can go back in Vimanika, that is a good thing. Then I have speaking
engagements and workshops and all of that.
Yes, I have done Stephen Covey, I have done the trainer program, program and motivational speaking. इतना पैसा वहाँ डाला हुआ है, इसको भी use करो. I did that, training, and I take up trainings, in colleges and in universities. And then luckily I was very lucky and grateful, at this time, to be called for the TEDx also. That was thanks to one of our writers, Mr. Shashank Avaru. He recommended further, and I was grateful enough to get into it. But the fact is this, that it was
the support of the team, the people, and like Sumit himself said, it's a digital world. So now everything has to be sold digitally. And if you have a good content now, actually good content can be a good winner. If you have a good content and you create your source code, that is your people, your fans, and that base keeps growing, then automatically your business will also grow in the future. But it is like an investment.
Investment.
And 5-10 years down the line, you look at it, you can be very big in it. So I think it was many other things that we went to survive. Like Soman says, is 3 quarters and 1 quarter is this. So 3 quarters you have to look at आप बाहर से पैसा कैसे लोग समझते हैं कि इसके पास अमीर बाप है, बहुत पैसा है, तो ये बड़ा, ये तो सेट है बंदा, वो सब हियर से और रूमर्स है। और सबसे मेरे लाइफ का वही आयरनी है कि मेरे पास जूते थे पर लेसेस नहीं थे, मर्सिडीज गाड़ी थी पर पेट्रोल नहीं था गाड़ी में, तो धक्का मारते थे वो लोग। धक्का टाइम में नहीं देखते कि धक्का मार रहा है, वो देखते थे मर्सिडीज उसके पास है, कितना लकी है, हमारे पास तो कुछ भी नहीं है। तो वो मर्सिडीज इज नो यूज, वो घर कुछ नहीं, जब पैसा ही नहीं है तो लिक्विड कैश हमारे पास भी नहीं होता था, ठीक है, खाली एसेट्स होते थे और बाहर लोग देखते थे महल है, ये है, अभी होटल है, बट होटल बिजनेस भी रन करना इट्स नॉट अ जोक। So that's why we have streamed into hotel business. We have streamed into that. But मैं अपने बाप के लिए नौकरी करता हूँ. I am a CEO, but he pays me 50,000-60,000 rupees every month. I am telling you my salary also on public. I get paid every month.
But you make a very important
point. I tell my father, I said, you pay me every month, and if I don't perform, don't pay me. I'm very simple. But the fact is, people don't. I realize that they think ये बिगड़ा बेटा है, बड़े बाप का अमीर है, पैसा है, इसकी तो लाइफ बनी, हम जैसे लोग फंस जाते।
Right. No, but you make a very important point here that most of us have actually had to diversify. And I really want to quickly bring in Sumit here. Sumit, you do a lot of satire stuff, right? I mean, your work is a little, I would say, provocative, if I politely put, but you do manage to pick up some branded work as well, right? I mean, how do you manage to do that? So branded content is what I want to talk about, and how, because for me personally, that's been a lifesaver. We actually pivoted to doing a lot of content for brands, and that kept our comics going. So I want to hear from you on that.
So branded content, and basically see, वो sense of humor, Mad Magazine वाला और psychotic, absurd चीजें करना, वो अपना sense of humor है, and we want to keep working on that. How that works is basically brands को खुद के channel पे कुछ गंद नहीं करना. But when they see someone else doing top quality gand, that sort of gets their attention. They're like, this person has some sense of humor.
Of quality gand.
हाँ, quality gand. और अगर 2 level tone down करके ये हमारे लिए कर सकते हैं तो very well.
Okay.
Right? So that's how this happens. This shock and awe sort of gets their attention.
Okay.
And then they give us the work, but at the same time, why it's not, everybody is not able to digest humor and satire.
Exactly.
Actually, we had a episode with ACK some months back where we did a spoof of Supandi, where Supandi, is sort of the whole act of him being an innocent servant is just an act for him to murder people and take money. And Supandi ACK sent us a legal notice.
Sanjana's gonna hide now. I mean, she's switching off video going off.
ACK sent us a legal notice and threatened us with a lot of things, and we had to take the comic down. So the thing is, when you're doing that kind of humor, it's everybody laughs unless it's on them.
Yeah.
And then people don't laugh. They're not laughing, and then it takes a lot of effort to laugh. So वो कर रहे हम, and we keep doing that. How we manage that is we are taking pressure off the comics.
Okay.
The thing is, I keep hearing this term bar bar na, what is the problem with Indian comics? What's the problem with Indian? There is no problem with Indian comics. Actually, to even think कि सिर्फ India में हो रहा है, ये problem नहीं है.
It's not. And
if you go to
that's
two
what Soman
countries,
said.
Yeah, if you go to 2 countries, Greece and Turkey. So Turkey is, you'll be surprised, it's very uniquely placed like Japan. 4% of Turkey's mass media is comics. So they have 2 weekly comic newspapers. And right next to them is Greece, which has no comics industry at all. Right. So the world is not US, UK, and France, Belgium, right? The world is bigger. There is Tajikistan, there is Kazakhstan, there are a lot of countries. This is a minority success rate we are looking at.
Right.
So point is that branded content, it works out. Basically, brands just don't want, anything to, the thing is to just keep making comics regularly. That's it. You just
Absolutely.
have to set in that schedule. You have to sit down every day, get up, make a good comic, put your heart and soul into it, make a nice story, and work on your craft. Like improve it, and take that load of comics. Like
Right.
ठीक है, like Somin also said, right? Comics ऐसा नहीं है वो इतना बिकता है नहीं बिकता है, but
the volumes aren't there. Yeah.
but if you want to keep in that circle, right?
Do
लूप
everything
की
else
मतलब
around.
पहले ऑडियंस आएगा तो मैं बनाऊंगा, ऑडियंस आएगा तो वो सॉल्व नहीं होने
It's
वाला.
never gonna work.
So
Yeah.
there's this book by रामधारी सिंह दिनकर called रश्मि रथी.
Yeesh.
तो उसमें ना एक लाइन है वो बहुत सही है, जहां कहीं है दुनिया में उजियारा वहां कहीं कोई है अंतिम मोल चुकाने वाला.
Okay. On that note, profound, and typically you. So on that note, I'm going to switch to Sanjana for the last question of this before I would take some audience questions. So Sanjana, of all of us, I think ACK has had that multimedia experience. I mean, you've been doing a lot more things for a lot longer time. So could you tell us what, I mean, how that's helped you sustain? How's the merch working? Because I've seen recently you forayed into soft toys and things like that, right? So how's that helped out for you? Does it work out better? Is it helping the comics like we all independent guys are saying? And so, yeah.
So, like Abhijit said, diversifying and trying out every possible thing. Like everybody individually does it. At a company level, we have done it as well. Like he said, workshops, or even like merchandise. Merch works a lot through events spaces, like when we do a Comic-Con or when we are part of that. But otherwise, at the end of the day, it's what else can you do with all this content, and how much more can you, how many different ways can you put it out there? Because it is a treasure trove for us. It's a lot of it's 400 plus titles that have been done, and which we are continuing to do. So it's just it's the fact that we have to also sit down and say, let's diversify. What else should we do? We changed our website last year. We did a completely, it became from a shopping portal, it became a more content driven thing. We did something called ACK Learn, which was workshops through the when everybody went down in the pandemic. We did we did stuff with Abhijit as well, and like collaborations with brands as well, those kind of things, commissioned projects. Those are the kind of things that one has to continue doing, because while everybody at a smaller level is doing it, to sustain the entire to sustain a company at a company level is also pretty much the similar problems at a larger scale probably. So which is why to keep thinking on our feet and to be able to adapt, because we've in the last year adapted so many times and changed our plan so many times and said, but we thought we were going to do it this way. We said, but what, nothing is written in stone. Nothing is. The last year has taught us that we can possibly explore anything and try our hand at anything. We've done online launches through the year, and I feel like people like heads of departments have put on puppet shows for online YouTube thing to connect with our audience, and we've said no to nothing. And we've reached a much wider audience. We did an Amar Chitrakatha quiz, family quiz during the lockdown, which was 5 episodes long, and we had an immense viewership for it. People from Assam were participating. We had 3 finalists from Assam itself. We had people from like it was just the way. I think just to think on your feet and say, don't say no to anything. Don't say no to anything. Say
agile, adapt, learn, thrive.
And reach it also helped us reach a lot of like an international audience. We had people from quite a lot of places attending our workshops or our sessions, and even signing up on our digital platforms. So it was just that
a lot of learning
to adapt.
So you know, and this has been a fantastic discussion. And before I jump in, there's some interesting questions as well over here, and quote unquote interesting. But you know, thank you to all of you for giving your perspective in. And I mean, if I had to sum this discussion up, it is basically not just about the art of storytelling or thriving in this industry. It's not just about making comic books, but doing everything else so that comic books remains at the core of your passion, and you get to keep doing that. then it is about adapting. I mean, changing with the times, right? And then, just making sure there is money, because, and this is something I personally faced as well. Like, look, how long could I burn my own money, keeping a job and doing all of these things while, money is going down the drain. The point is, you need to make that operational and try whatever you need to, whether it's merchandising, workshops, etc., etc. So, and I think that's the takeaway we can take, that sure, we need a good distribution system, but we, as publishers, independent artists, etc., but there's a lot more going around behind the scenes, and that's not just here, that's everywhere else as well, right? Now we're going to have rapid fire-ish audience questions. The most fun one I saw is, what is the scope of adult comics in India? Something similar to Savita Bhabi. This is open, whoever wants to take it.
I want to take it.
Go for it.
See, there is ultimate scope. The very fact that Savita Bhabi came and basically showed everyone that there was a need for that kind of a product, and it became huge to the level where Indian government had to ban it. Now, Savita Bhabi talks to the audience in a certain way and talks about the stories in a certain way. But since I have also tackled erotica, I know for sure that there is a huge scope for erotica in India, because sex is something the entire India loves. Our population definitely shows that. So
and denies it also. Denies their
no,
love.
no. So, but we love it. We love it. Like from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, everyone loves sex, and I think we should respect it in the way how our ancient societies respected it and gave it a proper place in visual arts and in terms of performing arts also. Now, if someone, Savita Bhabi is a very bad example. Art should not be done that way. But what it simply says is that there is a need for this kind of a product, rather than saying taboo or whatever, कि ये नहीं हो सकता है. Look at simply a website called I Am Besharam, which is selling sex toys and basically pleasure toys online, and it's doing exponential business, So my thing is, there is a need in the market. Now, whoever finds a creative and a beautiful way to fulfill that gap is going to make a lot of money, and I'm kind of all game for it. I'm willing to try that, and I've in fact done my Kamotsav thinking that I want to kind of present a very beautiful take on sex and sexuality to the society and see. And I've seen my audience in Comic Con. I've had girls who are ogling at my art, and I've had guys who are basically wanting to talk about it more and stuff like that. So I'm saying it's a part of our conversation, and there is a need. If someone can tackle it in a beautiful way, there'll be a lot of money there.
I want to chime in here, and basically I wrote 3 stories for Savita Bhabi, right? And
wait, I didn't know that. Wait, come again. You did?
I wrote 3 stories for Savita Bhabi.
Officially?
I worked for that guy.
Okay, I thought you were just doing fanfic. Okay, well.
No. Basically, all the people used to take credit as XYZ Blaster because they were ashamed. I took my credit in my name. So
okay,
that's the book I have written has my name there as credit. So point is कि वो वही शर्म वाला जो aspect है ना, वो हटाना पड़ेगा. मतलब comics are not just for children, and they are for grown-ups. And every article you see about comics is pretty typical, right? Comics have grown up.
I would just want to come in once. Ani, there was a book called Menstrupedia or something like that. One NID student, she had created it. It talked about such an important topic, and it was received so well. I'm saying there is need for such kind of products which takes in account the sex and sexuality and basically talks to all age students, and it needs to be done actually. No shame about it.
Sumit, now one more. I'm going to take 2 more audience questions. This one I'm directing to you. What is the right platform to publish webcomics for beginners? Sumit.
So if you go to Instagram, you'll be limited to that square box. So if you're doing, relatable comics, which are short form, 4 panels, 3 panels, that's that. But the thing what Instagram has shown us with their new algorithm is that no platform is dependable, right? So first priority is that one is, if you want to set up your own webcomic, good way to go. But right now it's becoming very difficult to bring traffic to a single solitary page. So best way to do right now, I think, if you are looking at a global audiences, and every platform has its priorities. So if you look at webtoons, vagera, their priority is more manga styled and
right.
that direction. I'm like, we at Bucker Max, we are focused at our Desi creators and the Desi tone of language, and we are trying to see how we can adapt graphic novels to basically larger format. So right now, we did Karejva last year, which was a longer story, and this year we are going to come up with this comic. We're still in conversation, which is about some Indians who went to Africa and who traveled from Johannesburg to Cairo, and their experiences into a 5 to 10 chapter comic book. So if you want to publish your stories, sort of Bucker Max is also a platform.
Okay.
And there
So is someone saying something? Okay, no, never mind. So basically you would say either figure out the right platform which works for you or create your own. Is that one way to sum this up? Yeah. Like, I mean, otherwise own your own platform, right?
No, I am biased. I'll sell Bucker Max. Come to Bucker Max.
Or come to Bucker Max. I mean, yeah, straight up. He's gonna commission your work. Now, last question, and I am throwing it before we wrap this up. And I think no, we are just short of being overboard. Just give me a second. Yeah, I wish to become an illustrator and a comic artist. Can you please guide me on what needs to be done in order to become one? So Kini, you first, and then Charbak, you can go.
I think a good portfolio matters a lot. And today's times, as compared to what we had growing up, there are platforms online. There are various ways that people can show their work, display their work. Of course, Instagram and whatever these platforms do give you much more than ye hamari pari ho rahi hai. Better than that, use it for something constructive, like show your portfolio there. So I think a strong portfolio, be it a writer, be it an artist, is very, very important. And networking, that is the most important thing. So one way or another, you need to be connected to the people you want to get through too. So use the internet. That's a tool we never had, and we just had to depend on phone calls and taking appointments. But here it's so much easier. So I would say that these are points that they can focus on.
Charbak, what about you?
Yeah, I think the best way to develop your skill is to copy from your favorite artists. Like I have been crazy about Tintin, so I used to copy from Arj's work and imitate the line clear drawings from there. So and use the social media as far as you can. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I mean, and there's one last question I can take quickly, and this is and I'm gonna answer it first myself, and then I'm gonna open it up to whoever wants to take it. Hi everyone. To start with, what would you suggest to start a comic book series? Do you want to go series wise or do you go single story wise? My suggestion always has been go single story wise and then see how you can build it up. Anyone else wants to give an answer? Sanjana, Sumit, anyone wants to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to say that what works with the series is that it helps continue to build as you make more, because it adds to your the first one gets read, and then when the second one comes out, a couple of new people read that and the first one. So you start out with a single issue, but it's a series really helps build your audience.
Yeah, and I would like to come in. It's not exactly. If you look at it a commercial sense, it's not exactly conducive. I mean, you come out with series is very intimidating nowadays in the Indian market, what we realize. And we made a lot of losses with this series thing because you have got to keep it up. That's the one.
Commitment. It requires.
You never could keep it up because it's a lot of money, and you're putting in. And I'm talking in perspective of a publisher. I'm not talking in perspective of an artist. So if you just want to create a story and create fans and create something creative, and you feel that your story has a lot of creativity in terms of plot, purpose, and locations, and the 4 P's that you need for a good storytelling.
Right.
Then I think you should go on to a series thing like Sanjana says. But if you're looking at a commercial value and to launch it in the market, I think the one shot
is better, right?
Yeah, unless you can sustain it, don't start a series. Is what.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Unless you can. Sumit, over to you.
I have I think 3 examples there. One is Addams Family.
Mm-hmm.
So Adams Family is a popular story, etc. Right? That was never started as a series. Charles Adams first did those as a single panel cartoons, right, in New Yorker. So
Yeah.
from there, it developed into this thing called Adams Family. Similarly, so you never know how a thing can shift. For example, we did this comic called OTP, and it
Yeah.
worked out so well that we are now adapting it into. If you can see here, there's this show on Rashtrapati Bhavan, basically a satire on the President of India and how his job is useless. So point point is anything can divert to anything. So actually, like Ram also said, it's not science, it's art. So जहाँ develop होता है अपने आप नदी को बहने. And about making money on that also, I think anything can make money. In our business is very subjective. Creative business is never objective.
Never objective. No, absolutely true. So I think on that note, now we are over the timeline. So thank you so much. I mean, it's good to see all of you again and to speak to all of you. And I hope to see all of you in person. Hopefully next year is Salto Lagni Raha hone wala hai. So thank you so much for joining us, giving your perspective, letting the audience know what the tips and tricks are to sustain. And I wish to be that we can actually have this conversation again 15 years from now. So, and we are all rich, successful, and have the pension we need.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much for joining. So, signing off. Yeah.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Abhijit, Sumit, Karan, Sanjana, Somnin, Charbak, and Aniruddha for that very, very lively session. Thank you for sharing your inputs on how to build a story, how to stay relevant as times are changing, and so much more. We will now take a short break. I would like to thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen, for their immense support. We'll take a short break, and all our viewers, make sure you come back. There are a lot of fascinating minds ready to share their viewpoints and waiting for you. Reconnect with the books you grew up with, dive into the digital publishing space, and much more. So I'm going to see all our viewers and everyone else sharp at 2 p.m.
ઘઉંનો લોટ લઈ આવી 5 કિલો પેકેટનો ફોન્ટો ગરમ સ્વામી એનું શું આપા જવાનું સ્કૂલમાં
Excuse me, can I request everyone to go on mute, please? Because
આપી આવીશ ને
Somin, can you go on mute, please? Somin.
સ્વામી આ તમારું ચાલુ જ છે ટીચરે વિડીયો મોકલેલા પણ એમાં અવાજ કેમ નહીં આવે? એમ કે સોમિન કેન યુ મ્યુટ પ્લીઝ એમ કે અંદર.
Somin, can you please mute yourself? We can hear your personal conversations. So Rajiv, कैसे हो?
Yeah, hi. Good. How are you?
दारी भी अभी भी है दारी निकाली नहीं है.
नहीं अभी नहीं.
Hey. Oh, of course, the strong man of the team.
Hi, Rajiv.
Hey,
hi.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to have you, Mitali and Satish.
Where is?
Hello, hi.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait till Himani flags it off.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hey,
Hi, Satish.
Hi, how are you?
Are we all set?
Not yet. But Himani, we are, but is the audience back? Or they're still waiting to come back?
I think we're also waiting for Abhijit to join.
Yeah, Kini Saab. Yeah. So, but Satish is representing him now.
Okay.
Satish,
am I representing Abhijit also?
No, he's one of your iconic partners, right?
We've just started off on this partnership. Just started. It's been about I think a week or so.
शुरुआत तो की थी ना. घबराए तो. हिंदी बोली हिंदी थी ना.
हाँ हिंदी of course.
छुट्टी गाल है तेरी.
Have our audience set already. We'll wait for Abhijit.
Just throw a stone at him. Jiggy, you have a stone, throw it at him.
I'm a rolling stone. Yeah.
How's your new venture going? I believe I see you everywhere with the new venture.
Me? No, that's my brother.
Oh.
Yeah. We are omnipresent. We have many brothers. We are omnipresent. We take over the world with avatars. My brother runs the other one. It's called Go Nuts.
Yeah, Go Nuts. I thought it was you. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Just like Rajiv, we do the same.
No, what are you focusing on? I know, that was a below the belt at Rajiv, but not paying attention.
No, it's not below the belt at all.
Oh, it's above the belt. It's straight in the job.
Unbridled respect. What are we?
What are you busy with? Because
busy with? Oh, because you're saying COVID and life should be ending.
No. I was talking about. I thought that's what I told my team. I thought that was you. You were busy with.
No. But we are always busy. Yeah. Doing the same old. More content, more licensing, more merchandising. The business, of course, during this period of COVID has been, we have 1 year to win back, but we just.
But you've gone digital, right? Or with a lot of it, like
yes, a lot of it. We've been forced to. We've been forced to move digital, which has been the best thing that happened with COVID, and there's much hope in that. Yeah. It's also fraught with some challenges, but we'll speak about that because we are on with the session, or we are having fun.
We're just gassing.
Okay.
No, actually, it is on, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But the session hasn't started because we got to do it formally, and otherwise I'll be getting a kick from my team.
Okay, so we'll be starting now.
Where is Abhijit?
I'm here.
There he is. Hey.
Hey Satish. Hey.
कॉर्नर में खड़े होगा punishment.
अरे क्या आपका previous session गया 140 तक खाना कभी खाऊं?
Okay, Himani, let's start.
We'll start. Welcome back, everyone, to the CBAM Summit. Before going ahead, I would like to thank our session partner Wacom, support partner Hyon, and awards gifting partner XP-Pen. Don't we all love those quirky comic character-based merchandises? But what goes behind acquiring the licenses and protecting your brand? To answer some of these questions, we have our next panel discussion on comic merchandising and licensing, a lucrative business. For this panel, I would like to introduce Mr. Rajiv Chilaka, founder and CEO, Green Gold Animation, Ms. Mitali Desai, founder and co-founder, Black, White, Orange,
COO and co-founder.
COO, I'm sorry. Mr. Abhijit Kini, founder, Abhijit Kini Studios, Mr. Jiggy George, founder and CEO, Dream Theatre, Mr. Satish Khemchandani, co-founder, Entertainment Store. This session will be moderated by Mr. Anil Vanwari, founder, chairman, and editor-in-chief, animationexpress.com. Over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Thanks, Himani. It's going to be a nice session post-lunch. Abhijit needed some time to eat, so we waited a little longer, so the session's going to go over time. Please excuse us, all of us, please. Abhijit, total blame on you.
Thank you. I will put it back on you. we logged in earlier and started later.
Can't help it, yaar. Can't help it. Ravi spoke at length and he educated so many of us.
Ramvi, you mean?
Ramvi. I'm getting old. You are losing my hair, but I'm losing my memory.
I'll take my scene over that.
Okay, anyway, let's get on with it. Across the world, the US, Japan, France, South Korea, the UK, popular comic characters have spawned franchises covering everything from clothes to toys to books to TV shows to movies to figurines to theme parks. The most famous example of this is the Mouse House or Disney, which has built a multi-billion-dollar business, of course. It's suffering now on account of the pandemic, with theme parks attendance dropping as Mickey and Donald lovers focus on saving their lives rather than entertaining themselves. But the fact is, fans can't just get enough of Disney and Marvel characters, as they put them on everything from toilet paper to underwear to swimsuits to sunglasses to bandages and what have you. Is that kind of fan love even possible in India? Impossible even in India? Can a scalable licensing and merchandising franchise be built on the back of common characters? To answer these questions, we have a fabulous panel. I'll begin without wasting any more time by asking them, what is the state of the licensing business in India? And each of you guys can come up and beginning with, we have one lady on the panel. We'll begin with Mitavi.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Character licensing, merchandising, I think has been around in India for years now. But I would say while we've evolved to some extent, I think if you kind of compare us to the West, we still have, a bit of untapped potential. We still have that little bit of ground to cover. Having said that, I think, we are at the stage where, we've created some great Indian IPs. We have Rajiv on the panel. I mean, he's the biggest example of, an Indian IP succeeding and doing so phenomenally well. Chota Bheem, I think, probably rules, every possible category as of today, especially where the whole mass market is concerned. We've also managed to successfully bring in quite a few, global IPs, whether it's from the Universal Studios, whether it's Minions, Fast and Furious, Jurassic, brands like
Game of Thrones.
Sorry?
You can't forget Game of Thrones.
And Game of Thrones, of course. I mean, we've lived, breathed all of that. I mean, Game of Thrones has been one of our biggest success stories ever, for sure. So yes, we've been there, done that. But I think, like I said, there is a long way to go. Frankly, irrespective of local or international, what is common for all of these is, a fan base. It's very important that each one of these creates their own community of fans. Fans are obviously, the ones who make these brands. They're always looking at taking a piece of, the brand back to their house, consuming this, making it a part of their day-to-day lives. And this fan base, of course, then depends on, how popular the brand is. So again, if you look at the West, you have brands like Harry Potter and Star Wars and Batman, and these are not just well-renowned, otherwise, but they're also super successful licensed properties. And that's because, they've managed to create this whole mega world and this culture beyond just films and content, something that the fans can totally immerse themselves into. So I think that's where we need to probably step a notch higher. And that's the reason I say there is a gap, and, there's lots more that we can really do to kind of fulfill this gap.
Yeah, so I'll move on to the next person who's been plowing this path for a long time. Jiggy, over to you. Can you unmute yourself? Unmute, Jiggy, first things first.
Yeah. So, firstly, great to be on this panel, and thank you very much for inviting. Just a few things, right? One is, I'll talk specifically about licensing and then come to comics. Why has India not really taken off? Just cut I always keep saying this, there are 3 tick marks. 2 of them work phenomenally well in India. We have a very all forms of entertainment is fairly inexpensive. It's unheard of in Southeast Asia, anywhere or any other part of the world, that for as little as a few dollars that you could get such a plethora of channels. And as a result of now most of us having mobile phones, we have access to all content. Um, Even premium content is really inexpensive, right? Second is our consuming class is large, our niches are large. So even when we say things like, oh, does anybody in India listen to Western classical music, right? If you just look at the pure numbers, it may be higher than Germany, potentially. The challenge is, how do we get these fans to connect with commerce in any form? That's the biggest challenge. So what is the missing piece really is retail. So though we all keep talking about this great retail story, the retail story is really not great, because if you walk across to Southeast Asia, I'm not even talking about getting to the US or Europe. Large part of India is unorganized retail. Unorganized retail is almost 98%. What happens with unorganized retail is two things. One is unaccounted for royalties. So you will never see royalties, or let me not be so negative. So I'm saying that you will see very less royalties. Second is that you will not see your products really placed beautifully. So what is working phenomenally well is online. Lot of private equity money thrown, great fans can connect it, etc. But my biggest pet peeve on the online side of the business, especially with the majors, is the fact that they are optimized towards increasing the number of resellers, and they are not optimized towards protecting IP. So for every single brand that you have, promise you, if you had to shut down any of these guys through the legit route of an IP, anything. So if Abhijit has to, and Abhijit, I'm a big fan of the stuff that you do, especially with Angry Moshi and Fanboys.
Thank you
Fanboys
so
more
much.
just based on how good the art is. Yeah, it's beautiful. So I'm saying that if he had to put out product on Amazon, and it becomes cult, and his fan following does capture it, you will see there'll be resellers selling the same thing, and he will have a greater challenge to shut it down. He may not, because he's the IP owner and all of that, but if he had to get a licensing agent or anybody who's representing him in the middle, the guy will struggle. While if I was to be the guy doing the non-legit stuff, I can put it up very, very quickly as a distributor. There are various ways to do that. So really the big boys will need to figure out a way of, and this is not really a challenge of India. It's a challenge really even with Alibaba in China, because it was a constant thing with when you look at especially what's happening with the premium brands, right? So that was the first question, and this the first answer really on the licensing business, and that's the only block towards really scaling this business and making it amazingly large. The second one is in comics. So comics really, one has to figure out whether it is does this brand come out of comics, or is the question related to can a brand like Chota Bheem, for example, translate to comics? If it is the latter, it's amazingly small, the opportunity, primarily because there is just a handful of publishers. And even if you have the publishers, they need to still take the risk of doing it. And you're better served in doing something digitally, or you're better served if, for example, I tuned in, Abhijit, a little earlier to listen to your session. And I agree with you on that count, that if you're looking at it as a marketing multiplier rather than revenue, I'm sure there will be revenue eventually. But if you're, it's possible to do the marketing part of it first rather than the revenue, because the revenue is a little more challenging. But in the case of things that come, what we should be focusing on is to build the culture of what Rajiv's done and what Abhijit is doing. More Abhijit than Rajiv for the first time. I just say that because since we are on a comic forum, is to build something that comes out of this world, which then becomes bigger in other worlds. So if you look at the West, whether it is Men in Black, or whether it is even films like Road to Perdition and all of that, they all came out of sequential art or comics, right? And from that came whatever else from a licensing point of view that got built. So I'm more of a believer that should be the route, rather than thinking of can a Motu Patlu or a Chota Bheem find itself.
Well, but Motu Patlu was actually a comic earlier. It became a TV
Correct.
franchise.
I'm sorry, I take that back. I was talking more from some of the questions we were talking about. Like, I'm sure, Rajiv, even in the case of comics, would be a
So
very
he's
small
ventured
part.
into that recently. I'll be talking to him about it.
Okay, so sorry, I tend to place most of my questions to Rajiv, but because he's quite a pioneer in this business, as Mitali said. So my perspective is more on licensing. What's the big limitation is retail. What is the hope is online. And in the case of comics, I would be more pro creators who take this from comics into the other world, rather than can we leverage something that is large on television and make it work for comics.
Okay, I get your point. Yeah, I'll move on to Satish now. So you've actually turned out to be an e-commerce kind of a player online directly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, we're predominantly offline, in fact, Anil.
Yeah, but are you offline now?
So that's a good question. So I mean, if you keep last year aside, we were doing fairly well offline, but last year onwards, we've been about, I think we're at 50% of our numbers offline. So right now, offline is brutal. I mean, the business is, you've got all of this pressure from the landlords and the malls to kind of, get back to normal rentals, and the market's far from normal. So, but yeah, our business is still largely offline because of the way the company was.
I thought you would have pivoted.
We are trying to, but it's for us, online is, I mean, we don't have private equity money, so we're not looking at burning cash and scaling. We're trying to do this in a way that's profitable. So you can scale online. I mean, in fact, last year at one point we were doing great numbers, but then we figured out that, we were bleeding on every transaction. So then how does that make sense, right? For us, at least, as this is, our own money. So we're not looking at sort of saying, okay, chalo, theek hai yaar, just burn cash, get customers in. Okay. So we're sort of going slow and steady. We are scaling, but because of the setup of our business, we're still more offline than online. But I think it's a bit of, there's some very interesting points raised by Mitali and Jiggy there. I do think that there is a gap in the market. There is a demand for content from the audience. At least being an offline player, we interact with a lot of people. And our audience wants content. They're hungry for content. They want stuff that's there in the US or UK or wherever. Now the challenge here is that how do you get it to them, right? If the retailers like us have to get into IP licensing and then create product also and put it in the market, you're trying to solve too many problems at once. Right. So we've got to try and focus on building market, and then there's got to be a proper steady stream of licensees to provide us with good content. And I think that's where the big gap is for me here. There isn't enough people providing enough merchandise. So I don't have a demand issue. I have a supply. Just my sort of view on this.
Okay. Chilaka Sab, you've been, as everyone keeps pointing fingers at you as being the pioneer, as the guy who's changing the scene here. So, how's it been going? And Satish is saying he doesn't have enough product. You have product. Why don't you guys get married?
That was a good one, Anil. So, hey, hello, everyone. So I think, this comics licensing, merchandising is a pretty exciting field, the biggest kick, So example, when we made Chhota Bheem, when we know the ratings were great, everything is, we don't see it visually, right? But when we put out some products in the stores, and then when I visited the stores, one of our first product was a comic. So when I went and stood in the store. This was, I think, Big Bazaar in one of the in Mumbai. So I went there and was standing, and then this small kid saw the Chhota Bheem comic and she wanted to buy it. And the mother said, but you can't even read it. She said, but I want it. And so she insisted, and the mother gave up. And then and then I went to introduce myself, and I said, can I buy the comic for her? And the mother was a little touched. She didn't let me pay for it, but she bought it. So what was for me, it was it's a memory for me because it went on to stay in my head. And I realized that I mean, like if you have a fan out there, he picks up your product off the desk. That's the biggest accomplishment actually, and the biggest thrill is, I mean, more than when you see it on content on TV or something. When you see your product in store, that's amazing. So now Beam is 13 years old. I mean, we started in way back in 2008. Our merchandising is almost 12 years old, and we've been at it for a while. And so, I mean, and then we have many ups and downs and stuff. But for the interest of the somebody who's new to the industry of L&M, let me differentiate and explain what is licensing, what is merchandising, because there's a lot of confusion for youngsters especially. So basically, example, we take a merchandise. A merchandise is basically, so example, as a company, Green Gold, I put Chota Beam image on a t-shirt, which I source myself from, let us say, Tirupur or Haryana or wherever, and I sell it myself. That becomes a merchandise. So, but what if Reliance Trends or a Shoppers Stop, somebody licenses my character, they pay me a royalty or pay me a fee, and they buy the rights to put Beam on their t-shirts, that becomes licensing. Again, licensing has two kinds: promotional licensing and product licensing. And so when I mean, what is a product license is basically when your license is basically the product, which is basically uh, example, if you are selling noodles and you put inside that, okay, free tattoos of whatever chutki character inside. So basically you're selling your product, but you're doing that by promoting and giving away some freebie. That is promotional licensing. But example, now if your product is a t-shirt example and Beam is on it, so that is the product itself. So that is kind of product licensing. And I mean, like, so we had, I mean, between both of them, like when somebody is starting out, somebody has an IP, they want to go and do merchandise or license. Always the easier option is license, because you work with an expert who's out there, who will do it for you. He will take your product to across India or probably across the world. So that is the easier thing. But many times when we believe that our IP is amazing, but others don't believe, so a good experiment would be like we make our own merchandise and distribute in the market. That's how you can prove that with your sale, you can prove to people that, listen, my product is working, and please go and why don't you license it? So for example, the first 4 years of Chota Beam, we didn't even have one license of Beam done. But once we had our first license happening in 2013, I think, just before our movie, from there we have done more than 100 licensing deals, and around 50 are pretty active. So that's just briefly I want to distinguish between licensing and merchandising for the interest of the young viewers out there.
Yeah, but Rajiv, see what Jiggy said, that he wouldn't like to see a Chota Bheem become a comic. Indirectly, he was saying that. Do you agree? I disagree with Jiggy.
So I don't think Jiggy exactly meant that, but I think, see, the important thing is, as your product can be put, they say 360-degree monetization. So a successful IP, you can put it on anywhere, like you mentioned earlier, right from socks to shoes to underwear, and anything is possible. Any product actually being made, even jewelry nowadays, I think you see kids jewelry also out there, where you have Mickey Mouse or some other character there. Even Beam is on some of the jewelry items. So you can do that. So whatever you want to do, you can do it. So obviously, when somebody is buying, your product stays alive. If no one is buying, your product is dead. So I think as businessmen, we have to figure out what product is working, and we have to keep innovating, in the sense, we can't take the same product every year to the market and expect the same kind of sale. So we need to be wise. And of course, with so much changing in the the China space and stuff, I think local manufacturing is happening, which means we have more scope for innovating. Earlier, we didn't have a chance to innovating much, because we had to wait 3 months your product to arrive from China, and then if you sell out your products in 10 days, then you have to wait another 3 months to get that product back. So but amazing things are happening. I think you will see that India is growing in this space. I think the buying power of Indians has gone up dramatically. I mean, I think there are so many great products made in India, but nobody's just putting their products out there because they're focusing on other things. But I think there is tremendous opportunities for many great brands in India, especially the lot of new shows have come up. I think they have to explore and they have to think in that direction and take a gutsy call in that direction.
How are your comics doing, by the way?
They're still doing fantastic. So I was telling, like, when we started, that was the first product, and the first time we did a sample thing, we sold about 5,000 comics at one single stall exhibition within about 1.5 days. That's when we realized the potential of comics, and then from that day we have produced over 130 or 120 comics. We have printed over about 10 million copies so far and sold all of them, and then we are recently stopped focusing in producing new comics and stuff because Beam has been then around for a while. We are been now most recently we have had huge success with Mighty Little Beam, which is a spin-off version of Beam. So it's more of a preschool show. So right now currently we are focusing on that product, but due to COVID we are just holding our horses. But Beam Mighty Little Beam becoming popular in 190 countries and in countries in Latin America, in Europe and stuff. So now we're figuring out how do we now, earlier the challenge in India is like Jiggy said, it's unorganized retail pretty much, but globally it is organized, but it's really hard to crack in. So we're working on that. Someday our product will be across the globe, and we're working hard for that, and it's still a long way to go. It's been 2 years. Beam has been on Netflix, and it's the number one preschool show ever on Netflix. So we're very proud of that, but we still have a long way because we want to make sure that when you land in a London airport, or you land in probably New York airport when things are normal, and if you go to a kid store, we want everyone to see our product, and we are working towards that. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but again, so would your publishing house be open to other artists? And secondly, why not put Mighty Beam in motion comics?
As of now, because it's a digital product, we don't want to kind of have many places to watch Mighty Little Beam. So we want it to be exclusive to Netflix as of now, and we want to focus on other things. And we are kind of, as a studio, we are trying to get another hit somewhere. We've been trying to go away from Beam and do something, but we've been failing so far. We hope someday we'll create another Beam or something else which works for us. And so it's not as easy as said.
Okay, I'll move on to you're a creator, but so is Abhijit. From a creator's perspective, Abhijit, I'd like you to share your views on licensing and merchandising. You said in the last session that you were doing reasonably well with that. Quantify that.
So what happened was around 2011 was when the first Comic-Con in Mumbai happened, and so my wife and I, we run Kini Studios, and we decided, okay, if we're getting a stall, we need to sell stuff. So that is when this entire idea of merchandising, using my art on surfaces and seeing, the kind of people's response over it works. And that is when Angry Maushi was really tested, and people loved the character, and they were very curious to find out what she is about. And I was very happy when Jiggy mentioned that Fanboys is also up there for him, because that's not reached the following that Angry Maushi has. But for me, it's a very special comic because it's like comic nerd. Nerds like me would be doing the stuff that they do. And that is when we decided to take this seriously, as the merchandising aspect seemed interesting to us. So what happened was, there was a particular production house which showed interest in a movie rights for Angry Maushi, and I was like, man, my mind was blown to smithereens. I was like, shit, now here comes the big mother load. Okay, I'm talking money here, and all cockiness just came in. I went to that meeting, and I got to tell you this, it was probably the crappiest figure ever quoted to me. I felt like a slap on my face, and I felt like, is this how? Is this how?
कितना था 10 रुपया
7,000.
Oh fuck, sorry, that came out involuntarily.
My jaw dropped. I don't know how else I would have reacted. I went there with some numbers in mind. I consulted with a couple of people. That's the number I was told, and it was insulting. So I spoke to I have family friend lawyers who are IP lawyers. They took me through the entire process so that obviously I'm not going to fall for a trap like that, but they said, let's safeguard it. So which is when we started a process of copywriting it and having it under so many different categories, etc., all countries wherein this works. What's a process tha? The pro side of it is, of course, then there was a game studio which approached us. Again, it didn't fall through because they had particular things in mind. The whole idea of rewriting it, many times these people want to rewrite it because they feel it's too adult and we want to convert it to a children friendly property, which I, as a creator, have not taken the bait yet. I don't want to, because so far the comics are fine. The IP is fine the way it is for me, unless I really sell my soul someday and say, okay, you know what, fine. Just like the Ninja Turtles guys just gave away their thing, and now Ninja Turtles has become like a completely adult comic, the way it was supposed to be, by the way. So that's how my experience with IPs, this entire copyright process. And I am an indie artist. I am no way as exposed to the market as all you guys. These are things that I learned, and I spent a lot of money even having the legal things done. The hearings costed me, and I was after a while thinking, is it even worth it? But I did realize that adding that R on the logo adds a lot. It adds a tremendous amount of weightage, at least when we do our pitches to clients, because when we talk to clients, we show our IPs as well. If we are taking commission work, we show our IPs as well. Now with Kini Studios, we have now got a website where we are selling all the merchandise, and of course with Satish, his fantastic initiative right now with One Tribe, with Entertainment Store, we are so glad to be part of it. He is making sure that people like me are able to display and have a merchandise on the racks, which is I haven't heard of anything like that here in retail spaces. So thanks, Satish. Thanks once again. Plugging that in right here. But that's my experience with the merchandising and licensing. And in the lockdown, what happened was I was never too much into the first time I saw masks printed with characters, and I was like, yaar, ye thoda zyada ho gaya. You're just using the pandemic for. But that's where it was. And then even we took the bait. We did Maushi masks where it's just a facing Kaire virus and all that. And it just picked up. We were happy with the response it got, and it has a typical Maushi scowl. So net, what I've learned is it's, again, everyone here knows much more than what I do, but from a very individual artist point of view, it's a tricky space to be, and you need to be very safeguarded. You need to be very careful. You still would see people copying your work. You still would see, and then my lawyers always say that, do you have the money to follow this up? Because you're not a company, you are at the end a proprietor of a studio. Would you have the money to follow up with certain companies or certain individuals who probably have a legal team ready to counter attack? So ye sab aa jata hai, and you're like, I'm an artist, I'm not supposed to be in that deep shit, I'm supposed to do my art, but that's not where it is. So a lot of my students, when I take workshops or my lectures, I am a guest faculty at a couple of colleges, they ask me, how does IP work and how cheap or how costly is it? I say, if you have a piggy bank, start saving. And only if you're confident that your idea is worth selling, should you invest in converting it to something that would you want to spend so much money on it. And once you do, you've got to be steadfast on it. So with comics, yes, like Jiggy mentioned, it's a starting point. You don't make bread and butter by just selling comics. what I always say is you have to use that into other merchandise. You have to use then further into some sort of social media content or pitching to clients, stuff like that. I'll just quickly, like one of my comic characters is this guy, Hira the hero. He's from my comic Ek Din Ka Hero. What we do is we actually have tied up with an NGO here in Santa Cruz, and these guys are into terracotta sculpting for a good cause. So we co-brand this with them, and in a way we market it in such a way that it's 100% Indian, it's 100% handmade, it's as organic as it gets, and of course there's a comic character from my comic which is there on your shelf. We've proudly sent it to Satish's store as well, and we are really looking forward to them flying there. But that's how I go about it. So maybe a little different than how a bigger brand would go about it, but on my particular front, this is what I have managed, and I have plans to do the same with a couple other IPs as well.
But Abhijit, I can completely relate to what you said in terms of people telling you to kind of make it more kiddish and stuff like that, because when I don't know if you all read, but we just announced Captain 7 with MS Dhoni, which is I mean that's supposed to be this really cool spy action paced series, and when we bounce it off to some of these really big broadcasters, we had a lot of them actually telling us things like it's too action packed and it's too sleek, and can you make it more slapstick and things like that. And we were like, no, this is not supposed to be slapstick. We're trying a completely new thing here. We're trying premium animation, probably, which has not been explored in India. And I mean, people have their opinions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but Mitali, you were once on that side with Viacom.
I was, and I'm not denying that. And I would have probably
and you gave grief to everyone.
I would have probably said the same thing back then, but well, now I'm on this other side, and if we decide that this is how an IP is supposed to be, we would never want to dilute it because of what somebody else thinks may work or not work, because that's what we want to do. We want to innovate. We want to break into the clutter and kind of do something which is path breaking. Maybe it won't take off, we don't know, but we are fairly confident. And I think if we stick to our route and if we stick to what we've decided, then we definitely have something going there. Who knows, we might just start a trend on premium kind of animation and things like that. So
that'll be awesome.
While Anil plays Arnab, just one response to Abhijit. Abhijit, I think most of us I think firstly, two takeouts. One is that you should do a conversation with Rajiv on the side, because he's gone the whole cycle of IP, and he spent a lot of time with us on the challenges that he had, both from protecting his IP as well as getting all the way up to movies, and and he's very candid, but it will take a lot of time if we run it through this session. But specifically responding to what you said, because there would be also a bunch of people inspired enough to be putting out things like you do. It's easy for anyone to say, hey, don't drop out, don't sell out, all of that. But the fact of the matter is, in India, the animation and the drive is coming, or where is the market and where is the money coming from, right? It is coming from the kids channels. And one will have to finally, I'm not asking you to do that, but I'm saying that is the reason why everybody is doing more or less the chotas. You'll see one is this chota world which is coming up. The second one is a sequel to every possible movie and franchise in Hindi films, which is now going to be made into something, right? So it will follow that trend, and someone has to break it. So I would say more power to just keeping with the game. And what just to clarify what I said right in the beginning is to see if you can move from where you are into the worlds of the VOD platforms. If any of them would be interested in looking at.
In fact, I'm going to step in here. Chiki, I'm going to step in here. Rajiv, you're looking for your next big hit. Pick up Angry Mousey here.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think I would connect with of course Abhijit on the side. I think one thing what I have learned is that if you have, like I said, the proof of the success of the product is only when you put the product out in the market. Otherwise, you never know. And it is not easy. Like, sometimes you cannot understand why someone is buying this product. I mean, you put the most logic into it. Why this character is hit, no one can explain. The kids only can explain, and yeah, so it's interesting like thing. But yeah,
Excepting in the Angry Mouse is a little older kids.
yeah.
Actually.
What I mean to say is that you never know what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. That is something that is very tricky. And I think with Green Gold, it's become a benchmark for many that, "Arey, karna hai to aisa karna." You guys have owned it. So, but creators who want to look at the South Park kind of audience or the little adult humor, that's the tricky part right now. I don't know. I really have no thoughts as to where to start from, and also where we are doing. What we are doing right now is comics, but I'll be very interested in seeing where that space goes from here.
I think, say, I know a lot of.
Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So a lot of adults, they want to wear, their favorite comic book characters or, animated characters on the T-shirt. They don't have a choice but wear Avengers or whatever. There's nothing else out there. So, example, if it is meant for older adult audiences, that actually works. Like, and a great test is, print 1,000 T-shirts or something. Try to take it to the market. You never know, yeah, because they need. I mean, like you have seen some brands, I forgot which one, which has wobbly head and funny tantra, or some companies like this have come and gone, and couldn't face the. I mean, it's a difficult business to be in. Merchandising and licensing. It's not so easy. Animation itself is difficult, and L&M is even more difficult. And but yeah, I mean, always great to give it a shot. Go ahead, Satish.
Hey, thanks, Rajiv. No, I completely agree with what you've just said. I think, Abhijit, the market, so it isn't that there's only a market for kids' properties. Like, we've built a business around catering to the youth. So we as a business don't even cater to children below 8 or 10. Most of our products are centered around the youth. So there is a market. I mean, properties like The Simpsons and Rick and Morty, there's huge amounts of merchandise being sold in India. So when it comes to selling only comics, I don't know if that is can sort of really rake in a lot of
No, it doesn't. I just mentioned it's not going to be the bread and butter earning source at all. So getting the concept out there
is take Angry Mousey, make it into an animated series, give it to Netflix or Amazon Prime, and on the back of it, shares revenues with you on both as well as the L&M.
I'm just going to strike this deal right now for you.
Right
here, deal abhi hone wala
hai Rajiv.
And Anil, just to add to this, right? I mean, I'm just responding to one of the questions that's been asked by Adip, right? To the panel, I'm saying that I work for two iconic organizations where both have tried at different times to really lock into this adult audience, whether it's Cartoon Network with Adult Swim, or whether it was back with MTV with doing all of
Beavis and Butthead
and that entire genre. So whenever we speak anecdotally and say, because I'm big, one of the main reasons for being here is a big, huge collector of comics and also big fanboy of comics, right? But what is to divorce whether you being a fan and anecdotally hanging around with a bunch of people who think that's cool and a larger universe of this country, right? Satish, more power to you in putting out these products, not just in terms of the comics, but also I agree with you that even though we doubt the fact of this offline and retail being run by like a landlord, most of it is based on rent, right? But specifically a brand like yours, unless you didn't see it, touch and feel, most people would not even know how to experience this whole fan genre and buying stuff off the net, right? So I think even having some of those stores there gives more power to what you do. But coming back to this genre of adults, why is it in India that we consider that adults don't watch animation and it's only a kids preserve? I think it all comes down to somebody, because Animax did it with Sony too, and somehow the model has to sustain commercially. So whether you talk about TV or VOD or e-commerce, eventually the creator asks the question that, why isn't there an audience? But the question I have is that who's investing? So if the merchandise or the content investment is a heavy part of this expense, that people land up saying, why not do the tried and tested thing which actually has an audience? So unless somebody out of pure unbridled passion decides to say, I'm keep on investing on this for the long term, I do believe there is a large audience in this country. As I was saying right in the beginning, we keep talking, this is the only country which doesn't play Western classical music, because we say, who listens to it? We ghettoize this into Bollywood, and that's the only music that is played except now, right? So I'm talking about radio stations. So in that context, our niches are large. We have a large base in this country which would love these comics, but it requires, whether it's comics or whether seeing some of this into animation, would require the investment of a platform, because the product cost is the largest part of it, and we are constantly mitigating risk, right?
Yeah. So let's get on to the questions that the audience is asking. I can go on, and I can start trying to be a priest into marrying these two guys, but they'll have to take their vows separately. But let's get on with it. How do you protect your brand against unauthorized products? At what stage should we copyright a character story? Then there is a question, since politics is an interesting topic in India, can we make it, this question is around animated series on political humor, like a cartoon president, and do licensing, merchandising without legal hurdles. So who wants to take it up? Rajiv, Mitali, whoever wants to step up.
I'll just take
unauthorized. Sorry, go ahead, Jiggy.
No, I just want to take.
One second. Let Mitali speak. Yeah.
Let Mitali speak. Everything related to it. I just want to say that we don't have a sense of humor. We should do nothing about politics. We'll get killed. This is the wrong time to speak up in any form. The last thing you want is to put up animation talking about the regime, and to don't do it.
Point taken. Mitali.
Yeah, no, I think I'll just address the question on unauthorized products. I think, that is something which is plaguing our nation, and probably every other market. China, obviously, we all know is, one of the biggest issues here. The thing is that, Anil, in a case of Me Too products, they are not always as easy to detect, because, for a common man, for somebody who's buying a licensed product, they might not get into the nitty-gritties or even understand that. Obviously, if we look at it, for example, if my creative team, for instance, sees something which is, not a licensed product, they freak out. They completely freak out. There's this whole drama that happens. And for example, we see these lunch boxes. Okay, you'll have a Minions authorized, proper, perfect artwork on it, and then it says Mittens. It's disaster. We know that, but frankly, there is very little that you can really do to curb that much, because parallel imports keeps happening. There's not much that you can do. But from our end, from Black, White, Orange, we always try this whole three-pronged approach. What we do is we try and educate the licensees in terms of what an authorized product looks like, what a style guide looks like, what proper artwork looks like, why a fake product is a fake product, and so on. Secondly, we have a retail team who's always kind of scouting all these websites and retail stores and all, and you'll find hordes of illegitimate stuff there as well. So every time we find that, we go back to the licensor, because we as representatives are not really allowed to take legal action here, which is a big challenge again. So we need to go back to the licensor. We need to give them proof. Then they do their works of sending cease and desist notice, and if somebody does get intimidated, they'll bring it down, but the next day they'll just put a new barcode and then put it back on marketplace. So that's again.
I'm going to step in here, Mitali.
Yeah.
So the music industry and the video industry has a very coordinated approach towards stamping out piracy.
Right.
So why doesn't the merchandising and licensing industry have raids and squads? Or it's too expensive?
I think Disney has tried the whole.
I'm not saying Disney. I'm saying the whole industry gets together, works closely with the authorities, and regularly raids different places which are.
No, I think one of the main reasons is that all of these IPs and the owners of those IPs have to come together towards doing that. In the case of the music industry, it did come together, and it's very, very productive. It's just not happening in India, because a host of these brands, firstly, it's not omnipresent yet in terms of the industry per se, is not large enough yet. And the second is that
how large is it today? Is it 1,000 crore business?
How large is the business?
Yeah, 1,000 crores.
No, much more.
More than that, much more.
Much more. It's
More
about,
than
I think
4,000.
the last number was 6,000 odd crores, right? Wasn't it?
That's large. That's $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's large. You all can easily put resources together and start doing the rates. If you're committed. If you're too busy doing your own thing.
I'd like to add one point here. So example, so we need to, when we are as Green Gold, so when we come across products that
You know how big is the music industry? 1,400 crores. And they do this. Anyway, I'm going to step back. Sorry, Rajiv, continue.
No problem. So just mentioning a point, sometimes when we come across products that are pirated, first we analyze who's making this. Is it the people on the street? Like example, they were this recently we have seen kids standing on the traffic signals selling balloons, and in summer it is usually they're putting those what do you call those sun blockers with their favorite different animation characters. So when we come across something like this, it's almost impossible to get to the source of it, and sometimes we just say, okay, this is great for the brand, it's free publicity.
No, but I'm not talking at that level. I'm talking about a more organized, unorganized level, if you get what I'm saying. And I'm being told to wrap up because we've spoken too much. But let's have a last point.
Yeah, the last point on my end is so there is these kind of things, and then there is people who are educated, putting factories without a license manufacturing. So what we do is we target those kind of people who are illegally manufacturing. They have the money to buy the license. Those are the people we target. And I think whenever the industry comes together, we take your point. I think we should do that.
Yeah, so 6,000 crores, music industry had dropped to 400, 900 crores. Now it's about a 2,000 crore business. It's still 1/3 your size. You guys had better come together. Sorry to be so insistent. Yeah. Any last points from any of you all before we wrap up?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Satish, Mitali, Jiggy, Abhijit, your last points before we wrap up.
Buy legit stuff. It'll be way cooler every time.
Okay, Satish?
Yeah, I think, a couple of points from my side. One is, I think the industry, I think you've made a good point that it has to come together to sort of do something about piracy, especially on marketplaces, because that seems to be the biggest hurdle out here. So if we can regulate that, then the business will grow on its own anyway. And I think we have to also focus a lot on Indian IPs and try and work with creators here. Rajiv, we've all been saying that this is a great success story. So if there is one success story, then more people have got to sort of try and focus on this rather than just Western IPs. So that's my 2 bits.
Okay, Jiggy.
No, I've said enough.
No, relax. Don't mind it. But I hope I wasn't rude.
No, not at all. Not at all. No.
Yeah, you said enough. Okay, then Mitali.
I completely agree with Satish. Make Indian IPs cooler, make them more aspirational. I think that is definitely the way to go. And a lot more focus on creating creative assets. A lot of licensors, creators don't really do that. They think, style guides are just by the way, but there's a reason why the West actually spends so much on creating these. So yeah, there's lots more that can happen.
Set up an association.
Yeah.
Get Rajiv to head it. He heads the Telangana. He's been doing lots of changes in AVGC policy over there, and start doing initiatives on the ground, as well as online, like Satish said. Is everyone listening? Mitali didn't mention that. She skipped it.
I think the most important one is to start with online, because getting onto offline can make you spend most of your life. So online is a good place to start with, because that's also...
Yeah, but so set it up, please. Set it up, all you guys. You're here now. I mean, and imagine with Rajiv's leadership and the way he's driven the Telangana industry. I'm not flattering Rajiv, but yes, there's a fanboy moment. Okay, finally, Abhijit.
No, I think I have expressed my points. So, I mean, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I hope you guys didn't mind my pressing the buttons and pressing your triggers, but that's what the session is intended to start provocative thinking. Thank you for being a part of this, and wish you guys all the best and lots of success going forward. My favorite dream is that an Indian comic character is worn in New York. I'd like to see Angry Mousy being worn in New York by a white person or a colored person or a Latino, or a Chinese, or a Japanese, and he knows who Angry Mouse is. All the best to all of us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, speakers, for sharing those wonderful insights on the entire session and the entire ecosystem of licensing and merchandising. Up next, we have a fireside chat on creativity in online education. With our session partner, we have Mr. Rajiv Malik, Senior Director, Wacom India, and Mr. Anil Vanwari. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Imani. I guess people are a little tired of me asking so many provocative questions, so I'll be a little light on my next guest. Hi.
Yeah.
How are you today?
Hi, Anil. Thanks.
Can you put on a video? They'd like to see your face, not my face
I'll
alone.
just switch on. Yeah. Hi,
Thank
Anil.
you. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you? And thanks, Imani. I would like to thank entire Animation Express team for giving this opportunity. And
Great.
I'm following the very interesting conversation since last, half an hour or so. I mean, though we are touching just the crust of this industry, we are not deep down into it. So, but it was very interesting to pick some very, very, eye-opening points. Yeah.
So thank you for that. So now let's look on. You play a large part as far as an artist is concerned. Tell me more about Wacom, your tablets.
So Wacom, as we as a global company, it's from Japan, and in India we are a small team. So we don't treat Wacom as a typical IT company, hardware manufacturing company. So we have been working very closely with a lot of artists, a huge artist community in India since long, and we are trying to be as close as possible, try to create platforms where artists can communicate with each other, they can showcase their artwork, share their thoughts. So that's the whole idea, to be part of that community and develop that platform in such a way that everybody can interact with each other.
Yeah. So what kind of success have you achieved so far with the artist community?
See, we have been doing many events, and then, on Facebook itself, long back, the community size crossed 100K.
Wow.
Long back. So it must be now more than, 150K or so. And then we started from national community, then we decided to go much deeper and started creating, regional communities within India. For like Bangalore, Karnataka, we have a different Mumbai. So we have Facebook communities. On social media, we created, sub-regional communities. And we got excellent response. Even we have seen that has become a bridge between, corporate or a production house and the freelancer artist. A lot of job opportunities came up for the fellow artists who have talent, and they were picked up from these communities. And this is still on, and we are trying to cultivate this more, grow this further. So
fantastic. That's great. So you're giving opportunities to artists now. What's the main USP of Wacom?
The main USP is that from product point of view, it is, and the digital pen, the feel, the artists, when they draw something, the surface is like the matte surface, which all the products have. It's so smooth that they don't feel like that they are using any digital tool or technology. And they feel like there's a paper, they are drawing with a simple pencil on a paper, a piece of paper. So they feel very comfortable. And we have seen artists who have been using our product for more than a decade now. The same product, they have not replaced. So what I want to say is that durability, reliability is the key. And once the artist starts using, they get used to of that particular style, ergonomics of the pen or tablet, and they become so comfortable. So I would say reliability, durability is the top, and the most important point, pressure sensitivity. It's so sensitive, so it gives exactly say, and no parallax, which is major drawback in most of the digital tablets. So yeah.
So is it affordable?
See, we have a huge range, starting from as low as 4,000, goes up to say 2.5 lakhs. So depending on the application and usage and the budget, so it depends. We have the entire product portfolio. In education, we have more affordable solutions. For creative industry, we have top end where pressure sensitivity and accuracy cannot be compromised at all. But for education, we have we have some specific products which are more suited to education, where actually that pressure sensitivity kind of thing, accuracy, that highest level of accuracy is not that much required. Where what is required is compatibility with their existing softwares, ease of use, compatibility, and affordability.
So, and are you also recommending that, artists don't actually begin from pencil and paper or pen and paper, or do they begin directly with tablets, or do they begin with pencil and paper and then they move on to tablets?
See, transition has been obvious from pencil paper to, digital pen. So we came out with those kind of products, hybrid products, which has paper and a pen. So for those artists who have been using paper and pencil for ages, for years now, and it is difficult for them to suddenly overnight switch to digital. So we started with that hybrid solution where you use your own paper, pen is Wacom, but then writing style is same, and in real time everything is getting digitized. Then now the new generation, what we are seeing, they are skipping pencil paper altogether and jumping straight to digital. Especially those students who want to pursue animation and all, so they are not using pencil paper at all.
I get it. So, but what do you recommend for the comic book artist?
So for comic book artists, I would strongly recommend that they go straight digital, because there are so many advantages. It saves a lot of time. Of course, there's no compromise on the quality, and then there's a generation loss, which can be managed very easily. There's no generation loss, I would say, when the transfer is being done. So it's absolute, and remotely you can just transfer, share the content, edit anytime. So it has so much of flexibility, and it saves a lot of time now. It's something like, I would give you something as one example, that long back when roll cameras were used to their analog. So people used to be reluctant. Then why shift to a digital? There was a lot of reluctance. Now it is next to impossible to go back and see if we ask somebody whether you would like to use the same old rolls. It is now impossible. So it's something like that. Once it's just a matter of time, then one cannot go back. It becomes more complicated. It looks more complicated, I would say.
How's the Japanese market like? How big is it? You come from Japan, right? Your product. And how is it like? How do the artists over there function? There's a lot of manga, anime, and all that.
Yeah, Japanese market, I was blown away when I went to actually see the comic market in Japan, I think 3 years back. Mm-hmm. And if I talk about market size, it's massive, it's huge. 6 million US dollars is the market size.
6 billion.
Yeah, 6 billion. Okay. Not million. 6 billion US dollars is the market size. And manga is, of course, everybody knows how popular it is everywhere. And I saw huge, in-house setups, huge buildings where, at one floor, content is being created. On the other floor, publishing is being done, packaging is being done. On the ground floor, retailing is being done. Everything in-house and, all jam-packed. So vibrant, very vibrant atmosphere, the whole street. So I think it's a huge industry. And the good thing, the trend which I saw in recent years is that industry, paper comic industry started declining. It declined for 1 to 2 years. And again, there's a shift from 13% decline to 24% growth. So it means the trend was that initially your readers, they started switching to digital versions. But then again, since last 2 years, there's a trend that paper editions have seen the very decent growth of 24%.
Did you go to Akhabara district?
Yeah.
Tell me more about it. I've been there and I was blown away.
Yes. That's where action happens there, and so a lot of all kind of that place caters to all kind of audience of every age group, and the size, as I said, $6 billion USD. It's
And lots of figurines, lots of merchandise. I mean,
a lot of merchandise, and yeah. So the whole one setup will have everything from starting till and retail, from content creation to final selling, everything under one roof.
Fantastic. So, and over there, are they all using tablets in Japan? All the studios?
100% tablets. They are using 100% tablets, and Wacom is working very closely with almost all these companies, publishers, very closely, and not just to sell the products, but to understand and support the communities in various ways through platforms.
What about the Indian case? Are you working with the publishing houses closely too?
We want to start. So far our focus has been more towards VFX and animation, but this is this year's one of the KPIs that we will start exploring, and we'll try to connect more and more publishers and try to see how we can contribute to this industry.
And any special packages for this trade over here?
So far, nothing specific, but yes, we would love to customize as per the once we have sufficient feedbacks and all, after connecting with the publishers, we would love to customize the packages.
Okay, great, fantastic. So, what has the impact been on this pandemic, lockdowns, opening ups? How has it impacted the entire digital tablet market, the pen tablet market?
See, it was beyond our imagination when there was a hard lockdown in April, and the moment selected markets started opening in May, we were blown away to see the tablets sales. Exponentially it went up, and we started facing shortage. So then we immediately got into action to see what's happening. So it was never planned. We never planned. It was not part of our strategy to have an extreme focus on education vertical, but then it just happened. We were trying on a softer scale, especially towards more creative education, but non-creative academic education was not part of our plan. But then it just happened. So people realized that certain tools are required, which are essential. They started trying, and then we started creating content to help them, to support them. We expanded our after sales support group, so that we started receiving thousands of calls daily from customers, how we can use. So we invested more there to strengthen our customer care division, and to support them, how we can help them in having a smooth workflow for education. So the market has completely changed. So the way it used to be 1.5 year back, and now, I mean, the market size and the adoption of technology is, we could not imagine 1.5 year back. It would have taken 10 years, which has happened just within 1 year.
So you'll have been rolling over money over fist now.
We are, in long run, we are focusing on, creating more and more content, how we can educate, how we can connect with students mainly. Teachers have been extensively using our products across India. IIT, it all started from IIT, IIMs, and then even the smallest university in a remote location of East has been approaching us. But so far it is for students, but teachers. But now we are, educating students also that try it out the entry level and see how comfortable you feel. Switch to digital now.
Fantastic. I believe you have a presentation to show us.
Yes, we have discussed a lot of things, but I will then quickly switch. I don't want to spend too many slides, the time on slides. This interactive kind of discussion is more convenient. But then, yes, to give the better idea to audience, I would just like to share a couple of slides.
Please go ahead. I'll be here.
Yeah.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, just sharing. My screen is visible?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. So to the audience who don't know who we are, Wacom is one of the leading technology company. It's more towards creativity as a core. So we are the pen tablet manufacturers, and we work very closely with artists communities across the world. Company was formed in 1983 in Japan, and started with the EMR very unique EMR technology, which is a patent for Wacom. And then we came up with the battery-free cordless digital pen, which is pressure sensitivity. That's the key, most important part of it. And Wacom has more than 1,100 patents, and still development is happening very fast. So we are associated. I mean, we won't call them just customers, but there's a two-way dialogue. We have collaborations with some of them. Some of them are just our customers, prestigious customers. So these are some of them in each vertical, whether it is pure VFX animation and or gaming, and or even card designing and content like Jungle Book, Bahubali, Green Gold. So we are well connected with them, with our regional presence within in all India. We are present in all key metros. So we are working very closely with some of the directors, producers. We treat them as our key accounts. So these are the key verticals we have been, addressing: digital painting, concept arts, animation, VFX, even architecture, 3D sculpting and texturing, photo retouching is one of them. Of course, comics is part of it, and education has emerged as the major vertical now in last 1.5 year, which is like non-creative part of it. So apart from that, we have just to share this information, though it is not directly relevant to what we are talking about, but Wacom is also OEM to top IT manufacturers like Samsung, the Note, mobile phone, Note 10 and all, the pen which comes with Samsung, it is Wacom's, pen. So wherever digital interfacing or digital pen is required, that technology is provided by Wacom to all major manufacturers like Lenovo, Toshiba, Samsung, Panasonic. So remote learning, yes, that has been always there. Wacom is being used in remote learning since long, but then it has gained momentum since last 1.5 year in a very big way. So what has happened, answering to your question, Anil, from traditional classroom teaching to complete online teaching, the complete switching since more than 1 year now. So technology, of course, is a lifesaver, and hybrid solution, even after opening up, is the way to go. So some of the, in last 1 year, we have got connected and, with some of the prominent institutions in India. IIT, IIMs were always there. So like Jamia and Akash. So many more, the list is huge. So we are working very closely with them. We provide them demonstrations, show them the virtual classroom setup, help them in establishing the whole workflow, which is more convenient to them. So our presence, I will skip this. So it's we have talked about this. I won't spend more time here. Like remote learning, So scientifically, writing notes with the hand has been more comfortable compared to typing. So during typing, you can, type simple text. If you have to explain the concept, you cannot have that in online learning. For example, especially mathematics, where complex equations are required, x, bracket, and all. And any concept cannot be, explained through keyboard or mouse. That's where the power pen comes in picture, digital pen. So it is extremely intuitive, very easy. It is like direct connection with the brain. You are able to express very conveniently remotely your ideas, share two-way. So improve learning outcomes. And the most important part is that it doesn't require any integration. It is something like the existing setup for everybody. Just simply plug to your USB and you're on to it, whether it is Mac, whether it is Windows, whatever version, it's compatible with all. So MS Teams, Zoom, people are extensively using Wacom products through Zoom platform. So this is, Anil, you were talking about the product. This is the one which we introduce mainly for education market. And this is a 13-inch decent size display, which is mobile. You can carry easily, not too big, not too small, and very intuitive interface, and not so expensive.
How expensive?
Not that expensive compared to typical Wacom displays, which go.
So how much? 12,000?
No, it is not 12,000, but yes, it is in the range of 30 to 35,000.
30 to 35.
Otherwise, Wacom display never used to be below 1 lakh.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but then we have, alternate solutions also, which are non-display, which are extensively used by most of the education. And that starts from 4,000 rupees and goes up to, 30,000. So fits every space. As per your requirement, the products are there. Compatibility is not an issue at all. So lifetime value, as I mentioned, that people have been using the product since last more than 10 years without any, and our failure rate is less than 0.01%. So this is something, our entry level at the top, one by Wacom, which starts from 4,000 rupees. And then the display, 32 inches display, which is mainly used by professional, like for industrial design or sculptors. So that goes up to 2.25 to 2.5 lakhs. So in all, budgets, price brackets, we have products as per the applications, requirements, and yeah. So we talked about compatibility here. It's compatible with all, whether it is creative or non-creative, softwares.
And this comes with licensed software, without licensed software?
It doesn't require, because it is just connected to your PC.
That's okay.
Whatever the drivers which comes with our product, they are compatible with all the softwares.
Sure. Okay.
So you name the software, they are all softwares are compatible. So as I said, we upgraded our setup during COVID period, when we saw that customers required a lot of support from us, especially the new ones who want to, experiment with pen tablets, or they know they cannot live without it, but they don't know from where to start. So we upgraded that, and now it is, it has been very smooth, and we are happy to answer long questions and many questions of teachers and students. And when we talk about creative connection, as I mentioned, we are working very closely with artists across India from various genres. And it's a Japanese company, most trusted and innovator. And the setup what we have in India, our direct presence compared to some of the brands who are working through distributors, we have 100% ownership here. So huge connect with the artists, and we want to now strengthen this by communicating and working closely with the publishers, comic industry. Yeah.
Fantastic. That was very enlightening, Rajiv. Thank you for that. Now, one last question has come across before we move on to the next session. 1 lakh customers. I'm sure you'll touch 1 million very soon, going by the way you're going about talking and evangelizing your product. So which Wacom product would you recommend for beginners? What's your product shelf life like? Shelf life like?
See, shelf life, actually, we cannot define shelf life, because whatever we define is.
Can you switch off your presentation? Stop sharing your screen so we can see you fully, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So as such, shelf life, as I mentioned, that customers have been using, though we call typically for any IT product, it is 4 to 5 years for any such device. But we have seen sometimes it is good for us, sometimes it is not so good for us, because customers are so happy. They have been using for more than 10 years and they just don't want to give away, because their fingers, and they are tuned to particular pen style and writing style. So as such, it is irrelevant for us, but typically it is 4 to 5 years. But our products, as I said, failure rate is negligible. And it is, best part is it is future proof, because it doesn't have any inbuilt memory. It's typical like mobile phone. Every 1 year or 2 years, you have to upgrade your PC, laptop, and all, because it doesn't have a PC inside or any microprocessor. It is dependent on your own laptop or PC. So it is future proof. You can use it for years and years.
Okay, there's a question here from Sudhindra J. Dodidal. He says, I have an old Wacom Intuos 3. Can we just get the panel surface changed from glass finish to matte finish? Secondly, can we also change just the tip of the pen without buying new pen altogether?
Yes, we definitely, that's one of the USPs, that the accessories what we have with all the devices, they are easily available. They are available with us, and they are very economical. You don't have to spend money, like, I won't name any brand, but then typically many brands tend to earn money through accessories. But we treat accessories as a support to the main product. So we can connect later. I will connect you to our service team, Mr. Surinder, and immediately we'll arrange.
And you didn't answer the question. What would you advise? Which Wacom product would you recommend for beginners? And then we'll call it a wrap.
So if it is non-academic education, so there are 2 products, like typical education, I would say, mathematics, physics, and all. I would recommend Wacom 1 if student or teacher or customer can afford, in the range of 30 to 35,000. Otherwise, a product, as I mentioned, it starts from 4,000 rupees. They can start with entry level 4,000, which is called CTL 472. Or usually we recommend CTL 672. It has larger surface area in the range of 7,000 rupees. That should be the starting point.
Fantastic. It's been lovely talking to Rajiv, like always.
Yeah.
Unless you have something else to say, I'd call it a wrap. And I think Ashish is coming on for the next session. Ashish Kulkarni. It'd be great to listen to what he has to say, what he has, talking with the established comic publishing houses, which have been there for so many years. Thank you very much once again, and always a pleasure.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raji, for taking us through all the details of Wacom. Undeniably, Wacom has been helping a lot of artists with their user-friendly products. Moving on, haven't we all grown up reading comic books, be it Tinkle, Champak, Lotpot, or Diamond Comics? Our next panel, Forever Young, will take us through the journey of finding the ingredients that made these comic books sustain for decades and what goes into it. For this panel, I would like to introduce our esteemed set of panelists, Mr. Kurekose Vasain, Editor-in-Chief, Tinkle, Mr. Shekhar Chopra, Group CEO, Mayapuri Group, Mr. Bharat Gauba, Advisor, Diamond Comics, Mr. Anshul Verma, Director, Diamond Comics, Ms. Richa Shah, Managing Editor, Children's Publishing Division, Press India, and co-founder, The Bridge. Ms. Richa Sharma had some emergency, so she might or might not be able to join us. This session will be moderated by Mr. Ashish Kulkarni, Chairman of AVGC Forum FICCI, Founder, Punaryug Artivision. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni. So you are
Thanks.
on mute.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Himani. I would request all the panelists to switch on their cameras, please. So I can see Bharat Gaba, Kori Koshi, and where are the other people? Do we have Shekhar here? Shekhar Chopra? Yeah, I can see Anshul, Shekhar Chopra.
Yes, sir. I'm very much here, sir. How are you?
Good, good. Kya haal hai, Shekhar?
All well, sir. Good to see you after such a long time.
I know. So first of all, let me welcome all of you guys in a lovely session on the 9th of April, 2021, in the midst of COVID. Actually, it happens to be my birthday today, so it's going to be a very special session for me too. Forever young, so we are. Although don't go by, the gray beard, but those days that when we were in schools, there were the real comic days. We used to wait every month, sometimes in some editions every week, for the new Chanda Mama to come, Lotpot magazine to come, Diamond Comics to come in, and also that we had Commando Comics and Amar Chitragatha Comics. They used to have a new title published every now and then, and we all used to have a collector's item. We used to exchange with our friends and make sure that it was circulated privately within. And then many times, most of these were available in the school libraries. And then there were community libraries where these comic books were available. And then there was one more thing I remember was called the Sports Week. And along with the comic books, we used to wait for the Sports Weeks as well. So when you actually grew up with that culture, and today you suddenly see that, the digital ecosystem has taken the center stage, and then we have a lot to really see as to where, which direction things are going. We need to definitely deliberate on how this very medium, which is, according to me, the greatest foundation medium of all kinds, because anything that you want to do, whether nowadays that you are in animation or any other form, the basic actually starts with the comic books. Even the storyboard or even publishing of comics at a stage where you have many of these ideas to be registered and the copyright to be secured. The comic book publication and the storybook publication is the easiest mechanism to do so. Having said that, in fact, I would like to quickly take you guys through, initial thoughts on Forever Young. What are your thoughts about, the comic books and its impact on the generations? Although many of us we are connected with the kids programming, I would not like to stick only to the kids because I'll be bringing in some references from Japan, where the comic books still exist in different forms, and people still consume it on, if you go on the local trains, the metro, they call it whatever, and you will see all adults also consuming comics. So I think it's an aged agnostic kind of a medium, but we kind of got it stuck in particular form. So let's start with Shekhar. Shekhar, can you please throw light on Forever Young and your thoughts quickly? If you can actually keep it short for 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, each one of us, so we can go into discussions.
I will just like to add regarding the publication, which you said the reading habit basically has gone down. We've been producing kids content and plus film content since last for more than 50+ years. So what over the years we have seen the metros basically in like cities like Delhi and all, the kids are having real issues, reading out and having good content or Hindi content basically. So they do read, but they read English magazine or something. So reading habits in general for comic books have gone down. So this is where we are struggling to actually get our new readers, young readers. We've grown up in our libraries, school libraries. When I was young, I've seen Mayapuri in barber shop first of all in my life. So this is where I got introduced to Mayapuri. And where Lotpot is concerned, I've taken Lotpot on rent for like 1 rupee a day, something like in my summer vacations. So we have grown because that was the option, and that was the, I think, culture in North India to have comic books or something to read. But nowadays that thing is actually going down, and really the publishers are struggling to get new readers. So that's the challenge. That is, I think that's what I had to add.
Yeah, thanks so much. In fact, I know it's touching the reality. Can we go to Mr. Kurikoshi, please? If you can come in and give us your thought about Forever Young and the comic books. You have to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Hi, yeah, of course.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of like a house shift, which is why I'm taking this from my car.
We can't hear you properly, but
Can you hear me now?
yeah, much better.
Okay, cool. So to answer your question, Forever Young, I mean, yes, I definitely agree that like comics like sort of like speaks to the child within you. Like, I mean, it's like what you said. Like, in Japan, they have this very like dominant sort of like comic reading culture, and they have comics targeted at different age groups from like young boys and girls. And then there's 20 somethings, and then there's 30 plus. So I mean, it's a very different sort of medium there, and it's given a very different sort of respect, I feel, in Japan. In India, I think like one of the challenges. I mean, definitely like my colleague here just said is acquiring new readers is definitely a problem, and it's always seen as something childish, something that's acquainted with kids, like Tinkle and Champak and Lotpot and all of that have that sort of vibe. But having said that, I do feel like the kind of brand value that these brands have, like the legacy that they have, because of the fact that they've been around so long. And a big example of this for us, at least at Tinkle, was last year during lockdown, when the lockdown started and we had to suddenly, like fast track our digital, like sort of pivot. The moment we launched our app and we opened the floodgates saying, okay, you guys come in and check out our app on a digital platform, we got between Amar Chitragatha and Tinkle, we got over 5 lakh signups, instantly. So that was a huge like sort of like booster shot for us, that told us, okay, we're doing something right. We still are relevant, like these families, we're reaching out to these kids. So I do think that it's still there, the market's still there. It might be about reaching out to kids on devices that they're comfortable with, so paper might not be the way to go. So that is possibly like what I, but definitely as long as I'm working here, I feel forever much to say.
Good. I think you are on the move. That's why we see you in the car. Bharat, would like to bring you at this stage if you can unmute yourself and give us your initial thoughts, please. Thanks.
Hi there, Ashish. Well, I'm not a comic guy, I tell you. I'm from amusement industry, yes, but comic is a new subject to me. I enjoyed reading comics till my teens. Yes, I also enjoy adult comics. Corona was good time, a good family time. Book reading was fun, and I enjoyed few comic books. Yes, I watched all TV and OTT channels. The films I have not seen from Mirzapur to any. I watched all these comic movies also, those mythological and all. Frankly speaking, I do not see. It will be rather contradictory to. I do not see much in comic prints. Digital is evolving, but it'll take. It's evolving commercially. It's not doing that. But yes, since I'm a investor kind of a guy, I do smell some money, rather good money in IP, in licensing. Yes, few innovative modules if designed and done. It is not only print or digital or comic, it can be character also, it can be something else. It has to be moduled, I tell you. I do not wish to share much about comic, but the future is great. Second thing is anything from comic to anything we watch or read or anything, it is all amusement, I tell you. And amusement is an experience. So if it is fun, maza hai to money hai. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I think we need more Bharats like people in this industry to believe, you know, in these kind of ideas, and they believe that this can actually become big with IP. I really love that thought, because if the investor community is ready, there are a lot of things that we can create, and we have a very vibrant, uh, creative economy that is moving around. I think in some point in time, Risha is also going to join us. But thank you very much, Bharat, and I would like to bring in Anshul for the initial, thoughts at this point in time. Anshul, please go ahead. And for everyone.
Hi, everybody. You would be surprised to know that this is my first time on a Zoom call.
Wow.
So I'm, not actually tech savvy that much. So
I must say you're doing very well.
Really? So
Yeah.
coming to my, company, do you know what is the tagline of our company? It's 8 से 80 साल के बच्चों के लिए.
Yeah.
So what it means is that we really cater to a very, broad audience, and from children to their parents, their brothers, sisters, elder brother, sister, parents, and till grandparents. Our comics are read and enjoyed by a very, very, big age group of people.
Yeah.
And, I have been a part of this discussion today, and I'm very surprised to hear when people are saying that physical comics are dead and comics aren't selling. I am really shocked to read, hear all this, because the reality is that we are the only publishing house that has been afloat for all these years. Not even a single day has gone where we have not been, churning out comics, and we are very periodically and systematically releasing comics every month, and we are doing good numbers. And it's very sad to hear this, that comics don't sell, and the future is only you will be very surprised that it was a surprise to us also that during this lockdown we were shut for around 3 months, but the sales figures that we had were crazy, and we almost were exhausted with all the old stock that we had. We made sure that we were, shipping our comics. Thankfully, pulling some strings in the government, we were able to ship comics to our customers, and we got so many, fan mails on social media. Also, we got a big thanks from so many of our lovers that told us that how grateful and thankful that they are, that they are able to connect back to their childhood. And post this demonetization, because publishing business is a very tough business today. Demonetization, what happened was cash totally evaporated from the system, and the publishing business and distribution system runs mostly on cash, because our comics are available to small retailers and distributors who buy with as little amount as 500,000 rupees, and some bigger ones are separate, but mostly masses jo hai, they buy in a very small amount of money. So that cash completely vanished. We didn't have money to print, so we were out of business for around 6 months. We had no printing going on. But before that, we were selling around 6 to 10 lakh comics a month. And it's not a small number. It's a very, very sizable number, selling 1 million copies. Variable in the year means during the exam times, the production would be down. Sales would be around 2 to 4 lakh comics a month. And at the time of the chuttis of children, their summer holidays and their October holidays around Diwali, sales were back to 8 to 10 lakh copies a month. So demonetization, yes, we were shut down, sales went down, but post that we picked up well. We came back to around 4 to 6 lakh copies in a month. And then again with GST, there were some issues because a lot of focus was on to make in India, and government ka pressure tha, but we still managed to keep afloat. There were a lot of complaints of our readers saying paper acha nahi hai, printing achhi nahi hai, because you are used to a system and suddenly that system is no more. You are forced into a new system, so we still managed. And it's with the pandemic that production totally stopped, but we were maybe you can say you have to leverage on your weaknesses being in the publishing industry. You are stuck with a lot of stock, but we capitalized on all the stock we had, and we did all that we could to deliver comics to children. And I'm also hearing a lot today that the world is going digital. People are stuck onto digital platforms, and they love watching Netflix. If that is really true, then how are we selling? How do we exist till today? And how are we managing to sell comics? Isn't it surprising? You'll be surprised that railways is shut, and most of 70% of the market is railways. But we are taking that transitional shift from selling comics to offline stores to selling physical comics online. Physical comics are being sold online, and it was very tough, but we have picked up, and it's doing quite well. If today we manage to sell around 1,80,000 copies only on our online platform, physical comics, I think that's a very big achievement. So I would not agree that physical sales are going down. And you will be surprised that it's the parents and grandparents who were under lockdown who would call us, who have been grown up reading our comics, that they want to introduce their children to the world of comics. Children are having a burnout on digital screens. They no longer want to touch their phones because they are studying on their phones, and they just want a break. They don't want to touch the phone and their computers anymore. And Netflix and all, yes, they have had a major impact on the entire business of comics, because entertainment is moving into other dimensions, and children are finding new means of entertainment, but the classic still holds ground. I want to say that the classic is still there, and people want to read physical comics. The trend has come back after this, it going down for around, you would say, 2 years. The business was down, but the trend has started to pick up, and it's picking up in a very big way all over the world, not only India. So grandparents are asking for comics, and they want to read it to their grandchildren. So this is what I will be happy if I can share videos of parents reading comic books to their children, with children in their laps. And this is of yesterday only. So these things are very encouraging to us, that yes, we are still there, and still connected to our audience. And yeah.
Well, Anshul, the thing is, it's a great perspective. In fact, when you're talking about the dimension in terms of the physical versus digital, uh, I think the only reference is that what it used to be versus what it is right now. And I think definitely there are trends which are changing. But if the figures show us during pandemic and post-pandemic, if the numbers of physical copies are increasing, it's a great sign, because it's got a great shelf life, and it can continue to work, and it can continue to make money for all the publishers and the distribution ecosystem. So having said that, let me quickly come to see if Richa is there. Is Richa there already? Himani, can you check if Richa is joined? Anyway, by the time you tell us, let me go back to Shekhar and ask him. Shekhar, it's what we have seen basically with the comics is that some of the best comics and the best known characters actually make it to a television screen, and some of them also make it to the big screen. So can you please talk about what goes into the character development so that you build the character through comics to be taken to the next level?
So as you know that we have the #1 show. It's called Motu Patlu on Nickelodeon I think since 2012. What goes around is that initially also, once we've been there since 1968. So the content was developed with a team, with a group of people from different diversities, different cities, and the kind of focus group activity we used to do initially also keeping kids in mind. Now the focus has changed from the old established characters to contemporizing them to today's audiences, today's kids. So yes, we are facing that challenge, but that is a very good transition which is happening slowly and steadily. Even our Motu Patlu, if you see, once they started, they are like a middle-aged men, but the focus has gone towards today's kids, daily problems, issues, and that is how we are developing the new characters. We have huge library, and we, as I said, the finding new readers, like we have a magazine called Loadport, which is like a magazine. We started up with a standalone comic of Motu Patlu with Madame Tussauds. So that has picked up very well. Like as I earlier said, that young parents, uh, uh, they have grown up reading our magazine, but they do not get good content for their kids to what to read. We got a dipstick done. So now having a Loadport magazine, a Motu Patlu magazine, which kids see on TV, but the clean content. So they encourage them to read this. So when the things were right and Madame Tussauds was on, our sales figure from their counter, which is the only place we are selling right now, is close to what, like 200 or 150 magazines initially picking up. So so that's the trend which is going on. So creating an IP nowadays is very critical. We keep everything in mind. Our readers, our comic, our viewers. So it goes around. I mean, it's a very, very lengthy process. I won't take you through all of that. But yes, we keep the old, crisp ingredients which we have of Loadport and merge them with today's audience's requirement. So that's what it is required. Yes, getting them into digital is a challenge, and but if you have a IP which is there on on a broadcaster or an OTT platform, it helps to create awareness and to reach out to more audiences. So that's what I had to add on to this.
And can I get thanks Shekhar for that perspective, but I would like to ask a little more from Mr. Kuriokoshi. Can you switch on your camera, please, if you're there?
Yeah, I'm here. My the internet is quite patchy where I am right now, so that's why I've kept my camera feed off. I hope that's okay.
No, not a problem. So my question to you is a very similar one. You have a fleet of characters in Twinkle. Of course, Amar Chitra Katha, some of the characters. So what's the transition? What are you creating any of the new trendy characters in comics which can be taken to the next exploitation
level?
cycle?
Definitely. So it's two parts, right? So we basically have this huge stable of characters from 40 years, right? And I mean, so the enduring legacy of characters like a Supandi and a Shikari Shambhu is unmatched. I mean, they have like, for one, they have like a 35-year head start on like their contemporaries. And obviously for us, these are our most popular characters. We have done shows in the past featuring these guys. We have an entire YouTube series featuring Supandi and Shambhu. But what is interesting is that, like while for us and our generation, they're the characters that speak to us, our current readership, for example, thrives on our newer characters. So we have a set of paranoid, defective detectives, so to speak. They're amazingly funny, and they see a mystery everywhere and a conspiracy where there is none. So so they do fantastically well. And as per our awards, I mean, internal awards that we did last year, where we do like a reader survey, the defective detectives actually rank right behind Supandi. So they're the second most popular Tinkle Toon, like right now, even ahead of Shikari Shambhu.
Okay.
So I do feel we are definitely speaking to a very wide range of audiences. with very what do you say, relatable characters. We have a superhero character from the Northeast called Wingstar. She's amazing. She's in this place called Aizwa, where she's 13 years old. She doesn't want to be a superhero. She'd much rather be like a regular school-going girl. But this character is like done fantastic, like, like work for us in the sense that, we're trying to represent a part of the country that isn't talked about as much. And we get so much love for this character because just that, there's so many kids in these places who read so much. Like in fact, one of our strongest centers is the Northeast in terms of leadership. And they're so happy that they have a character that, like that looks like them, that talks like them, that they can relate to, and is like, a bona fide superhero. So we have a bunch of IPs who are ripe to make that transition to all other platforms. And it's like what they've been saying. I mean, I do feel we live in an age where it's like what you said, like, it's not like comic books are that foundation, but it can be translated across mediums, right?
Absolutely.
So be it like animation, be it movies, TV shows.
So I was talking more about characterization, and I think I get the gist of where you come from, but I'm going to come back to you on the stylization. So before I get Bharat back, I would like to ask this question to Anshul. Diamond Comics has a big history, and it's been, having a lot of characters. So what kind of character designs and what kind of characters have you taken away from comic books as a base to exploit them into different screens and different forms?
See, we have around 65 characters under our umbrella, including Indian and international characters, out of which 43 characters are our original characters, which we have developed. So going forward, initially we were quite reluctant to enter the digital space because, we believed that initially we believed that, it might not pick up so well. There was no, formal base or, people who had first moved into digitizing their comics in India. So we took it a little slow, and we were slow on it. But with times, as we realized that, digital marketing and digital publishing is picking up, we also took our foray into digitization. So we started with our most famous characters, which is Chacha Chaudhary, Billu, and Pinky initially, and we digitized them in-house because the comics that were made by late cartoonist Pran, they were all not made on a digital platform by a digital pen. They were all done on paper, so it was not an easy task to digitize them. It was quite expensive and time consuming as well. So, we started with that, and initially we launched an app on the Apple Store. It was a very big success, but certain problems happened for which we had to, shelve that thing off. And we later realized that if we have to do something, we have to do it on our own, because somebody has to take the bite, and we wanted to do it in-house. So we have been working on making a very big digital platform, and it is live, but not at a perfect state of tune. But yes, we are now with almost 2,000 comics are already uploaded there. We yet need to do its marketing well, but what I wanted was I wanted the setup and the foundation to be ready first before we take
So my
on a
question
marketing
was a
plan.
little different. My question was that any of these characters which are original, have you transcended them to television and to
See,
the feature,
I'll tell
or
you,
even in the merchandise area?
in television, our advent into television was in the year 1991, where we launched 5 movies, which were live movies based on 5 of our characters, and they were wide variety of characters. One was Tauji and Rumjum, then there was Mahabali Shaka, then there was Motu Chotu. So we were the first one to come out with movies, and then obviously with Sahara TV and Ketan Mehta. Before that, we started with Chacha Chaudhary, which was a very big success. Then we teamed up with Mukesh Khanna for Shaktiman, And we have been tasting success on the television screen quite a bit, and also one avenue which we were quite popular with was the radio, India Radio. So our advent with other mediums has been since the past 20 years now, 30 years, since 1990s. And then you all are aware that television, with the advent of these satellite channels, it became very expensive as a medium, to do things on your own, because we are a small company financially. So, publishing faces a lot of challenges also. So we couldn't capitalize on them for some time, but in other means.
But have you got into licensing anytime?
Yes, we had, and we started with Bradford licensing, but our experience was not good with them.
Okay.
And right now we have Bharatji on our board, and he is going to steer us forward in this new dimension. And we want to do
because
things.
My understanding is with a large character, or well-known characters in the portfolio. Uh, Actually, it's a great potential. And my next question is to Bharatji. Bharatji, in fact, when you look at as an investor, do you look at it per se in terms of a publishing business, or you look at the potential of this publishing business to license it beyond publishing and making money from there? So what's your mantra when you invest into these kind of an idea?
If I'm not mistaken, you want to know whether I see more business in publishing or allied. This is your question, no?
Correct.
Well, I have, what to my best of knowledge, what I have seen is uh, industry is changing, I tell you. It is not only publishing, it is something else. Um, Publishing book, I'd rather say offline or online. This is one vertical that the industry, the comic industry, is doing very well from last, say, 50 years.
Yeah.
And I have seen international characters also. Characters have, to my knowledge, characters have earned more than the comics.
Yeah.
Making a comic, making a digital, making a movie, making a printing is an affair which is not very commercial, not very commercially profitable. So yes, my question is the allied services are more.
Okay, so having said that, uh, the whole industry, the way it's known, with the culture that you actually go, and of course, right from we have Diamond Comics, we have Amar Chitrakatha, and we also have the Mayapuri and the Lotpot. The stylization is something that carries a lot of weight. Uh, uh, the industry in the case of Japan was known because they had the manga style of comics, and eventually when those comics were so popular that when they saw the next avatar in animation, they were called anime styles. So the styles itself are known from the region. And I think a very interesting, uh, input that was given from, one of our speakers about the Northeast as a region and the culture that gets represented. Of course, Diamond Comics in Motu Patlu are all from the northern region, so a lot of northern flavor comes with those characters. Uh, Kishore, Shekhar, what goes in, whether when you create the new age characters, and this is my question with, I need a very quick answer because we will run short of time, because I have 5 or 6 more questions for you guys. I want to know quickly that, are you very consciously building your styles, or it just happens that some artist has done something somewhere and that became a style? Because Amar Chitrakatha had a particular style, Chandamama had a particular style, Lotpot had a particular style, Diamond has a particular style. But then to say that whether India has a style of its own, there is a big question mark, and that's why my question to you guys.
Basically, if you see, the only two big characters in India which has gone big, which is Motu Patlu and Chota Bheem. So people,
No, Chota Bheem didn't go from the comic book onwards. So let's stick to the comic book.
Okay. For the comic books only, that there are two ways of it. One is that for our old characters, we need to contemporize them for today's audience, as a said Par also. Now, for new characters which we develop, we consciously make it a point that those characters are, appealing to wider audiences, and they are, for even for international also. We keep that market also in mind. So yes, the transition and the conceptualization of any character, even for a mytho character, like we get requirement for a superhero, we get requirement for a mytho character, or probably a rhyme character. So we, other than just focusing on India as a market or northern flavor, as you said, for Motu Patlu we have, we make it a very a kind of a appealing characterization, so that it is uh, it appeals to audiences not in India but abroad also. Yes, for the same reason we have two separate teams now. The one team is which takes care of our old IPs, which we have a lot of, like 200 plus IPs we have. Another team which is of the young blood, like people, kids who are like in their 20s. So they bring that flavor, they bring that appeal, which is appealing to younger audiences nowadays. So it's a very challenging job, but yes, it is, that transition is happening slowly and steadily.
Yeah. So my question goes to Kuryakush. When you have inherited Amar Chitra Katha, which was created by Uncle Pai. For the mythology, they had a particular kind of styling for the heroes from the freedom struggle. They had a particular styling, and of course, when he created his own characters like Ramu Shamu and Kapish and Rekha and all these, they were different styles. So what are you trying to do at this point in time? Is there Amar Chitra Katha style, or there is as it comes and as you designed?
So the thing is, I mean, it's interesting. So Amar Chitra Katha, definitely, we do look at newer characters, newer artists, and different styles across. So we use a multitude of artists because it's always important. I feel to get interpretations. Uh, it's fun to see different interpretations of the same characters, especially mythology and history and so on, right? But I'll speak more about Tinkle though, because that's what I've been sort of focusing on. So of course, for us, I think the biggest challenge has been to we have to appease the older generation, the nostalgia crowd, which loves our stuff over the years, as well as talk to kids of today, right? So what we do is we walk a very fine line where we don't lose the flavor of what made these characters special and unique and endearing, but we do definitely experiment more with the look and feel of our newer characters and go beyond, especially in terms of layouts, in terms of paneling, because I feel that's really opened up. Like what was happening in the past was, it was a very what do you say, orthodox 5 panel 6 panel setup, like box 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 box. But now we're going all out with the splash pages and having characters break panel borders, having no borders around any so there's a lot of experimentation happening at that level. And in terms of stylization,
I think
yeah, so
Richa
in
is
terms of,
just
yeah,
yeah.
she just announced her arrival. So in terms of character design itself, there is a lot of thought that goes into it, especially depending on the medium that you're adapting it for. Now,
Yeah.
for example, Supandi is drawn. Supandi and Shikari Shambhu have been drawn by artists been working on these characters for more than 15, 20 years. Shambhu, for example, is still drawn by CBAM Awards, who's been drawing him for almost 27 years now. And Supandi is drawn by Archana Ambedkar, who is the daughter of Ram Ambedkar, who drew
Yeah.
Supandi the first time around. So these characters definitely in the comics, there's a lot of what do you say, similarity to what they were 20 years ago. But for our newer characters, say Wingstar or Defective Detectives, which is drawn by Abhijit Kini, or Super Weirdos, which is again drawn by Abhijit Kini, Tantri is drawn by Vineet Nair, and Tantri is a character who's seen a lot of evolution across the years.
Yeah.
So there definitely we look at what's working, what appeals to kids today, what are the colors they're using, palettes. And again, I have to say it depends on the medium also. So when we adapt a Supandi or a Shikari Shambhu for the visual medium, it's a very different sort of flavor that you're giving. So Right now, we're working on a new shampoo series, an animated series, and they're going to be like micro shorts essentially. And they've been designed by Chetan Sharma at Animagic India. And we've gone with a very unique and modern sort of take on this character, while not giving up on his trademark mustache and his solar topi, all the stuff that makes shampoo shampoo, right? So it's very exciting, and it's a very fine line that you have to walk by. You don't let go of the past, but you can't ignore what is happening right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. In
Am
fact,
I hope I'm clear.
no, I think I got the sense, I got the answer. So I'm actually going to let Richa settle down a little bit before I go to her because I can see she's in the car getting in from the airport. Anshul, when you are designing your new shows, what kind of genres are you looking at? Are you still looking at the kids as a genre, or you're looking at different age profiles? Of course, you said that your tagline is, people cover till 80. But what is a very conscious percentage of content that you produce for kids and the content that you're producing or investing into for middle-aged and content for all ages? Anshul? I think I've lost Anshul, so I'll take the Richa. Let us welcome you, and I know you have gone through the whole the COVID issues at the airport. But quick take, in the new age of the content, because we have joined in the middle, quickly, if you can tell us where is the major investments going in terms of the comic books, whether you're looking at the stylization, what kind of genres, and whether the focus is still towards the kids, or we look at all ages.
Hi, Ashish, and everybody, all my co-panelists, a very big hi. So please forgive me for that.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay. Champak per se has been a magazine that has more focused on stories rather than comics.
Yeah.
And
I think you'll have to be closer to the mic. We are missing you.
And the whole idea to children, what are the... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So the whole idea being that we want to show to children what are the different ways mediums can be brought out to. So we are not very comic in terms of character comics. They are not very strong in a Champak magazine. Though having said that, we still have Chiku, which was drawn by Pran many years ago. It started, I think, in the late 70s. And then Chiku has also gone a metamorphosis, over the years. And he looks more younger. And we do introduce characters within the magazine, which is because they're all in a forest. All these animals who actually interact with each other, they are in a forest setting. They're anthropomorphic, and they're in a forest setting. So we keep introducing a large number of female characters now. I don't think we are very strong on characterization. I would say in Champak, we are not very strong on characterizations. We are more strong on what is the emotion of the story that we want to bring out to the children. Okay. So our characters actually, when we talk to illustrators who we work with, we keep telling illustrators that, look at a story and what does it evoke in you? And, different illustrators will look at different evocations that a story brings and their own characterizations of the character in that story. So I would say at Champak, we are not very strong on characterizations, and we don't run comic strips which are continuous. We are more looking at the idea that how does a story appeal to a wide variety of children across India and the diaspora of the Indian audience outside India as well.
That's great. So your mantra is all about the emotion and the story. And that's fair. In fact, that's where you can draw. So Bharatji, my question to you is, what are the innovations that can be done with the present state of our industry in India to be more sustainable and for the whole business of comics to make more sense with an investor point of view and stay more relevant to the industry. So what are your takes on these three issues?
Well, I see comics as two things. One is the story, the print, the offline, the online thing. Second is the character. I see a character is stronger than the story.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen Chota Bheem, we have seen Doraemon, we have seen international and Indian characters, Chacha Chaudhary and Sabu. Now these are strong characters, but we have not made money out of this, I tell you. I was working on a school project, which was a government project, wherein the school bags were to be procured, and the government was looking for some good numbers, say 3.5 lakh or 4 lakh of bags, which were to be supplied to government schools. Now, they were looking for a character. What if we sync these characters? And that's huge money, I tell you. So what I see is one thing, characters, yes, money. Second is I have seen companies, we are very weak. I'll not say that's not the right word. I will take it back. The licensing part.
Yeah.
That is.
I would say we are not matured licensing country as of now.
Yes, and secondly, what we look at it, I have seen old comics also. What we see at US, see at Bollywood, we see at DC or all these Marvel and all. We copy them. If we go about, I was just watching that Hanuman series of ours. It's beautifully done. I have seen Bahubali caricatures, beautifully done. Now, do you know, you must be knowing, Bahubali and all these movies, they have done numbers like anything, I tell you.
Yeah.
And we have a story, we have a history. We are a civilization of around 10,000 years old. We have epics, we have those Vedas, we have every story. Look, the kind of story, the kind of epics, we call it myth. I don't use that word myth, but this is, look, if we convert this into, we are coming up with Ram Temple. We have n numbers of these kind of, now this is money. I tell you.
No, I always believed I created Little Krishna and Shaktiman because of that.
Yes.
Because there is a sense in that that brings in. So I think, the opportunity not only to create comics originally from comic books or originally only built with a comic idea, but an opportunity to actually convert a film into
I would comment Raja Ravi Verma.
Yes.
Look, we used to read stories. We used to read Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Krishna, and all stories. It was Raja Ravi Verma who brought these the life into these all characters. Yeah. So this is the time wherein these all comic characters be created. They are in this thing. Many of you publishers and the creators have worked on, but they are not monetized. They have a reach, but reach to a limited and. Basically, I do not see. I have gone through few chapters also. I've surfed few news articles on Google also. There are no the kind of numbers that Marvel or DC or some international companies we are nowhere.
Okay, my question to Shekhar and Kuriya Koshi, quick question: that while you want your characters to be licensed to different screens in the different mediums and different forms, why is it that you are not actively pursuing known films or the known books to be taken the license of to be converted into the comic books? Why is the reverse trend not happening with the publishers like you guys?
So am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you said, if we have to reverse that route, see, it's a very costly affair, because if we have to choose a particular, say, movie or something to get their right, like Fukre, like the Discovery took, or Simba, for example, or Singham, those are very, very costly affairs. I have approached, I won't name the movies now, but I personally approached 2-3 movies, production house and producers. And the deal was almost done, but the money they asked for is stupidly higher, on a very higher side. that can be done. We are in discussion having some series of Motu Patlu with some celebrities, like there's a series of Salman Khan or series or something. So those discussions are on, but those are again need to be supported by a bigger partner, like a broadcaster or something. Doing it on your own is very, very costly affair. People, I don't think, but people don't have that bigger pockets to sustain it and then keep delivering it, because if you once you start producing it, then you need a partner to distribute that also. So it's a very long chain and costly affair. That's the main problem. Otherwise, you would love to do it.
Okay, how about you, Korea question? Yeah.
I agree with Shekhar. Obviously, it is the cost is a very intimidating factor. Having said that, we have done some amount of tie-ups with like movies as and when they come out, but it's usually like where they license our work as opposed to us licensing their work. Because I mean, it's one. I don't think it's fair to compare like like the Indian comic book industry to a Marvel or DC, because for them also, like I mean, they faced that same lull in the 90s. Marvel was almost bankrupt, right? And they made their money like when they decided to go full-fledged into the MCU and launch the cinematic universe and pump billions of dollars like to make what it is today. And I would love to be at the forefront of that, but who's giving me billions of dollars? It's a very simple like question. But we have done
You
a lot
guys,
of tie-ups with, I mean,
have
for
not
example,
got my.
most recently.
Yeah, sorry, you have not got my question. My question is that what stops you from taking some of these Bollywood movies and some of the South movies to be converted into comic books? It's a different
So,
vertical
like,
altogether.
I mean, like, honestly, for us, yeah, no, so honestly, for Tinkle, like, my priority would be to push the Tinkle characters and the characters that we create. Having said that, we have worked with some movies, for example, Padmavat and Tanaji. We have done special covers. We did a 3D cover of Padmavat with Deepika Padukone on our Amar Chitragatha comic. Tanaji, we had Ajay Devgan, appear. The recently released Hati Meri Sati, that stars Rana Daggubati. We had a running feature in Tinkle for almost a year where we were exploring his protagonist character as a child. Where he discovered his love for elephants and so on. So those deals are on definitely, and they do happen. But for me, honestly, the focus would be to keep our own characters alive at this point. I want to see Sikari Shambhu on the big screen. I want to see Supandi on the big screen.
No, I
And that's what I would
understand that.
want to
That's
push.
one side of business. I was wanting
And the
to
other
ask you
side is
about
the
the other
money
side.
making side. Exactly. So we
Anyway,
are
so
constantly looking
my
for partnerships.
we have almost run out of time. My quick question to you guys is in terms of making making sure that you are creating characters which are relevant with times and which the kids can relate to. But how much of it, Richa, do you get it tested before releasing it? Do you have any kind of pre-testing done before you actually release?
Ashish, you're asking about characters?
Yeah, characters and the stories that you want to do.
So I don't think you can do a testing of stories. I don't think for the audience that we serve, you can do a testing of stories. It's a lifelong love, and it's a lifelong habit that what kind of stories your audience is reading. I will just take a moment to answer the question that you asked before. In my capacity as a person who's trying to bridge the gap between a publishing house and seeing some beautiful characters on television screen, I find there is a great paucity of storytelling in India. When you look at original storytelling, I mean, keeping the myths aside, I'm not a very big favor of reculling or recutting uh, ancient scripture, because I'm sure there is much more than Indian children should be uh, exposed to. But uh, I find there is a huge paucity in storytelling. We are looking for Champak to come on as animation, but we are not able to find good story writers within the country who can animate these characters. That's at least my experience. Secondly, when you look at whether these movies can be made into comic strips, I would like to ask the question, where is the audience? I don't see the audience. Which is the audience are you looking for? Children, definitely not. I don't want my children to read Singham. I mean, I don't even understand why should children see animated Singham. It's very, very chauvinistic. It's very, it's one person says it all and violence is the answer. I don't want my children to see Little Singham. So I feel that if you're serving children, you have to keep in mind what are the values that you want to bring to them. And to the children that we would like to reach out to, we would like to have very basic human values, which is fun, love, sharing, caring. And I find it missing in Indian animation. Whatever Indian animation is coming out, it's meant for adults. I don't see it meant for children. I feel it's very slapstick. It's violent to some extreme, and it's not helping them overcome problems or even imagine. So I think to a large extent, when you're asking Ashish, what is the litmus test that you do? I think you do that litmus test as values to the organization. What kind of values would you like your children to read? What kind of fun would you like your children to read? And these are my personal views. I don't mean to, say
Absolutely. In fact,
anything against the industry.
I know when you say, that you don't like it, that's fine. But a large amount of television content is pre-tested, and that's what the kids are looking for. And that's how the ratings are showing a lot of things. But having said that, I think this question can never be answered straight.
Never.
But then everybody
Yeah.
will have their own takes. But having said that, I think, this is one industry which would actually be forever young, because it deals with the basic styles of drawing and a simple form of storytelling that doesn't require any gadgets or any of these things. If you don't want to go on the digital, it's probably one of the finest engaging mechanism for all ages, instant engagement, and it can very easily be converted into all languages and very easily understood by the audience in all languages. And that's why this industry can remain forever young. And having said that, we have shot the time by about 5-6 minutes, but extremely sorry for doing so. But when Richa came a little later, then we needed to accommodate her. So big thank you to Bharat, Shekhar, Richa, Anshul, Mr. Mr. Kuriya Koshi, and I think I really enjoyed talking to you guys. Next time I will tell Anil to keep probably 2 hours for us, so that we can actually have a little more better discussion and a structured discussion. 1 hour is too short for us to discuss this thing. I can already see Nitin Pandey getting ready for the next session. So back to you with a big thank you. Back to you, Himani. And
thank you,
can take it
Ashish, and
forward.
thank you, everybody. I'm so sorry for being late.
Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Ashish. Sir, happy birthday to you.
Thanks.
That was a wonderful session. Thank you all for such a mind-stimulating discussion. I would request you to attend the next session and hear what our best critics and your book readers, kids, have to say. Before we move forward, I would like to take a moment and thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. For our next panel, no kidding, it's all about comics, I would like to welcome Mr. Shaurya Makhijani, Ms. Pratima Taude, Mr. Jay Shah, Ms. Sara Mascarenhas, Mr. Ryan Shetty. Moderating this session is Mr. Nitin Pandey, founder and CEO, Parentune. Over to you, Mr. Nitin.
Thanks, Abani. But you know what? It's Ryan, it's Jay, it's Shaurya,
They all are our best critics. So,
Pratima, hope you guys are doing great. So, like I promised, there's a surprise panelist. Would you like to meet him? Would you like to meet him? Yeah?
Yes.
Hello. Are you surprised? I am not. And that's Yoda welcoming our panelists today. And I'm really, really excited, looking forward, and very nervous. I can see some comic t shirts up there, and I can see that, we have a lot to talk about. So let me first ask Ryan. Ryan, what's your favorite comic character?
It's undoubtedly Spundy and Captain Underpants.
Tell us a little about why do you like Supandi and why do you like Captain Underpants?
Spundy is definitely a situation that I can relate to. I mean, taking things too literally and then falling into trouble. So it's just like how the world would be if everyone took everything so literally. And Captain Underpants, George and Harold are not like me, but it's fun to see what the other side is. It's humorous.
Right. So, Ryan, you also are into memes from what I understand, right? So we'll come to that, and I'm really excited to talk to you about that. But just before that, Sarah, what's your favorite comics, and can you tell a little about why do you like that comic?
Yes. One of my favorite comics are Asterix. They're my favorite because I really like the funny scenes and the characters, which are very different from each other, and they all play a very important role in it.
Right. So, like you can see, Sarah loves Obelix. Sarah, why do you like Obelix?
Mostly because of his job and his very funny character, because he has a very different personality and he's always, sometimes he's moody, sometimes he's funny. He is very temperament actually.
And if there was like one quality or one thing that you could do like Obelix, what would that be?
I would like to do his job. I would like to work in the mining quarry where I can mine menhirs.
What are menhirs? Like, tell me a little about it. Tell everyone a little about what are menhirs. What does Obelix and company do?
Menhirs are just these big stone obelisks which were used in the ancient Egyptian period. There's no actual use for it. It's never mentioned in the Asterix series. But he mostly just mines it and he keeps selling them.
Right, and that's Obelix and company for you, right? And Sarah, you mentioned that if there was one thing which you could do like Obelix, what would that be? Would you like to share that with everyone?
I would like to work in his company the most and go on walks in the forest with him. He loves doing that and he keeps hunting a lot of boar.
That's awesome, Sarah. Thanks a lot. And there's one more thing, I want to ask you, which you told me about your favorite subject, right? One of them being history. And you learned history and you remember one of those visuals, right? I have that visual on the screen. Can you walk us through this visual? What is it about?
This is Kaurava and Alexander. So this is basically King Kaurava who was fighting King Alexander. And Alexander was very impressed with Kaurava because of his bravery and the fact that Kaurava did not give up fighting for his country. And Alexander was really impressed. So he called a truce and he left Kaurava's land.
Isn't that awesome? And Sarah, you remember that mainly because of that visual and you read it in a comic. I believe you read it in Amar Chitra Katha and it has like left an indelible mark on you, right? Is that right?
Yes. I was able to answer a lot of questions in my history exam because of that.
Thanks for sharing that. Isn't it beautiful? Now, I want to go to Shaurya. Shaurya, why do you like Captain Underpants?
He's very funny, and George and Harold, they're also very naughty, and well, it's really funny. The pranks, the way Captain Underpants becomes back to Mr. Krupp, and then Mr. Krupp becomes Captain Underpants once more, the fighting.
And would you do something similar, like what George and Harold did to the principal, or would you rather not do that?
I would rather not do that.
Okay, and you spoke about Mahabharat and you follow Mahabharat, and that's one of your favorite stories, right? So tell us a little about that, Shaurya. Who's your favorite character in Mahabharat?
In that, it is Duryodhan.
And why is that?
Because he has different sorts of plans and he does evil stuff and he's also pretty powerful.
Okay. And if you were to become a character, would you become Duryodhan or someone else?
No, then I would become Bhim.
And why is that?
Because Bhim is more powerful and he has like the might of 1,000 elephants.
Oh, and wait, how do you know that? Because you've been reading these comics on Mahabharata. Is that how you know it?
Yes.
Thanks for sharing that, Shaurya. And I would have some more questions. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Rayan, I want to come back to you and I want to ask you about the story. I know you are into meme making, but if you can talk a little about how did you come to it and what is meme fusion and what do you do there and what is this meme all about?
Memes are a great way of grabbing attention. They increase your creativity. What else can I say? They urge you to think in impactful, just one-liners. Like basically, Meme Fusion is a browser extension that allows you to make these funny images with captions. How I came up with this is actually we used to get mail notifications the minute somebody replies or reacts, and I used to make some fun stuff. So people are reacting a lot, and then my mother is scrolling through my inbox to find some of the other mail, and then when she sees these mails first she gets frustrated, then it comes again, then she gets even more frustrated. So that's how you get along with it.
And that's why you created this meme, dedicated to your mom, that this is how she reacts when she sees a notification.
Yes, just after class got over, I opened the extension and I made this.
This is really interesting, Rayan. And I also know that you are a young filmmaker. I saw your movie. We can't play that movie, but can you talk a little about what interested you to make this documentary, which you made on Dandi March? And I now know a lot about Dandi March because of your movie. So can you talk a little about this?
Actually, this is a school project. There were just 2 days to go, and I had nothing with me. I was basically in the holiday mood. So it is just like this 2 days left, and I'm like, what should I do? So I open up the MacBook and I'm searching on Google salt march, salt march. All that comes is mostly is Wikipedia, and the teachers says no Wikipedia, and you can't copy paste stuff. So I had to write my own script. Then I stumbled upon this really cool video. And then I first went ahead with that script, and then I saw that I made my edits, and then it turned like what happened was the whole text was mine. Then I compared both the text, and mine was totally different from his.
I think it was fantastic, and I watched the whole movie. So, Ryan, I really think that you can create, really great learning material for other kids, right? And they can learn faster because you just helped me learn about Dandi March. I had no clue about what was Dandi March, how was it done. So, thank you for that, and thank you for sharing the movie, right? And I also have Jay with me. Jay,
Yes. Yes. Hello.
are Ramu and Shamu your favorite character, and if so, why?
Yeah. 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 So I like them because when I read them, they were about my age, so it was relatable, and also I found the illustrations very interesting.
And what do you like about Ramu and Shamu?
They're how simple they are, like how they take everything literally.
Okay, and you said you relate to them, right? So what part do you relate to them? Where do you say that okay, I will
The witty part, one like the witty part, and also the age, like how they're also kids like me when I read it. So
and who do you like more, Ramu or Shamu?
I won't say so because they both have the same characteristics and
You can't choose between the two. Okay. And we also have Pratima. Pratima, how was your exam today? Did it go well?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so Pratima, would you like to talk about your favorite stories and your favorite?
Look at the screen. Look here, look in the camera. When he talks to you,
Pratima, you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I like Ganesha's from Amar Chitrakatha. And
Right.
also Sultana Razia's comics. They were also very nice. Because I didn't knew about she was the first Mughal woman emperor. So I got to know about her also.
That's interesting, right?
I
Someone
like
someone had this interesting trivia about Ashoka. Who was that? Was that Jay you? Jay, would you
Yes, I would.
tell everyone about that trivia about Ashoka?
So basically, Ashoka disappeared from all texts for a very long time, and we knew only little about him until it got figured out that he used to call himself Devanampiya Piyadasi, because in all his scripts he never addressed himself as. I mean, of course, there are many scripts, but in all of them he referred to him as Devanampiya Piyadasi. So they never quite made the connection.
And what does that mean? The name?
Beloved of the gods.
Wow. I mean, I can bet very few people would know that. So Jay, you are a hero for me. You just educated me on this super cool trivia. I'm going to tell a lot of people about it. Pratima, your favorite story is something to do with Ganesha, right? Would you want to talk about that?
I love how he became God elephant headed. This is in the comics, so I love that. Like how his mother helps goes against the gods, all gods. So this is the story I like in that Ganesha story.
Right. And apart from this, who's your favorite character, Pratima?
Yeah, I love Shikari Shambhu from Tinkle Comics. I
And what
love
do
him.
you like about him the most?
His luck. He's so lucky. At the end, in the starting, he's not so lucky. He has to go to hell
And you would like to be that lucky as well yourself, right?
to help others, but at the end,
That's interesting. So tell me one thing, all you guys, like, you are so cool. I mean, I've been learning so much from you. Tell me, is it a good idea to learn from comics? Can we have comics as textbooks? What do you think? Yeah, yeah, anyone. Go ahead. Rayan and Jay, go ahead.
So comics are great because they would add a fun element. But why is the fun element important? So because whatever you learn with fun, you will never forget. That's one thing I can say for sure. Like I would remember a comic that I've read 3 years back right now, and I can even remember those short stories that they used to have in my book last year that really helped me in this year's exams. As in, everything that was in the comic stayed in my head, and those were like the basic principles highlighted at the beginning of every chapter. So that really kept it in my head, and yeah, that helped me pass.
That's awesome. Jay, you were also saying something. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, like Ryan said, it will add the fun element, and maybe it would not make studying boring. And why would that be important is because even if it's fun, maybe it wouldn't be like, you wouldn't think of it as boring, and it wouldn't stress you out maybe. So then maybe you would perform better in the test than you would with stress.
Right. What do you think, Shaurya? Is comics a good idea inside the classroom?
Yes, well, because the children would like it, they would study more, they won't have stress, and there's no concern on their minds.
Right. And why do you think there would be no stress? Because the syllabus would be the same, right? So how would the stress disappear?
They're learning in a different sort of a manner, so they feel more comforted, so there won't be that much stress, or otherwise there won't be any stress at all.
Tell me one thing which you've learned or any concept where any of you have learned a concept better because of comics.
Can I?
Yeah, Rayan, go ahead.
The best I can tell you is simple, compound, and complex sentences.
Oh, how's that?
Apostrophes. So at the start of this chapter, last year we had grade 4. It was that there's one. It's like this. So the teacher writes on the board, "Let's eat, grandma," and they're like, everybody's like, "What?" And then the teacher says that when with your apostrophes you add your meanings, so that it just really taught me that apostrophes add meaning, and they're important when you want to show possession, and when you add the s does not mean you want to do something to that person.
Wow, that's awesome. Sarah, you want to speak first? Jay, I'll come to you.
Yeah, so it helps you understand concepts because, like I said, that Kaurava and Alexander one, and all the other ones, like in Asterix, it was about the Gauls when they were invaded by the Romans in the ancient world. It really helped me remember that, so I could answer many questions to it later. So it was really just stuck in my brain because there were so many attractive pictures and just amazing storylines. It was really like I could remember it much easily.
Fantastic. And Jay, you want to add to that? Yeah.
Yeah, so the first example that comes to my mind is of history and being taught well is Amar Chitrakathas, of course, which I've been there for 50 years or even more. And I think back to your point, I think history is one topic that there should be comics in.
Jay, you turned yourself. Yeah,
Be- because because like it's already worked with ACKs, so they should go ahead and do it.
That's really nice. And Shaurya, Pratima, what do you guys think? Is it a good idea? And do you think comics improve concept understanding? Can you give an example?
I would like to add, if I can.
Yeah, Rayan, go ahead.
I totally agree that we should have it in history. We could even have it in geography to show how the landforms are formed, what kind of topography is there. It would be lovely. I mean, geography is the subject that I'm really stressed on.
So you think it's a great idea. So you guys have to help Rayan later on. Okay, don't forget. He's just Rayan. I remember you telling me you've got freedom. You want to tell everyone what is that freedom? Today you've got some freedom, right?
Yes, today I've even marked it on my calendar that today's Independence Day. Actually, my Google chat was filled with messages, Happy Independence Day, and that's actually independence from exams. I'm sure many people have already had Independence Day today.
Yeah, I think Pratima still is not through with her exams. Pratima.
I'm going to celebrate it at 12th of April.
Okay, great, fantastic. So, Pratima, what concept do you remember because you learned it through a comic?
Actually, the concept there helps me in my writing skills during the English period. It really helps. Like once we had story writing, write a story of your own. So I wrote Shikari Shambhu's story there, and it was really helpful for me. So it improves our writing skills.
Nice, really great. And how was your exam today, Pratima? Was it good?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're not stressed now? Okay, great. Shaurya, coming back to you, you talked about how you don't need to remember something if you've learned through the comic. Would you want to tell a little more about that?
Oh well, I have learned the history. I've learned many more things through comics. I've learned like how many people do things. I've learned about life. I've learned about looks. I've learned about like a lot of stuff.
Okay, so next question is a quick one, guys. We'll go, quick 1, 2, 3 like that. Okay, and I'll take names. So tell me, how many hours on a typical basis do you get to read or watch our favorite comic characters or favorite comics? Starting with Ryan first.
This is a really difficult question. It varies. If I have exams, maybe not even once a week. Because I hardly even watch TV. I must be watching like 5 minutes of TV when I need to go down for milk or something.
Quick answer, Ryan. How many
Okay.
hours?
Rarely. But I can read them whenever I want on the Tinkle app or on YouTube. So they're both available.
Okay, Sarah.
I don't. We don't have a TV. Actually, our TV has not even been working for 9 months, so we'll not watch TV. So from then, I just read whenever I want. Actually, but approximately for half an hour per day, probably. Whenever on the Tinkle app or in any Amar Chitrakathas which I want.
Right. And do you have an app also? Do you read comics on your mobile app?
Yeah. Yes, I do a lot.
So how many hours put together, like comic reading or watching or looking at it on the app? Typically non-exam day, not on exam day.
Including classes.
Yeah. We are watching comics inside the classes already, which is awesome.
That will be about 4 hours because classes are 3 hours.
Oh, okay. So you mean not comics, but you mean overall screen time, right?
Yes,
But my question is comics or comic characters in a day, typically how many minutes or hours do you
Half
get?
an hour to 40 minutes.
Half an hour to 40 minutes. Got it. Shaurya?
Well, usually I read like around 20 minutes of comics, and then after that, sometimes I read more, sometimes, yeah, I read that.
Okay. Jay?
About around 1 hour, maybe a little less, maybe like maybe with a break in between.
Okay.
Not once.
Not like in one go, but with breaks 1 hour. Oh, that's cool. And Fatima, how about you?
I read until I finish the whole.
That's awesome. That's a great answer. So tell me one thing, how many of you actually draw characters? Have you ever drawn a comic character? Rayan, you seem to have. Jay has. Yeah, Rayan.
I've actually drawn for 2 books of my own. One is basically of a person like me who loves to eat food. And what basically happens is the new health teacher comes and stops all the junk food in the cafeteria, and then this boy, right, who loves food, he he somehow finds a way to remove that teacher from the school forever, and then there's junk food. And another one is of it's of a building. There are 2 children who love playing, and then there is this old man who doesn't like children playing. So he what he does, he somehow gets stuff stolen from people's houses, and he sneaks them into the children's house. And then the children, what they do, they actually expose this guy by a wacky trick, and then they get to play the whole time, and that guy is ashamed.
I was about to interrupt you, Rayan, because that was really long. Okay, we have to go faster now, guys. We are getting closer to wrapping up the panel. So, Sarah, you want to add something? Have you drawn any character?
Yes, I've drawn Shikari Shambhu and Supandi from Tinkle.
Wow.
And I've also drawn many Asterix characters, including this one.
Now I like that. Can you get up, Sarah? Oh, your favorite character, Obelix, right?
Yes.
Awesome. That's really cool. Shaurya, have you drawn any of your favorite comic character?
No, actually, I'm not that much into drawing.
But you plan to at some point?
I am not so sure.
Thank you for being honest. Jay, have you?
Yeah, so I love creating characters in like the pastime, like anything. I just create characters, but not really anything serious. Like not like Ryan, who's created stories.
Rayan is doing some serious stuff. Yeah. I agree with you, Jay. I get the point. So, Pratima, any character which you've drawn?
I have drawn ones from the Japanese, like Dragon Ball's characters and Pokemon's characters.
Oh, that's so cool. That's really nice. So one last question, guys, right? One or two questions, and then we'll sort of let the next panel come in, and we'll say bye to everyone. But tell me one thing: during this pandemic, a lot of you would have been learning online, right? On the laptop, like how we are talking, right? And you guys are all professionals almost, handling Zoom. I am here struggling and Yoda is trying to help me, and there you guys are like rocking all the way, right? But tell me one thing. If there were comics, or if it could have been taught through the comic way during the pandemic, how would that have been? And how do you visualize what would that have been? Like learning the comic way during the pandemic on the screen. What do you visualize seeing? Like I can already see Rayan is already thinking memes. Yeah, Shaurya. Shaurya, go ahead.
So I think it would be really nice, as then some children also have the stress that I don't think we learn better in online class. I don't think that we'll be able to pass if it's because it's online. We don't know what's going to happen, so and so. Then it'll definitely take the stress off their minds. The teachers will also have an easy time, as they can just copy paste the pictures of the characters and then write their own stuff.
Awesome. Okay. Who wants to go next? Yeah, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool because in textbooks there are just mostly words and very less pictures. So if we had comics, there would be like more pictures, and I like pictures way better than words. So it would be really amazing actually if they were like present on the comics and then we can read it, and it would be so cool.
That's interesting. So visual part, right? Like you said. Yeah, Rayan, Jay, whoever picks up first.
Okay, I can so I can say that it would be more easy, and the comics that we would normally distribute in school could if it was used in learning, that could be just presented, so no hard work, and yeah, it would be very easy for students to relate to it, and it will also save teachers time. But there would be a better suggestion to keep some days to send the comics as resources and explain the text in class.
That's nice. That's really a good idea. Like using comics as a resource material and giving it ahead so that there's some preparation time. Prathama, what do you think? Jay, you want to go first? Yeah, Jay, go ahead.
Okay. So I think, of course, it would be a great idea, and like all the others said, it would be cool. But what I think would be even better is maybe I think it would be better if comics were given in physical school rather than virtual school, because in virtual it might be blurry or some technical difficulty. Meanwhile, in virtual it might be, physical it might have been better.
Right.
But I still think it's a cool idea.
Right. Someone said, while we were doing a backstage chat, one of you said that imagine if libraries had more comic books. Who was that? Oh, Rayan, you were. Yeah. So you were saying most of the comics would find dust inside, and what happens in your school library? You can tell us. Okay, we won't tell anyone, but you can tell us.
Everyone has a fight for the comic books. So another reason why comics are so popular is a picture speaks 1,000 words. Reading is wonderful, but pictures are much better.
Tell me the library story.
Oh, the library story, I have to tell you. So these students, they barge in. When we come in a line, and then the teacher says, choose your book. And then all the children, whether they're last in the line, they will push and run to the comic section. They'll climb on each other's backs and they will get down those books. But they will not leave the comics.
Awesome. And you said, I remember you said that there should be a policy that in the library, 75% of the books should be comic books, because
Yes.
otherwise books won't be read. And if most of them are comic books, then most of those books would be read, right? So I think that's so cool. Prathama, you want to add any point to that? During pandemic, if one could have learned the comic way, what would have that meant to you?
As our subjects are few, so the comics would also be few. So like how I used to, like Tinkle was monthly issue. So I used to finish that in 2 or 2. So I used to repeat that book. Same way, children will also repeat that subject book again and again, so they will understand the concepts very clearly. So they will remain they will get to know about exactly about every page from the textbook. So it would be very easy for understanding them.
Hey, Yoda is getting a little disturbed. Okay, he's saying we are out of time now, and he's doing this again and again. Right now, I am scared. Okay, so we need to stop, guys. One last question. Okay, and everyone needs to answer this. Okay, one last question, but we go quick. One word answer. Rayan, one word answer only. Okay. All right, we'll stick to only one word answer. Comics inside the classroom. Comics for studies. Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Awesome.
Yes.
That's time. Yoda is really now, looking very harsh. Like you can see, right? He's not very happy. We need to stop now and let the next panel come in. But I'm so thankful. Thank you guys for teaching me so many things. I really enjoyed that. And see you guys later. Bye bye.
So when do you mean later?
Ryan, tonight we'll talk. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, kids. Thank you for joining us today. It was
Thank you.
lovely having all of you here. We should definitely put in all your feedbacks and tell our schools to get back those comic fair days back. I really feel Rayan on the library story, running to the comic section and all. Thank you, Mr. Nitin. I would request you to stay back and moderate the next panel as well, which is teaching the comic way. For this panel, I would like to introduce our esteemed set of panelists. Dr. Parul Sood, Associate Professor cum Academic Coordinator, Chitkara College of Education. Mr. Vijay Srinivas Prativadi, Founder, eFundu. Ms. Kumkum Jagdish, Psychologist and Counselor. Ms. Damayanti Bhattacharya, Educationalist and Principal, Jasudben ML School and Bloomingdale's Pre-Primary. Mr. Jason Matthew, Assistant Artistic Director and HOD, The Dance Works. Over to you, Mr. Nitin.
Thank you so much, Himani, again, and welcome everyone. I'm just on a different voltage level right now because I can't tell you how excited I was for the session and how nervous. I just hope you guys enjoyed the session. But like they say, there is interesting things and then there are some tough things to do, right? We know the NEP is out, NEP 2020, which says now that more than grading, learning is important, and it talks about the stress is on critical thinking, it is on experiential learning. And while we've heard these keywords over a period of time, now we are seeing it in action and in policy, right? And we are also seeing bilingual education for grade 5 till all classes in grade 5. The recommendation of NEP is that there would be bilingual learning, right? Given that, what do you think is a unique role comics can play? And I would like to first go to Vijay. Vijay, do you think to make this possible, the NEP guidelines, comics can play a unique role in this?
Yeah. Thank you, Nitin. And I must say it was very enjoyable, your last session, and it just, woke me up. It was wonderful. Yes, actually, Nitin, it's a very nice question. At one end, there is a government policy, and then you are trying to do something out of your passion, and then there is a market out there, and you have to see where the product fits in nicely. So, we started this bit itself 5 years back when we wanted to just get this thing in a different way, And I was very amazed. It was as if those kids were reading from, my PPT, because all the things they mentioned with the stressful, the stress part of it, and hello.
Yes, Vijay, go on.
Yeah. So yes, it's not easy to immediately let it happen, but yes, it needs a lot of involvement from the teachers as well as the institution heads to get it in. The reason being, the government may set up a curriculum, which is your national curriculum framework. They will put things in place, but following the syllabus is left to the schools or the regional heads to take it forward. And bilingual was very key to us because, we believe in the quality of education. And this whole thing came about because at one end we saw the IB schools and at the other end we saw the government schools. And we thought, what is that one thing that a kid can actually carry home? And that is a book. And so we decided to, go the comic book way because I come from an advertising background. I've been an advertising creative director. So we wanted visual learning. And at the other side, we created these bilingual comics apart from the usual English ones.
Right. That's very interesting. And that brings me to another comic fanboy, Jason. Jason, my man, can you please help us understand what does teaching and learning, like especially as a learner, right? What does learning the comic way mean to you? Like when someone says, okay, learning the comic way or teaching the comic way, what does it mean to you?
So first of all, I must say, Nitin, the session was crazy. I agree with Vijay. I felt like I was a student, and I was like, my God, these kids are so ahead in their times. And I just remember saying, I long back had heard this somewhere where I don't know from where, but it was that this generation's philosophy will be next generation's common sense. When I heard these kids, I was like, my God, Jason, either you were very slow or these kids are very fast. Clearly, these kids are very fast. So I was really impressed.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now teaching the comic, I am going to give you my personal testimonial. Okay, and this is really, I'm not ashamed of it. So I come from Delhi initially, and Delhi 20 years back, English was not the normal language spoken everywhere. Even though I was studying in Don Bosco school, still in normal life, we used to speak in Hindi. So that time there was a comics called Archies, which was very expensive. So I used to borrow it from my friend, and believe me, it's a fact. I used to read Archies. I used to make notes from it because it was the Western language, which was updated, which was still not there in India, and the slang and the jokes. And I used to use them in daily life. And I could not read proper English in the books, the big books, but that's where I started. Of course, I read Champak Pampak, all of that. And I was never a reader, but comics developed my English in a very small scale when I started. And today I read all the time, not just comics, all sorts of books. But if you give me these books initially, no way, I'll run away.
Amazing. This is like a great way to understand the unique role a comic can play, right? So let me go to early years, wonder years educator. We have Damayanti with us today. Damayanti, you would have seen this very close quarters, right? Especially they say during the wonder years, a child's mind is like almost like a sponge, absorbs their surrounding, and the surrounding needs to be fostering imagination, wonder, right? Given that, do you think various art forms play a role in a child's development, and how do they play a role? Can you give us some idea? And you may have to unmute yourself, Damayanti.
Hugely, Nitin. And first and foremost, thank you for having me on this show. Yes, of course, arts, performing arts, art in any form provides, I would say, a lot of food for the wonder years, because that is how creativity develops. That is how they learn to be free. That is how they learn to be confident. So yes, it plays a huge role. I mean, imagine being able to, imagine being able to dance, to perform on the stage. It adds a lot of, it is not, it adds so many dimensions to their personality. It helps them to believe in themselves. Huge. It has a huge impact. I'm a very, very firm believer of it. Yes.
And we talk about this, how during these years, especially the formative years, concept building is critical, and it's very important. And here I would like to come to you, Kumkum. The whole science of understanding and learning dwells down and goes deeper to understanding concentration. How do children concentrate, and what's the science behind concentration? So I would first want to understand, what is the science behind concentration?
You're asking me?
I'm asking Kumkum, actually. Yeah, go ahead, Kumkum.
Yeah. So before I talk to you about concentration, let me first look at how a comic book can be used for learning. Why is it important for learning, and then how is it that it builds the concentration, right? So first, let's look at the different elements in a comic book. So what are the elements? The elements are, there is visual, there is color, there are emotions, characters, right? Words, text. So these are the different elements, and each element, either individually or in a joint sort of manner, trigger the imagination of a child. And that is why you had our young panelist saying that it is a lot of color, visuals tell you a lot, right? I think what he said was, a picture speaks 1,000 words. Why did he say that? because when he's looking at it, his imagination is running. It's one, he's paying attention to that picture, he's paying attention to that particular panel. And what is important for concentration? Attention is important for concentration, right? And he's looking at that panel. There is imagination. Okay, the picture is telling him so many things. For example, let's look at this Tintin comic book. I have this little comic strip where Tintin is fishing. Okay, this is a green, yes, Tintin. There's a green, lush sort of a river bank where Tintin and Snowy are sitting, and he has put his rod in there and he's waiting, and it's hot. Okay, he says in there, the dialogue says that it's very hot, let me wear my cap. And he takes out his cap and he says, I'll take out the cap from my pocket. And he takes out this cap from his pocket and puts it on. So the second comic strip, the first comic strip, he's just talking about putting on his cap. The second comic strip, he has a cap on. So in between the two panels, there is so much of room for imagination. First is, how could a cap fit in the pocket? That was the first thing that went into my mind. Did he have to fold the cap? How many, was the top pocket too big for the cap? Okay, and then you're looking at, it's warm, it's hot, how hot it is. So you can see the imagination is going, right? You're imagining so many things. If you take a book with just text, right, what happens is that is also really good for our imagination, but a comic book stimulates your imagination by giving you certain things and leaving the rest. So for example, if I do not know what a pencil mustache is, and I don't see a picture of it, I may stop imagining it. But in a comic book, if I say there was a man with a pencil mustache and I see that, then my imagination will start running. I catch on to that, and it stimulates your imagination. When something stimulates your imagination, you are paying attention. You are understanding it, right? Like Mr. Matthew said that, there were words that I could pick out from the Archie comics, which I could use. These words were not overwhelming. Why were these words not overwhelming? Because the pictures were giving you an idea or a meaning for that word. So when I started reading, when I started paying attention, and when I would achieve a certain amount of reading in a comic book, that gave me that confidence that I have achieved this. I have read this. Like our young panelists said that, I read about these kings, I read about history, and I felt good and I could remember. Why could they remember? Because the attention element was there.
Right. So like you said, Kumpum, and we can see on the screen the concentration cycle starts from imagination and then to attention, to achievement, to motivation, and then to concentration. Thanks for sharing that. I want to go to someone who trains teacher to really teach better. And that's Parul. And Parul, I want to ask you about the script, right? And we were talking about how can teachers teach in more interesting manner. And Parul teaches teachers to teach better. And Parul and her team actually train a lot of teachers at the Chitkara Trust. Parul, would you want to talk about a little about this comic strip and the whole thought about teachers creating comic strips to explain concepts?
Thank you so much, Nitin, for inviting me to be a part of such an august gathering and giving me a chance to learn from the stalwarts of the industry. And I would like to share a brief about the organization that I come from, that is Chitkara University, and which is an initiative by Chitkara Group, founded by Dr. Ashok K. Chitkara and Dr. Madhu Chitkara, who have experience of more than 40 years of teaching experience. So the group has two universities. One is in Punjab and the other is in Himachal Pradesh.
To interrupt you, can we talk about this comic strip?
I'm just coming to that, Nitin. I just want to tell you that since we have two universities and two schools, and university and school, both of them are working very closely. And that is what the relationship is all about. The curriculum that is followed in our schools is from university to K. So it is, entirely ulta, we can say. So we have a curriculum which is reversely integrated. So the research part, that percolates into the school teaching. And since research says, that the attention span of the student is very important wherever you are teaching a student. So we really need to catch on that. And and how to grasp that attention of the student. This is what we focus on in our curriculum while training our prospective teachers, whom we call alpha teachers. Since the generation that we are teaching, the last panel that you had were all children, and they were very much into it that yes, comics should be a part of the curriculum, and you should teach comics, should be integrated maybe in a flipped form. This is what they said. This is what my takeaway was from the last panel.
This is a comic strip which your teachers have created, right, Parul? This is a comic strip which they have created, and
yes, and
they've used the web, software to create this comic strip. Is that right?
Yes, and so they have created this comic strips. We want that all our alpha teachers, whatever teaching subject they are teaching, or they should be able to create a comic into their lessons. Since the delivery part of the if we divide the entire structure of the teaching, then it has 3 phases: presentation, controlled practice, and free practice. At each and every level, the teacher can integrate a comic strip. I can show you some examples for the same, which our students have created. One example you have just shown. I'll show you one more example. Like if I talk about at presentation stage, this is another example which our students, Kali has created. And this is a common comic strip on gender sensitization. So you name any topic and they have created a comic strip. I have another comic strip which is on photosynthesis, again created by my students. So this is a comic strip created by Miss Suruchi Nanda, and she is at present at 4th semester.
Thanks, Parul, for sharing that. Just going to Jason now. I'll come back to you. Jason, we talk about attention span, right? And today's learners actually don't have much attention span. It's like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. We talk about 20 seconds. Now, I understand that your academy teaches dance, right? How do you hold their attention? And do you think comics can help in holding their attention? Like what we've been talking about, the science of concentration, the cycle of concentration. But how do you do it in a dance form or an art form?
See, I'll explain quickly, okay? This generation is about Instagram. So Instagram is like 15 second, 20 second, and then they swipe. The stories are more hit than the post. That's the way the generation is. But with dance, the reason why I think we don't face such an issue much, because they have chosen it. It's something they like. They are passionate about it. So I don't have to do half the battle is won for me. Like today in your meeting with the kids, they were with you, man. They were with you. You had to tell them to stop. They were talking, but they didn't have any attention problem because it is their passion. They love it. I think that's the key. If something they love it, everything is possible.
Right. Vijay, coming to you, this entire bit of value-based learning, what I noticed in the panel before, while I was learning from their experiences, what was really interesting was that they were picking values from these various stories which they liked and various comic strips which they liked, right? Have you seen that while in your work in eFundu, and how do you guys go about it? I know you guys work with Akshara Foundation and a few NGOs, right? So have you seen that kind of a bridge for value-based education or acceptance for it?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give a small idea about how we approach this is, because when you're talking to educators, I can't just go and say that I'm making comics. So it it's all pretty evolved now, the thinking, the science behind it, So we've also done a lot of work with, for example, we created a book for teachers in constructivism, how to teach, with the Agastya Foundation also. So it gave us a lot of ideas, in terms of how to even present the comic books to the school. And when we talk about our, the value education or environmental science, there are structures inside the comics, the pattern that we break or reorient it to figure out what kind of tone of voice is required. For example, the ABC that we follow, like Kumkum rightly pointed out, the attention part, that's very critical. And the minute you get the first hook, it comes to the behavior, which is our B. Now, when the child has to be in the right behavior as to, to receive, you can't, you don't need to give the education like, even Jason mentioned. they are ready to receive. And the third thing is, which is very key nowadays with the new generation, is constructivism in learning.
So do you think, Vijay, sorry, interrupting you there. Do you think comics can be that bridge between making it interesting and the child being in a receiving mode? Can comics bridge that?
Absolutely. And is it possible to see those 4 slides that I sent?
We've just one. I've just picked one. I've already shown that one. I'll play that again. But you can keep talking, Vijay. Let me.
Okay, fair enough. So what we do is, for example, even if it's you're explaining science, like what you showed just now. Yeah. So this one, for example, was directly from our science strips. Now here you see we have just comics. Normally, there'll be a flow to a story. And then if you're teaching something in science, there'll be, instructions and there will be visuals. So we have bridged both together because these science comic strips needed that. And this whole thing came about because a child asked, if he's a doctor, why doesn't he have a medicine for corona? And this led us to think, can we tell the child that there is something called a virus, there's something called a bacteria. So here we are using the storytelling of comics, but we are also using the instruction of, a diagram or, in a simpler way, we are merging both these things. Similarly, if it is to do with the values that you mentioned, can I do a small screen sharing out here?
We unfortunately don't have time, Vijay.
Okay, no problem. So we'll tell you a small thing that we did on values with the UNESCO. There we had to talk about body safety rules. So there you can't go and use comic and humor out there. So it's you are leaving the message out there. So when you are telling about about guilt, also personal body safety rules, we're using comics over there as illustrations more than using storytelling, but in a more direct way. And how a child can actually approach it, either a principal or a police, and there is and the counselor and the teacher, and there's nothing to really worry about. So when you talk about values, it's a simple thing that we try to look out 3 things. Again, I try to put it down to 2-3 words. If there has to be curiosity, and creativity, these 2 things can actually give you the confidence to build the character. Right. This is the moral values or the value system that we are trying to build in with our content.
Got that, Vijay. So Damayanti, coming to you, right? Grade 1 to 4, and we were talking about this backstage. I understand there's already an introduction of comic book, right? In terms of learning. Can you tell us a little about that, and just unmute yourself before you speak? So that, and the reason I'm coming to you is because value-based education has already found very ready acceptance inside the classroom, especially in sociology, in history, in civics, all these social sciences, right? But do you think, is this a good idea to introduce comics, and do you think it's practically possible? And second, can it be then taken to higher grades and go beyond grade 4?
Sure. So to answer the first part of your question, Nitin, the reason why, now when I was listening to these wonderful children talk, see, the first reason why a child is attracted to the comic is, one is it's visual. Second is the language is very simple, so they understand very easily. Once they understand these very complex thoughts and ideas, these very deep, see, a comic can be a comic and can be a representation in a pictorial form, but it doesn't take away from the profundity of it, what it teaches, essentially. So that is actually what we have leveraged in school. So through stories of animals, of heroes, we have introduced the comic because it's easy reading and children take to it, as you have seen. And through that, we have tried to introduce, and there are little, for every module, we have little follow-up activities, so that the idea is that they dwell on those thoughts. We are not moralizing, we are not preaching, we are not talking down to them. We are, as you said in the opening, that they are super absorbent at this age. They're like sponge. So we are hoping that over a period of time, it will get absorbed into their system, basic values, principles of life. I mean, I'm talking about the universal ones which we require to train our children in. Yes. So that will happen automatically.
And post grade 4, do you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, the second part of the question. Yeah, beyond grade 4, it is definitely a good idea because you see, I teach in class 11 and 12. So the thing is that if you take the story of our heroes, if you take the comic strips, if you take the Amar Chitrakatha, for example, they have so many stories. Like, you know, a story can be simple as it can be complex. So if you take the story of this Ramayana, all right, you say Ram was a good king. He was a good brother, but was he a good husband? That's a point I would like to discuss in my sociology classes, psychology. Let's look at the society of the times. Let's look at what you. So yes, you can leverage it. You can use it in any which way. Stretch it in any which way if you want. You need to be a little imaginative. That's all.
Right. Parul, you spoke about earlier in our backstage chat, right? How students can create better comics, and you've seen that happening, especially in higher grades and things like that. Do you think it's a good idea? And do you think, Damayanti has talked about, it is definitely possible? Do you think there would be any challenges to bring in the comic way of teaching? And what does that mean to you, teaching the comic way?
So teaching in a comic way, definitely there are, like, I would rather say there are not challenges. These are the opportunities that we have as a teacher. So as a teacher, we really need to tap upon those opportunities. As a teacher, we need to understand what is the crux of the lesson that we want to impart, and working on that crux and revolving around that concept. Creating a comic book for a teacher is a creativity in her hand, which she can showcase in her class at any level, and I'm not just talking about school education, but I'm also talking about higher education, wherein I can showcase you one teacher's Excel sheet. This is a new e-newsletter that we share with the entire fraternity of Chitkara University.
Bring it closer, Parul. Bring it.
Please, if you can see, I hope it is visible, wherein we not just share that what are the advantages, but we also share what research says that how comics can be used in disaster management, how it can be used as a teaching tool in law, how it can be used in art and humanities for teaching communication, in engineering, in MBA, in pharmacy, in architecture, and you name any area. And we have research-based evidence of this, that how it can be used.
Right. This guy is back. Okay? This guy is back. Yoda is back. So, and we have what, 5 minutes. So, in fact, less than 5 minutes. So, closing questions, and we will go a little rapid fire. Okay, rapid fire, because this guy can actually create a lot of fire otherwise. So, Yoda is asking you the first question, which is comic inside the classroom, all subjects, or start selectively and then go to all subjects? Anyone can go first.
All subjects.
All subjects. Okay.
Vijay. I say start selectively and then.
Yeah. No, that's really wonderful, because one very important thing is that the primary school level, it has to be cracked first, and the the parent and the teacher, the ecosystem has learned to accept it.
Like it.
This is great.
He doesn't like it. Long answer. So going to Kumkum.
Okay, just one line answer is from textbook to toon book.
Okay, he likes it. Okay. Kumkum.
All subjects.
All subjects. Okay. Jason, what do you think?
All subject, but a mix of both text and cartoon.
Okay.
Balance we should have.
Okay. Last question, guys. What do you think would be the way to assess a comic book's effectiveness? Okay, as a resource material. And I know, some of us are at a stage wherein we are not facing that challenge. But I know this by talking to a lot of people who are doing some deep work like Vijay, that there is that challenge in terms of assessment for a comic book. So any ideas? And again, you will have to be crisp, because this guy is in a hurry, Yoda is in a hurry, right? So anyone can go first.
Okay, I'll just give a brief idea of that. Assessments has been a requirement of impact testing. So what we have done is we have created the assessments in the app. So people who really want to take the assessment on the comic lesson that they've studied can do so in the app, or not do so, because nobody wants to rob the fun of learning from the student.
Right. And one related question to that, Damayanti and Parul. Do you get any feedback from students or other stakeholders about the use of comics? Do you have any feedback, qualitative, quantitative?
In fact, if this question would have come to me earlier, I would have shared the testimonial of my student who is at present working in a school, and she's sharing her experience that her students really like comic strip as a pedagogy in all the classes. Okay. That's one tool they really want to encash on. They really like it.
And then the quick one.
Yeah, so quickly, I'd say that we've just started it. So I've yet to get feedback from the children, which is really the source that I'm looking at. But yes, parents have been very appreciative of the move. Yes.
Okay, great. Kumkum, Jason, any views?
Yeah, I would say, is the comic book engaging? Is a child being observed by the comic book rather than consumed by it? So engaging, and the child is improving their skills.
Oh, this guy is now in a hurry. Okay, so Eric is here, and it's time for me to say bye, and all of us to say bye. Guys, I'm really sorry for cutting you and keeping it crisp and short, but just trying to adhere to the timings. Thank you guys for having me. Himani, back to you.
Thank you, Nitin.
Thank you, Nitin. Super it was. Thank you, guys.
So much, Nitin.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you everyone for being here today. Thanks, Nitin, again. We hope this session brings some changes in the way kids are being taught. Moving on, I would like to now thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. Going ahead, our last panel discussion for the day is on the digital publishers and distributors. For this panel, I would like to introduce our panelists, Mr. Ranjit Pratap Singh, co-founder, CEO, Pratilipy, Mr. Dipesh Kothari, Head of Digital Strategy, Amar Chitra Katha, Mr. Eric Draper, Director of Business Development, Global Comics, Mr. J.M. Thakkar, CEO, River Comics. Due to some emergency, Mr. Anil Vanwari won't be able to moderate this session. I would request Mr. Abhijit Kini, who is the founder of Abhijit Kini Studios, to take this forward. Over to you, Abhijit.
Thank you, Himani, and big hello to everyone who's joined in. And nice to virtually meet and chat. Thanks to Animation Express having this, fantastic forum open for us. So, I mean, before we get on to talking about what we are here for, one question that I always keep getting. So a little bit about myself. I am a comics creator, and I have been illustrating for Amar Chitra Katha and Tinkle since 2004. So hi, Dipesh. We haven't been able to meet, but then here we are. And I have also been independently publishing my own content for the last decade or so, independently publishing, self-published, whatever you want to call it. Web comics has been, or digital comics has been something of immense amount of interest to a lot of fans who come to me at Comic Cons, or, those I, exchange, ideas and thoughts with on social media. And more so, they have a comment usually that says, what do people generally prefer, and where does the actual pulse lie? Is it the physical form or is it the digital form? What are your quick comments on it? How the transition has come in from the physical books, the comic collection culture that, comic nerds are known for, to now the digital platform where things are, I guess, easier and more accessible. Your quick comments on these. I think I'll start with Dipesh. Dipesh, if you can just start off this conversation, and we can just go on around.
Sure.
Round robin.
And thanks a lot, Animation Express, for having all of us here. Pleased to be a part of this panel and to speak with industry leaders. Well, honestly, this is probably the first time I'm trying to represent the organization from a business perspective in particular panel discussion. So this year has been a complete shift in terms of how we view comics and how the businesses were conducted, at least till the last year, and how we have actually kind of created our whole digital ecosystem in the last 1 year. But if I happen to answer your question, I mean, personally, I'm myself a very big comic collector. I mean, I might have at least 1,000 odd comics right inside my shelf, and whenever I feel like I'll just go ahead and end up reading it. But how I see this is there are two kinds of people now who are actually consuming digital content. One who lie more towards the nostalgia side, who have been reading comics throughout their childhood, where video games, 8-bit video games were very popular, and during summers we used to switch to comic books and pass our time out. But then now, at least since the last 5 to 6 years, the transition has been such wherein there are a lot of other activities that kids can engage themselves in. Imagine a kid holding a phone right at the age of 3. You can also understand the possibilities in terms of the resources that kid has. So obviously there are two different kinds of audiences that we are dealing with when it comes to the comic book industry. One, nostalgia, as I said, and the others, which is the next gen audience. So the way in which the reactions that we got during, I mean, it was not so pleasant for a lot of businesses, but some of the digital publishers, some of the publishers did really, really well from April 2020 till March 2021.
Mhm.
We were one of them. And
Yes.
the kind of people who started reading web comics again were the ones who were like, hey, we didn't know that you really existed. I mean, we thought you were gone. And this is like the best thing that we can probably read during this stressful time because we have grown up reading it. That was one
Right.
kind of people. 25%, in fact, 28% of people were such. And approximately 72% people were those who were just following the pattern. And these had a lot of parents suggesting their friends who probably might not have even heard of Amar Chitrakatha or Tinkle or any other digital comics.
Hmm.
And would have just suggested, hey, you know what, any which ways your kid is not doing anything, might as well engage them with something.
Right.
And to a surprise, these kids were actually um, I mean, they were introduced to the world of comics through digital and web comics for the first time ever, and they took it up in a
Oh.
very different manner altogether. So now, when we look back at this whole scenario, we see a very, very clear pattern in terms of the kind of products also that we sell. I mean, there is the monthly subscription that we have, wherein people who just want to continue that trend for a period of, say, a year or a
Sure.
half a year, are the ones who pay for it. But there are some very, very big loyalists who would go to the extent of paying even 20,000 rupees to you as a one-time fee to keep all the possible digital comics in a single web application for them to
Sure.
read. So these are kind of transitions that we've been seeing, and I'm sure there are a lot of other things that I would be able to discuss during this panel
Sure.
discussion. But over.
Sure. Sure, that's amazing. Eric, I'm going to come to you next. What are your quick thoughts on this entire transition from physical to digital? Because the pandemic specifically will be another chunk of our conversation. But I'm, yeah, generally looking at the trend overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dipesh, said a really beautiful answer, and just to add a little bit to it, he's right. It's really two different audiences. I have a background in the music industry, and the parallels that I see are very much like Spotify and vinyl.
Right.
Vinyl is very much a nostalgia, collector-minded pastime, and there are people that swear by it. But there are also very many vinyl owners that have a Spotify subscription because, a part of living in the information age is being able to pay, a certain amount of money per month and then having access to the entire world, having access to the entire archive. And what I think is beautiful about that is those two things don't exist in competition so much as they actually exist in parallel.
Right.
And I think that the nostalgia, the orthodoxy of the nostalgia, print-minded, Comic-Con oriented, groups will live on. It will just change. So that being said, the new audience, the next generation audience, is really looking to have access to, stories from around the world at their fingertips at any moment. And then if creators are able to, publishers are able to then use that to expand the top of their funnel and engage a much broader audience, they'll
Right.
probably end up seeing a lot more success to be able to then sell their print to the collector-minded people in that.
Absolutely. Ranjit, I'm going to come to you. And Pratilipi, in fact, I have interacted with at Comic-Con as well. And I do believe that there's a lot that Pratilipi is up to. What's your take on this, the entire transition that we were just talking about? And with you, I will transition into the pandemic effect of, digital comics and the platform. So let's hear it from you on this.
So my understanding is that digital and physical are not necessarily opposites of each other. I think they are kind of in a way complementary to each other. So what essentially happens for some formats, at least it's not necessarily true for every industry, is that digital provides a way of you to kind of find out what your best read is going to be. Because essentially the cost of distribution is very, very low on digital, which essentially means that people can sample, so to speak, a lot more content. They can figure out what is it that they really like. And then they can form communities around them. Our thesis is that once people have actually started forming communities around some content, in this case comics, then some of those who are super fans will likely want to support the creators in different ways. One of those ways would probably be just going and buying physical comics. So for comics, to be fair, we haven't yet launched physical comics, something that we are going to be doing, I think, sometime this month. But we have seen this story play out for our different other product, which is for online literature. There are a lot of readers who buy the physical books are the same people who had already read that story 3 times, 4 times on Pratilipi. And then they thought that, okay, you know what, I really like this book and I want to have a hard copy on my shelf so that other people can see that I like it and I can read it whenever I want and like at any point in time. So my understanding is that digital is going to expand very, very significantly over the next few years. And that will actually bring about a revival for physical comics as well.
That's an interesting take. And, just extending that, I'm going to come to Eric on the same topic. Just before we go forward, is Mr. Thakkar online right now of River Comics? We were supposed to have him on the panel as well. If not, I think I'll continue. I'll probably pop in a question to him once he's here.
Abhijit, he's joining in 2 minutes.
Okay, fine. So I guess once he does, we'll pick it up from there. But then, Ranjit and Eric, I mean, just like Dipesh said, the pandemic scenario changed a whole lot of things, especially in India. A whole lot of things when it came to the digital platform. Many people who are not actively, I'm talking about independent creators as well, like me, who probably weren't so open on the digital platform. I was pretty stubborn earlier, saying no, I'll be the purist and I'll be like the hard copy guy, so that I can sign the copies and draw on them and all. But then I realized that necessity is the mother of invention, and I think that's exactly what has happened with a lot of indie creators like me. And of course, I want to hear your thoughts on how the pandemic has changed the dynamics. Have you seen a whole different scenario now, a whole lot of different numbers here? Maybe I can, since Ranjit was in conversation, maybe Ranjit can add in, and then we can go to Eric.
So in our experience, I think pandemic has accelerated the trends which were already there in a wide variety of different ways. So digital adoption across formats is one of those where it was always obvious for the last 4, 5, 7 years that gradually the world was moving digital towards a wide variety of content consumption. Right. But I think pandemic just accelerated that massively. It's basically very similar to what happened with data prices, right? Data prices were always going down and more people were coming on the internet. But Jio basically just accelerated that trend very, very significantly. And I think the pandemic basically did the same thing in a different manner. But I think the end result has essentially ended up being the same. So for one example, let's say in literature product, we took about 3 years to get to 1 million monthly active users. Comics, I think we still haven't been a year old and we already have 1 million monthly active users.
Wow.
And at least part of that, of course, is the comics appeal. But I think part of that is just that pandemic accelerated the adoption curve we had.
Exactly. How about you, Eric? What's your take on the pandemic effect, if I may call it that?
Yeah, of course. Well, I just want to say it's wonderful to sit on a panel with people who know so much, because it makes my job really easy. Because I only have to sprinkle a little bit of extra. Basically, I think what Ranjit says is 100% true. And, what I'll just add to it is that people ultimately, love stories. And at, specifically Global Comics, we spend a lot of time talking to people who just, enjoy that particular genre or that particular, perspective on the world, but aren't necessarily comic readers.
Yeah.
And, it really accelerated people just embracing the fact that we need to get these stories out. These are important stories. These are good stories. This is exactly what everyone is in need of the most.
Yeah.
And if print isn't going to be able to do that, if local stores aren't going to be able to have people, then we're going to need to tell these stories either way. And eventually we'll get back to some sort of new normal. But in the meantime, why hold off? Why cut the world off from what we're making?
True.
And the things we're trying to say?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, just to take one more step towards establishing this, I think Dipesh, Amar Chitra Katha. I mean, I since I have been, I've grown up reading ACK, I've grown up reading Tinkle, and now Draw for it's got a special place in my heart. But I was extremely thrilled to see the new face, the new design of the app, the entire upgrade you all did, and now you have the whole phygital thing also going on. Also, along with that, you have the other languages that you have opened up, which were not available in the middle, but now because of the digital platform, you've been able to open up your inventory, your catalog. You want to talk a little on this?
That's true. So, Abhijit, now there are 2 or 3 ways of looking at it. So, when the month of March began, we just ran one single campaign wherein we ended up giving all of our content for free for a period of 1 month just to see
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And in probably less than 20 odd days, we had over 1 million downloads. So, that point of time, we were busy exploring ways in which how we can ensure our server doesn't crash and people are still able to enjoy a reading in a particular way. However, as time passed, we understood that once the freeloaders are off that particular comic, the business suffers in a different way. So you have to keep on exploring and figure out different ways to do it. In fact, that is something Marvel already did 2 to 3 years back when they actually came up with an unlimited subscription, something like and Netflix did for television when it changed the reality of how television is actually viewed. We also did something similar with regards to our subscriptions to begin with, wherein we came up with unlimited subscriptions, wherein we saw a decent turnaround for it. Then we thought that there is a market for our different languages, the content that is being made in different languages as well. So we slowly and steadily reached out to small bunches of people to figure out how it's been, adapted, or probably how it's actually been about the kind of response that it's actually getting. And to our surprise, people just wanted more and more. And there came a time wherein we ran out of digital content, which was actually converted in those languages. So again, a different transition started where we have kind of now streamlined our processes in terms of converting comic books right at the time when they are being created into different formats.
Right.
I'm glad that Ranjit is here from Pratilipi. I mean, probably some of our Hindi content, some other language content is actually being consumed a lot more on Pratilipi more than it is actually being consumed on our own platform. That clearly shows the way in which that business is growing as well. What is interesting is when it comes to the phygital market, and in fact there are two products which are going to be very, very popular going forward, because how we have been able, I mean, as a digital person, and the way in which I've seen the whole product transform for the comic book industry in terms of the applications, always had a feeling that we have to be ready, and there will be a time where a lot of people would harp onto the platform, and you just have to be ready in terms of how you can deliver that platform content to them. But now that we have delivered it, they would want more. Unless and until you keep on delivering it, they would come a time where they would again move out of this platform. There would be nothing. So that's why the phygital product came into the picture, wherein the digital product, like Ranjit mentioned, that it gives people choice to figure out what do they like, and then basis that they keep on printing it. We actually did something similar. We kept on we kept on creating content weekly for, say, our another app, which is Tinkle, and of course you are well aware of it. Wherein over the last 12 months we came up with weeklies, and basis the feedback that we got from people, we just came up with a Tinkle Gold collection, which had all the stories throughout that 1 year, which went out as a collectible. and is the kind of product that we would want to sell, because then you can exactly anticipate how many people are going to purchase from you, and then kind of make a business plan for it. And the latest product that is actually working for us, and obviously we have opened it to a limited set of people, is the lifetime subscription for reading. I mean, just pay it once, be it 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, doesn't matter. Have the app forever, as long as you have the app and the subscription, as long as the database is alive, which is going to be forever, because we have kind of created in such a way that it will last itself for years to come. You would be able to enjoy the comics irrespective. So for a one-time single payment, people can enjoy a lot more. But what that means is you are increasing a lot of stickiness within your product. And now that you have those many number of users, you can keep improving your product again and again and again and again, and keep on earning revenues in a different way altogether. I mean, by putting in advertisements, by making them play games or whatever it is, because they have already invested within that app just for reading. But everything else that will come out of the app are now going to be actual revenue generators for you. So as we call it in marketing terms, the daily average users and monthly average users, we just have to keep on increasing them, make them sticky enough, and the revenues will keep on flowing.
Makes sense. Makes sense. In fact, we have Mr. Thakkar from River Comics who's joined us right now. Hi. So I'm just going to come back. We come back one question, and I'm going to get your thoughts on it very quickly before I pose the next big question to you. Is that the first question we started this whole conversation was the transition from physical to digital and the effects of the pandemic on the entire digital platform. How has it changed the dynamics?
Well, I think it's really important these days, right? I mean, with the pandemic, not a lot of people are reading comic books physically. They're not really going into stores. The lockdown is there, so it's impacted sales a lot. It's impacted the quality a lot. Like a lot of people, it's impacted the actual shipments and all that as well too. So it's impacted all major levels of just the physical comic books. So I think people are leading more towards the digital comic age now anyways. This was already a transition, but I think it's this just speeded the whole process up.
Right. And I'm going to come to Eric. There was a point that he made which I actually wanted him to expand on further, and I completely agree. It's like if the audience is able to access world content, I mean, you practically have opened up the entire world to a reader. The content is out there. There is no more, a logistical issue or something like, all these other things that we keep talking about, distribution, etc., etc. Can you expand a bit more on the kind of content people like to consume with the kind of world content out there? Just a quick example out here in India, manga is pretty big. I mean, people, we have our usual favorites in comics, but then there's an entire different fan base for manga. In fact, I do know about a lot of manga clubs that are around, fan clubs. What's your take on the opening up to the world content aspect of digital platforms for comics?
Yeah, so I mean, with what we have found, I mean, we know that things like, especially in the United States and in Europe, people are really into. I mean, really, as long as the story makes sense in their language and it's a good story, it's something that they're going to read. Sci-fi readers like sci-fi things. There's an immense amount of manga readers as well.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we really want to head towards is this, localizing these stories. Chris, our CEO, actually built this platform back in 2008 called Manga Helpers.
Okay.
And that was Manga Dex before Manga Dex came along. And, there is this massive, voracious audience for manga, especially in the United States and in Europe. And there's not really a very good pipeline to get those stories through. So there is this, I think there's a huge demand for manga stories in Korea as well. But, honestly, I mean, we have comics from probably 40 different countries on our platform in a variety of different languages. And as long as it's, reaching people in their language, I mean, a good story seems to just make its way through people. That's what people want to read.
True. I think the content eventually is the king here. But I think it's a brilliant thing that all of you have provided platforms for readers to pick and choose and kind of have the entire access open to all this. In fact, Ranjit, with Pratilipi, like you just mentioned, like comics, as the numbers you gave us right now, how it shot up, and you do delve into a lot of other content as well, not just comics. Can you tell us the kind of content that is consumed generally on your platform? What are the trends you see? And I'm not talking specifically only comics. I know we are talking digital comics here, but then I want to hear from you about a platform like Pratilipi. How does it go about, accumulating all the content and making sure that there's enough for everyone to access?
So honestly, I think the best part about internet and having very low cost of distribution is basically that now you don't have to make sweeping judgment calls on what works, what doesn't work. So I think, like, let's say even 5-10 years back, publishers would basically decide, okay, this is a genre that works in this country, so I'm going to publish books in this genre.
Right.
Like literally, I've been reading about Game of Thrones that was being rejected by different publishers because they think, okay, fantasy is dead. The beauty of internet is that it doesn't matter anymore. Like even if it's a relatively niche genre, that niche can mean like 1 million really strong fans, and 1 million really strong fans for any one IP is actually pretty awesome. So I think the beauty of internet and internet, like the companies which are truly built on internet, essentially is that you can have a wide variety of birth, and then you build basically technology and recommendation to figure out how to show content that people want to read or listen to or some watch that they are interested. You don't need to focus on any one particular niche anymore. You don't need to focus on any one particular genre anymore. So one of my favorite products as a user, not as a founder or product manager, is Naver Webtoon. And that, like, there are a bunch of fantastic fantasy comics, there are a bunch of fantastic slice of life comics, there are a bunch of fantastic romance comics, and like it's up to you to pick and choose whatever you want to read. Like, why say, okay, I'm only going to eat chicken and not mutton and not dal, whatever you want.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
think that is beautiful.
That's right. So I'm going to ask Mr. Thakkar about this. If you have, I mean, we've seen the positives, we've seen how it has benefited, the entire scenario. What are the challenges you face as a digital platform when it comes to digital comics? I mean, I'm sure there are some hurdles that you keep facing, or maybe some new ones come up. How do you tackle those?
I think the major hurdle we face is marketing and spreading awareness. That's the key to anything, right? And you have to have strong marketing, and you have to have a really good team behind your product. And obviously, you have to have a good product, right? If you don't have a good product, it's not going to sell well. It has to touch your audience. It has to reach them personally on a level. But besides that, I think the marketing is the biggest challenge. Producing them is one thing, but then once you have something produced, if it's not reaching your audience, that's going to be a big problem. So you have to get creative in the sense that, maybe you have to do some digital marketing, maybe you have to do some events. A lot of the traditional marketing has not been working for anyone lately, just because the situation we're in. But besides that, I just say, just keep going at it and get creative with the marketing.
Sure. Dipesh, how about you?
Honestly, for us, marketing has been one of the challenges, but not as much as retention of the users. Because what happens is that, you have the Kindles of the world who are actually sitting with a huge, a very, very big technology team, which keeps on ensuring that the reading experience is extremely phenomenal. But since I mentioned that for a lot of us, the digital market per se is completely new. There is only so much that we can do in terms of advancement of technology, and that's why at a lot of places, either you try to make the reading experience better, or you try to save costs on servers. You have to take a hit somewhere, at least for the traditional comic book publisher who has just gone digital by just uploading all the PDFs.
Sure.
Changing the formats in which the content is available, in spite of the fact that the content is absolutely great. That is the reason why people are paying you for it. In order for it to be sticky, And in order for it to be well read, so that you have enough data points for you to call back all the people who are dropping off at a certain period of time, becomes extremely important. And that is one of the major challenges that we face. And in fact, that is also one of the biggest opportunities that we have, because we are trying to overcome that and ensure that our stickiness increases. Something that has actually come out on the market and has been doing very well. In fact, I was going through the River Comics apps, and honestly, everybody should go through it. They have actually made a phenomenal use of technology, wherein the comic book is actually available in a motion graphic format,
Right.
and as a reading format as well. Something that I got exposed to probably 2 to 3 years back, when I saw Made Fire, the app actually doing it. And honestly, when you create your own technology to do something like that, yes, there are disadvantages that it can't go on other platforms. But if your own platform becomes big enough, obviously people will stick on to it for time and time to come. So
Sure.
yeah, that is one of the
Sure.
challenges.
Sure. How about you, Eric? What's your take on this? Any hurdles that you kind of have to keep making sure it doesn't come about?
Well, I mean, from a marketing standpoint, my philosophy has always been just going to where the least crowded channels are. So, the marketing, what we found, I found that the comic book industry is very crowded and it's very saturated, and it's there's so many people that are buying for everybody's eyeballs that what we've found is just going outside of the comic book market and actually talking to people more on the level of their perspective on the world, or even just a genre interest, that has given us that's allowed us to grow readership by 10x in a year, just going out into those communities and being able to tell folks, hey, there's stuff here that I think you're going to like, and it overcomes the barrier of, let's say, looking at kind of like how video games used to be seen as nerdy and now they're an art form. I think that we're going to see that similar transition in comics, but I think that maybe the biggest hurdle is trying to get people to embrace comics as a serious thing as well, if they haven't already had that relationship. So yeah, but in terms of subscribers, I would just be repeating everything that's been said here. I think that once people are on and they're in it and they realize what's going on and how great it can be and how much they can have in such a small amount of time, it's really it's not so much about keeping them. It's just a matter of making sure that they know that comics are, worth checking out.
Sure. Ranjit, do you agree with this? Ranjit, am I audible?
You're audible. I'm just turning off my video. It seems like technology is a little bit giving up on me today.
I almost thought it's mine. So, okay. No, so do you agree with these? The issues kind of, I won't call them issues, but things that you constantly have to look out.
I'm not sure who it is.
Sorry? I think we're losing audio as well, right?
Challenges, yeah. So, I can hear you. There's a slight lag, but I can hear you.
Okay. No, so what I said was, do you agree with the points here that one of the few things that you need to keep in mind is the kind of retention or the marketing aspects of it on the digital domain?
So I agree to most of the points, but at the end of the day, if you think about it, different kind of people as well as different kind of companies will have different strengths, right? So accordingly, what is easy for me, for example, might be very difficult for Eric. What is easy for Eric might be actually challenging for Dipesh, and so on and so forth. So from Prathipi's perspective, for example, technology is something that we know. Marketing is something where we have an edge because of our other products that, there are people who are already reading something or listening something, so we can move a part of that to comics as well. For us, the challenge actually has been that people come and they say, we have read everything that you have on Prathipi Comics, now what do I read next? So for us, funnily enough, the challenge is to kind of have more and more supplies that people don't feel like suddenly I don't have anything else to read. And I think Dipesh touched upon this retention bit a little bit. So there are two parts to retention. One part, actually 3 parts maybe. One part is that people may not be just interested in the use case, and that's fine. There's nothing that you can do about it. That's a marketing problem. But the other 2 parts are things that we can do something about. One part because they don't like your product, and then you can improve the technology and the product and things like that. And the other part is they have literally run out of content that they really like. So in our case, at least, we are at a stage where I think expanding demand is relatively easy, but we think we need to have a lot more stories that are there on the platform.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. In fact, I think I do believe that we are down to the last 8 minutes or so. So I think I'll have a quick round of comments from you over this one point, that a lot of these new artists, a lot of new indie artists especially, keep asking at various workshops or Comic Cons, when they come up and say, we are very interested in accessing the web and the digital platform to get our comics out there, because we want to use the internet very well, effectively. And they ask, are there any tips for this? So I'm always the person who's like, well, I have not really delved too deep into it, but whatever I have consumed, this is what I have in mind. But I want to hear from you all, because you are the guys who are making it possible. I think I'll start with Mr. Thakkar on this. If there's a new artist, if there's a new indie creator, indie comics creator who has no experience in the past, but he really wants to put his or her the content out there, what are the tips you would tell that person to keep in mind when it comes to entering the web domain or the digital domain for comics?
Well, I think coming from scratch, it's difficult to kind of expose yourself out there. So the key is, and I've been through this as well too, and it's brutally honest, just don't give up. Your content is your content. No one can take that from you. It's just a matter of time before somebody will see you, or if it's good enough content, yes, the eyes will be on there. But don't give up. I think that's the biggest thing, because if you have the talent to produce it, the internet is big, right? You have many sources, free sources, not even, you don't have to pay for a lot of things. There's so many things you can do. You can go on a lot of these Facebook forums, web forums, Reddit. There's a bunch of things you can expose yourself out to. So just don't give up. That's the key to this whole game. And it's a long game. A lot of people do give up. They say, no, you know what? No one's noticing it. No one's doing this. Yeah. I've been through this over and over again. And we're still going through, right? Like we're still in our infancy. We just launched the app last year. Actually, one of these days is probably the day, last April, we launched the app, right?
Oh, wow.
So before that, we were doing actually print comics. So, it's been a long ride, but, we're getting through it. And that's the key. Just don't give up, keep going on. And, don't give up on that dream that you have.
Great, because I'm sure there are a lot of artists and creators who are watching this right now live, and I think this message would go directly to them. Eric, your advice to first-timers who are trying out this platform?
Yeah, I mean, comment, leaving the art and the actual craft aside, which is really just make a lot, until you're really feeling like it's something that's great. It's never been easier to find a community online to immerse yourself in and build your biggest fans in. And so find somebody who is not you, who is willing to tell you honestly what your story reminds them of, right, the kinds of things that makes them think about, and then use those as keywords to go seek out an online community and start showing up and delivering value. So set up a Google alert for a particular thing that's going to be relevant to that community, post articles, get involved, and then when you share your stuff, they're going to want to give you feedback. Maybe it's a Discord channel, maybe it's a subreddit. Right. And that way you basically start to build up one brick at a time, your group, as opposed to being on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and everything in between. So yeah, pick your community, find it, and then just show up, and you'd be surprised how much they'll support you.
Awesome. Ranjit, what would be your advice?
So I actually think Thakkar was right, but I want to actually talk about a story that I wrote on, not a story, but like somebody wrote something on Patlipi's literature platform, and kind of just take that as an example of how I think a creator has to think. This writer basically wrote, obviously I don't remember the entirety, but like the crux was essentially that he started publishing something on Patlipi 3 years back, and he was getting like 2 readers, 4 readers, 6 readers, and things like that. And he gave up. After 6 months, he came back and he again tried to write, and again 10 people, 15 people, 20 people reading. So you'd go and read other people's stories. He will go and write reviews and ask some of the people, can they give him feedback on his stories and so on and so forth. Now the writer basically has 1.7 million readers on Pratilipi.
Wow.
One of his stories we are converting into a comic. One of his stories is going to become web series sometime towards the second half of this year.
Wow.
The basic premise is exactly what we were earlier talking about, that I think the opportunities today are a lot more than what they were earlier at any point in time. However, distribution is harder than it ever was, simply because there is also like a lot of people that you are competing off with.
Sure.
Which means that it's really, really important to show resilience. And it's really, really important to work on building a community, especially of your true fans. They might be 1,000 in number and they might not be a million.
Sure.
But if you have 1,000 true fans, they can help you reach out to a million people who are going to sort of like you and who are going to read you and who are going to propagate you. So I think if I can give two advices, these would be like, don't give up, as we were saying earlier, and like show some resilience, but also work on creating a distribution network where you have like, you're engaging with your top fans.
Sure. Fantastic. And Dipesh?
I actually agree to both Eric and with, of course, Ranjit. That's something that uh, we have also been doing with a lot of other content creators out there. We've been speaking to a lot of them. I mean, one very important thing that we did was as a product of ACK Learn, we started creating workshops where we started very young with kids so that they can understand how to make a comic book and probably put their ideas together. So like Eric mentioned, it's about finding the right communities. It actually is. I mean, while you're doing all your marketing pieces, but then when you get the right feedbacks from the market and use them as keywords to reach out to people who are thinking alike, you are going to get the right sort of people. It's not necessary that you get people in quantities, but it's important that you get the right sort of people who can appreciate and stick with your content for a larger period of time. Something like what the doodlers on Instagram are doing. I mean, we create a lot of content and suddenly a lot of comic book creators are like, hey, you know what? I've been creating a lot of content. I've been creating a lot of comic strips, but suddenly I don't see the same kind of response like a brown paperback comics does. I mean, obviously he started early. He had a niche. Similarly, again, like Ranjit mentioned and other speakers as well, it's just about not giving up. So I mean, the biggest challenge for us as a brand was that we never expanded ourselves in the international market. And today, when we are making our plans for this particular year, we are saying how can we actually make whatever we made last year from the international market, just because of our digital expansion, which was always a barrier, and suddenly it became such a huge market for us, that how do we now contain it in such a way that while we are profitable, we are actually delivering the right stuff. So it's all about that. Choose the right actions and choose the right mediums to reach out.
Sure. Fantastic. So guys those of you who are listening to this or seeing this conversation online live, please make note of these points. Each one has given you a fantastic perspective. I think that will help creators go forward in better ways. There is a question that has come up here. I think you guys have already seen it, but I thought maybe one of y'all want to take it here. Is will motion graphic comics be the next big thing? And this is open to any one of you who wants to take this.
Yeah, I think it's a big transformation that's happening right now. The transition that's going on. We certainly have taken that on as well too. And by the way, I wanted to thank you guys for having me on today and get a chance to talk about this, because motion graphics don't really get a lot of exposure, and I'm glad you guys have brought this up. I know Dipesh had mentioned Madefire before. Those guys, they were doing they're doing a really good job with the motion graphics, and not a lot of people know what motion graphics are. Motion comics in the sense, it's relatively new or it's unfamiliar to people, but I think it is going to start making big waves in the coming years. I think people will get exposed to it, and they will start realizing that, hey, there's another dimension to the comic book itself. So where it's between the comic books, a cartoon, live action, and then there's a little bit of a gap that's there. That's motion comics.
Fantastic. So I think if there are any no more questions from the audience or the listeners, I think we can call it a day on this session. I think, Himani, you can take it up here.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you, Ranjit, Dipesh, Eric, and Mr. Thakkar. Thank you all for sharing, for shining light on the growing digital publication industry. That brings us to the end of CBAM Summit Day 1. Today, we saw the young kids share their thoughts on how they want to get educated, what kind of measures need to be taken to sustain in this industry, and the gap that persists on the licensing and merchandising front. If you've missed out on any of our today's session, you can log on to animationexpress.com to catch all of them, or also you can check out on our social media platforms. Once again, I would like to thank our session partner Wacom, support partner Hyon, and award gifting partner XP Pen. On behalf of Animation Express, I would like to thank all our speakers and viewers for taking out your time for today and joining us. We hope you had a fruitful time. Also, join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp, as we have a lot of sessions planned for you, including a masterclass on comic book art and writing, who has been an artist for Transformers and Lady Death. We will also get to know how the regional comics are faring in India, understand more about the cosplay industry, and analyze what kind of comic book content works to get adapted into web series and movies. Do share your feedback with us in your posts and tag us on our official handles. Thank you for joining us today again, and be safe, take care, and see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp. Thank you.